phase as well, where every team is facing one another again, even the ones, where many teams will face each other again for the second
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the gauntlet. It's going to be amazing. Bahamut, I want to get your opinions on this too, real quick.
I think the big thing here is we obviously can see who stands out. Oxygen, WildHeart, they're some of our top teams. I think 30K is much like in the realm of Sidestep Kings, where we expected them to have a stronger start. But what I really want to see here is how all of this changes based on our most recent patch. Hogger is not available this week, will be available in week 6, but Gladiator's Medallion has been removed. What does this change for our meta? Do we have layered CC? Doa, you and I casted actually some grassroots games this past week through NGS.
Yeah.
And we were watching one of the teams, Team Happy Cloud, just picking up these layered CCs. If someone misses their initial, there's a secondary to come through and they find this lockdown. And that's the big outlier for me right now. Going into weeks 5, 6, and 7, what does this Gladiator's Medallion meta change? Because that's a big thing.
I got one word for you. Bahamut, May.
Yes.
That's right. That's it. That's all I'm going to say for now. May. On light of that, we still, as we move into this post-medallion world in Heroes of the Storm, we still have some great plays from the previous medallion world of Heroes of the Storm. So let's take a look at that. It's going to be, as always, the clean plays of the week presented by Buchanan. Ikwaza moving a little bit aggressively. They're getting bubbled up. Oh, wow. Nice tongue drag onto X-Ray. They're going to burst him down. Are they going to get the kill? He's so low. It seems like it's inevitable. Finally gets bursted down from Crowd on the run, though. Valkyrie from Dino doesn't connect, doesn't get the kill for that Cassia. And now Yasuo backs up. Give this Crummy a little more speed to get back to the action. There was a death with the Varian as well. Now the Hanzo out. And so despite the early kind of losses for Granit Gaming, they might end up being a little bit ahead in this fight if they can keep Nick alive. The Tychus, oh no, Lauer comes in and just shield glares him to death.
The goggles do nothing.
Pointer in your eyes, man, and another kill. Wait, so that's a big win they've gotten out of all this. Oh, they haven't taken it quite yet. Double Celestial Charge though. And Wit goes down. There goes the Tracer. Mostly not going to last through this fight. Now Wit's going to get taken out as well. So big win for 30K. Turning this one around. This is action-packed. Goodbye, Collusion. And Cure says, I want to die too. It's time to walk into the enemy team. Get silenced by the lurking arm, and he is going to fall as well.
Lucio for Abathur. Hyde is on Madara in the top lane.
Oh, wow, you're right. Madaruccia has bit off a little bit more than he could chew with Hyde tracking him down. Oh, that fourth, though, doing a lot of damage. Does Hyde go back in? Oh, no, Hyde! What have you done? You're the one who's bit off a bit more than he could choose. Micro Missiles misses, though. The Micro Missiles missed. Ultralisk, though, he's going to claim the Abathurs for himself. It looks like, yeah, he will get the kill. Nasmus there for a bit of revenge. Easy pick up there. What's going on in this game right now? Meanwhile, Maiev did die as well. Yeah. Oh, a couple losses and what? All right, so that Oxygen Sidestep Kings match got a little bit silly for part of that there. We had like the Grand Abathur Chase 2020 at the end of that one. That was fun, but I'm looking forward to seeing both those teams play again this weekend. But before we move on, we also have to thank our other sponsor, Roll20, of course. You know, we live in a pandemic world right now, unfortunately, and that means we can't get together around the table and roll dice like we used to. But luckily, Roll20 is there to provide a lot of great tools to be able to do the same great tabletop RPG and other things that you enjoy virtually. So we love them. I love them personally. Go check them out. And thanks to them for being a title sponsor here on HeroesCCL. Happy to work with them. So in light of that, guys, it's time to move on to today's matches. And I'm psyched because we've got, normally we've got good matches every weekend, but I'm very excited about today's matches in particular. 30K with Fury now, keep in mind, versus WildHeart. And then we have Oxygen Esports taking on a Granit Gaming that at their peak seems like they could theoretically take a win here. And again, I preface that with at their peak because they do seem to have some very high highs, but also some very high lows. But let's get into our first best of five. First, the 30K roster now with Fury. Grubby, what do you think about the squad?
Yeah, the squad changed a little bit, right? They went through that phase where they had Masquerade as a tank, then they had both, and now only Fury, as we have a roster change that we can talk a little bit more about later. But this is a very powerful roster. We're also introduced with Ty and Azerite. So, yeah, I mean, Ty was there. Azerite is a new player as well. And very strong, just a very strong team of individually skilled players, but also fantastic team players. And 30K bounced back from a 1-2. They're now at 2-2, and they're looking to extend that to a 3-2. I saw on Twitter from them, of course.
Obviously, they want to. Now, Bahamut,
Yeah.
they're going to have to go up against WildHeart Esports and Pit Kids crazy drafting. Like, do you think they're prepared?
I would say, yeah. The thing is, BBJ is the outlier in all of this to me, and they have been practicing so many different supports in preparation for this no medallion type era. And I think the big thing that to note here is, and maybe I'm giving some things away here. BBJ thinks that WildHeart is going to be 50-50 on this. They're either going to be super on point with understanding the new meta and the new draft with Pit Kid, or they're just going to be massively off because they like to play this odd meta per se. So either way, we're in for a doozy of a first best of 5.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the first map we're going to go to here. But just going off of your point, as we see, it's going to be Tomb of the Spider Queen. It is a different game today. Not having Medallion, not having that get out of jail free card every 5 minutes changes the game fundamentally. And it was put in there largely because the meta was so oriented around hard CC. Grubby, are you kind of worried about it going back that direction now?
It definitely could. It's actually difficult, even for me that lived through the pre-medallion stage, to exactly gauge, though, how it is going to change things. Because even during the medallion meta, we still saw Polymorph Brightwing. We still saw a Nubarak, who do rely on stuns to be effective to a degree.
Yeah, sure.
So it's difficult to see, are we like going to see more stuns, or are the ones that we have just going to be more effective?
Well, here we go into picks and bans for the first map of the day, Tomb of the Spider Queen. As we mentioned earlier, of course, it's going to be WildHeart, or 30k rather, on the left, WildHeart on the right. Wait for the players to make those first bans, or wait for the players to get in the lobby, I suppose, to begin with. There we go.
For anyone who's wondering really quickly, I just want to catch you up onto this. WildHeart won the coin flipped, opting for first pick priority for this game. They banned out Dragonshire, and the members of 30k banned out Garden of Terror. So no Garden of Terror shenanigans coming out from WildHeart, because I feel like that is a bit of a target ban towards them. I think that map plays really well to the chaos that they like to ensue. But we're here on Tomb of Spider Queen, rotation heavy base map with some really good like 1v1s. Is there anything to be said about Hazuab's Junkrat here? Is there anything to be worried about from the side of 30k, or not 30k, excuse me, WildHeart, if they go into this Deathwing Leoric composition like they really like to do? It's an exciting time because, well, we're talking about a completely new drafting style for most of these teams. Rhaegar, who was previously never cared for, in my opinion, is probably going to be a little bit more prioritized. Cleanse is a big factor now, and I think teams need to make sure they consider that in their drafts.
We already see the Uther ban too, which is something that we saw, usually in the later stages of the bans, but not a first ban often. Grubby, what do you think about Pix ban so far?
Yeah, it seems to lean heavily into the knowledge that 30k has of WildHeart, banning Uther, which has been a popular double support / main tank for WildHeart. For the rest, we see the usual suspects without too much surprise. You guys also mentioned that Leoric Deathwing is a play for WildHeart. It has also been for 30k. And here's another cool one. 30k has been starting to run a lot of Rexar in their 4-man. Hazuop's played it on several maps.
Yeah.
And it's actually WildHeart that did their research, that are taking it in that first slot on the right side. And that's a pretty cool deny pick, because 30k may have expected to get it again.
I wonder if 30k actually started this ball rolling with the Rexar pick in those 4-man rotations, because no joke, I was actually jumping around different Heroes of the Storm streams last night, and Lutano was playing Rexar in the 4-man, running it around and in Storm League, and so I'm just like, I wonder, is this something that 30k might have started last week? Either
Probably.
way, they're going to grab themselves a Joanna, which is great for the rotations, and Deathwing into the solo lane. I think they're not expecting there to be a Leoric or something into that Deathwing. I think they're expecting the Rexar. So I like this matchup so far for the potential solo lane, but we'll see. I mean,
really, I think 30k has to ban Leoric now with
I think so
Johanna
too.
and Deathwing.
Yeah.
It seems right. You don't want to get trapped in that Entomb with all the damage, especially without the medallion. There's no way to get out of it. What's the other ban going to be first, though? Anduin, yeah, that's true. That's true. You can.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I suppose that is true.
He is. There was actually a wonderful thread posted on Reddit that I was reading through, and someone actually went through and listed the top 3 CCL, compositions that were put together, and what are some of the counters, and that was a beautiful way that they actually broke it down of how to play it, how to basically counter it, and what also benefits it. So just really cool things if you caught that on Reddit itself. But the orc ban, as you were noting beforehand, it's really strong for the side of WildHeart, as they're going to grab a Zagara and a Gul'dan.
Okay, wow. Gul'dan Zagara. All right, so a little bit of zone control, a little bit of a bit of damage coming out of the Gul'dan. Interesting. I don't know if have we seen a Gul'dan on Tomb of the Spider Queen yet? We've seen it on other maps, but I don't think we've seen it on
2 Guldans or so, I think. There was one player that played it a lot, and it was probably on Infernal, but not on Tomb.
Yeah, not on Tomb.
Yeah.
So you take double sustained range damage dealers that don't have hard CC, and a non-medallion meta. It's a very interesting pick here.
Anduin coming in, not really in the way we mentioned earlier, but still a solid support pick, regardless. And a good way to get people off of that Stukov's lurking arm, too.
I'll be honest, I'm really confused by WildHeart's direction on this one. It's like it's a lot of macro play, but your team fight feels lacking here. Like there are some things in there, but
what? Okay.
I'm really confused. I don't know how I feel about this, Grubby. I'll be honest. Like
this is worse than most Storm League drafts, which makes it either.
Wow, that is a statement.
Well, that makes it either better than the other team, because in Storm League, meme drafts always win. You know?
True,
they have
actually,
nothing to lose. They play without any caution.
All right, well, that is the draft and a half, or half a draft if you're Grubby. I'm going to banish myself to the Phantom Zone now. I am over to the host role. Bahamut is our new permanent play-by-play guy. So you and Grubby, as we go into the game, give me your breakdowns. Who won the draft? Who lost the draft? Have a great time.
I personally, I'm actually going to lean into WildHeart in this. Like the longer I stare at it, I wonder if they're actually considering the factor of, let's just out-rotate them. Like, yes, Joanna has grouping. Yes, Deathwing can wave clear. Tychus is kind of doing okay. Diva's okay as well. But, like, I think they lack in the realm of wave clear. So I think WildHeart kind of wins this one, potentially.
Well, some part of me, Bahamut, is just wondering whether you see someone do something crazy, like they jump up on the dancing block in the club, in the nightclub, and they put their underwear on their head, and you're like, there might be something to it, because why would he do that if there wasn't something of merit?
Sounds like he speaks from experience.
Well, let's get into this Tomb of the Spider Queen game, as we have the members of 30K on the left-hand side, BBJ on the Anduin, Hazuab's on the Tychus, Ty on that Deathwing, Fury on the Joanna, and Liam on the Diva. On the right-hand side, we got our WildHeart underwear-wearing members. We got Zergling on that Rexar, Unaverted on the Gul'dan, Funds on the Zagara, Pitkit on the Tyrael, and Buds on the Stukov. As we get into mid-lane, Grubby, what are your thoughts, and who maybe won out on this draft?
It feels like such a anti-synchrony between Tyrael and 2 sustained backline damage dealers. Tyrael with his Sanctification usually empowers bursty glass cannon melee assassins. Their melee helps them to benefit from all of Tyrael's benefits, and the range that Zagara and Gul'dan like to have do not seem to pair up with that. However, he is powerful anti-wave clear. Him shielding waves, and then his amazing backline sustained damage dealers will do a big pressure on the waves, just like you said. Rotational power, massive amounts of sustained damage and wave clear while making 30k clear slower should give WildHeart the ability to out-rotate, to interrupt payments of the gems, to take more camps, and so on and so forth. Is it going to be good enough for the team fight? Well, we do have Stukov Silence and Horrify Gul'dan Silence and Devouring Maul. So there are tools for WildHeart to control the game, but it's not how we usually see drafts. And maybe it is true. Maybe there is merit in wearing your underwear on your head. We will see. On 30k side, they have a more traditional draft, right? A little bit less to be said about it. What?
I was looking at the level 1 for Tyrael. Justice for All. Increase the shield applied to allies' righteousness to 75%. And I keep seeing Pitkid's not using this for the team. They're using this for the minion wave. They go into the minion wave, and when they go to try and clear with any sort of AoE ability, they're slowing that clear down. And I think that's a little bit of this Tyrael is... Yes, it's a tank, but I think they're also utilizing this as a support tank. This is interesting from WildHeart as we're kind of seeing this develop, but maybe I'm jumping ahead on my thoughts on that one. As this
it's 100% true. you're hitting the nail on the head because Bahamut, Tyrael, like, okay, you can do more and more wave on a minion wave, but you can only put in so much minion wave damage. For example, the ranged minion in any wave right now has 666 life. Once you do 666 damage, that's it. Like, there's no point doing 1200 damage. So should you have 4 ranged wave clearers clear the same wave? No, there's no point. The only way you can get even more speed advantage in clearing your wave is to shield your allies. Tyrael is the only one that does that. D.Va actually reduces enemy damage through defensive matrix, so that would be another way. But there are very few limited tools to make an enemy clear a minion wave slower, and Tyrael does that. And therein, like you're saying, lies the true synergy for WildHeart. It has already netted them 1 tower and a gate in the top lane.
It's so well played. Like, I'm blown away by this. The other thing to note too is we have, and maybe I'll be a little focused on the Tyrael. We have that stalwart angels for the Tyrael at 4 to allow them to have a little bit of armor when they use their Aldruin's Might, and that gives them that more harassment ability through just their baseline tools. As we're seeing that shielding come through, I'm patiently waiting for our first fight of this game, but I don't think the members of WildHeart were really looking for a fight. I think they're gonna just keep playing the map and look for maybe back-to-back turn-in potential.
That's right. They don't want to fight until level 10, where they get horrified to control it, trying to isolate someone and pick them off. They're not traditionally good at a fight. A Storm League team may not also know how to utilize a composition like this to see their strengths. But the number one thing you want to do every time where there's any draft is to ask yourself, what is the goal of this draft? That is the mystery, and that is the one that has to be solved. And 30K is undoubtedly aware of that. And they are the ones that have got a turn in first.
Kid looking for their 22 in will be interrupted by the Divine Star from BBJ, as they're going to continue the Shield Glare from Fury as well. And there's going to be the Lava Burst from Ty. They are not allowing this turn in to happen. And I wonder if they try and sneak it in. As I'm actually watching Minimap, we're going to see Rexxar kind of holding that bottom lane against the D.Va, not allowing them to turn that lower portion. So it's a lot of great map control from both sides of these teams, as we are on this Tomb of Spider Queen first map in our best of 5.
Yeah, we have Rexxar turning in his gems, so we're neck and neck Bahamut in the race of the gems. All the camps have been taken, and in fact 30K took a little bit more in that siege camp. Evaluating the structural damage, there's a lead for WildHeart. They have down 1.5 gates, and that may come into play if they can get a turn in, but that is far from determined yet.
Fury got a few gems in right there, as they sit at 39 out of the 50. 3 more are necessary for WildHeart. And both teams, they're still building up a lot here, as Zergling is going to get chunked a bit by Hazuabs in this bottom lane. It's 8 up on both sides, and really no notable questy talents have been finished. Gul'dan with the echoes. Oh my god, the leap of faith is too late, and that'll be first blood to WildHeart as they catch the pilot D.Va out of position.
Is that first blood or first half blood? Like, it's not a full... Oh, no. Yeah, it is a full kill. Of course. It's the pilot. Yeah, they got the interrupt on him trying to turn on the mech. He was trying to dodge any kind of interrupt, but Rexxar came in with the stun. And that gives WildHeart the turn in as well.
They're going to look at this... Oh, not this Gul'dan. Gul'dan's going to be dumping damage into this Deathwing. There we go. Really quickly, as the Web Weavers are descending, for anyone listening, we do have 25 out of the 40 for the Echo the Elements on said Gul'dan, and 9 out of the 25 Hunter-Gatherer for that Rexxar, and 1 on the Bile Drop for that Zagara out of the 12 necessary. No hit on the Subdue yet for the Joanna. But right now, Grubby, we have a little bit of an experience advantage for WildHeart. Do they play this aggressive, or do they just look for a little bit of softening of these front gates?
So far, softening is the plan. They split 1-3-1 to apply pressure where needed, but not to go fully all in yet. They still are lacking the full absolute killing powers as well, or so you would think. Pitkid thinks differently. He's jumping in on BBJ. It's him that actually goes down. He nearly got BBJ, who dropped to 200 life, but he's gonna take fire from the fort. Small misjudgment or a good defense by 30K.
They find the counter kill in the D.Va. Boars go out from the Rexxar. They actually have Fury dropping back in the Mr. President, let me protect you, and they actually get the counter kill into Rexxar. That was beautifully played. Light Bomb, falling sword. They find that initial. There's the drop down, and another kill for the side of 30K as they're looking at funds, but the Devouring Maul will slow things down. Nice stun coming out from Kai, and Buds is actually going to make it away. I think, was that Bellowing Roar that I just saw?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Actually, well, no, it's 18 seconds ago by now, so I don't think it was.
That's.
Oh, he changed Destroyer Worldbreaker for him, is what he just did, that roar that you saw.
Okay, then either way. Wow. But with that though, Grubby, they're going to be able to find a turn on the side of 30k, and that's a massive turnaround kill for them, experience-wise and everything.
Bahamut, let's rewind for a bit. What happened there? Tyrael, Pitkit, he jumped in, tried to kill Anduin, didn't work, died. Then Zergling on Rexxar kind of did the same thing, right? He had the long distance chase past the fort that was still intact and firing at him, and also died after failing to get a kill. 3 very low 30k members. 30k baited them with low health, turned around, was in full charge of their faculties, and got 2 turnaround kills. And that's where WildHeart lost a bit of value in their push, and lost this second Web Weaver push, where 30k is now pushing in hard.
We do have the majority of our heroics off cooldown for both sides. Both of the abilities for Deathwing as well. Cataclysm and the Bellowing Roar for anyone wondering. Liam coming in from bottom lane as that's managed by Rexxar. We see that there's a half a level lead for 30k, but the members of WildHeart are going to defend against this Web Weaver phase really well. The question now is, can 30k get the back-to-back? Light Bomb, Falling Sword, looking at the Rexxar. Can they find the kill in them, circling low? They do find the Bear and the Rexxar together.
Man, the engage range for Falling Sword Light Bomb is pretty crazy. And while we have seen that before in CCL, this combination, I haven't seen it this often, this frequently, to be used to pick off people. And of course it got stopped by Devouring Maw earlier on, but they keep making these plays basically out of the fog of war. Suddenly there's an invisible flying unstoppable Johanna on top of you that's gonna stun you with Light Bomb. And they're getting kills with that. 30k with very good support plus tank synergy between BBJ and Fury. And they're getting those kills.
Third Web Weaver phase of the game, second one for the side of 30k coming through, as they've also got a half a level lead with that. It'll be 13 talent here. I'm watching the Tychus and the Deathwing just to see, we are going to be seeing that Molten Breath build, so I'm assuming it'll be the Conflagration, I believe is the way you say that one, at level 16, which is really going to give that melting power to the Deathwing. And I think WildHeart just plays this as safe as they can. They turtle up by their forts and hopefully don't lose one. Falling Sword, Light Bomb onto Unaverted. They're looking for the damage. Devouring Maw will block them. Divine, that's going to be the Sanctification to slow things down. D.Va drops the Mecha Explosion onto quite a few, but it won't find a kill, mostly zoning them back and dealing some significant damage.
Yeah, good retreat there, coordinated by WildHeart, but the question remains, can they play it safe? Because basically anytime they are in range to deal any kind of damage, they're also in range of Falling Sword and Light Bomb combination. However, it was used and it was successfully defended by WildHeart, but how do they turn this around? It almost seems like WildHeart is waiting like a fisherman on the dock and is waiting for a fish to walk into their bait and into their net. I don't know that they can actually dive in there and go spear fishing, because 30k seems to be the one that can initiate, and WildHeart seems to wholly rely on counterattack and waiting for a mistake. And this might be it! Horrify on Janna! But the pullback by BBJ, very fast.
Just great timing coming out from BBJ on the Leap of Faith, that cleanse onto them. Pit Kid did pick up the Holy Ground at level 13 right there, and they're going to be able to kind of block people with that one. We'll see what utility they're able to provide with that. Liam will get their turn in towards the bottom of the map. We see quite a few of 30k getting some gems in. Not availability for turn in, but still going to have half of what they need already in the bank, which is great.
Exactly. Now we have 30k with the vision on the boss with the map control. If we look at WildHeart Esports' vision, they actually don't know where anyone is for 30k right now. They only see Deathwing, and the other 4 members are hidden. So they just have to play very, very safe. They're not even down on talents, and still they don't feel like they can aggressively engage, because that's not how their composition functions. They're supposed to out-rotate, out-pressure, out-minion push, out-vision with the creep tumors. When you don't have that as this comp, what do you really have?
Wave clear?
Yeah.
You got really good wave clear
per lane. But you gotta wait for an opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't think that they can actively create it.
I agree with you, and there's something big what you said there with the creep tumors from Zagara as well. Denying this vision to WildHeart is really just countering everything that they've kind of put together for this. It's wave clear, rotations, vision. They want to literally control and see this entire map, but 30k sees what they're trying to do and is constantly denying it, whether it be Tychus grenades to reveal these creep tumors, or Deathwing just using base abilities. There's a lot of tools that they've used so far. I mean, Fury, we just saw. Actually, to note, also Fury did go into Holy Fury at level 13, and that's allowing them to not have to use some abilities to reveal these creep tumors. I mean, look at Tychus right now. They're focusing onto the tower, but they know they're going to get a creep tumor too. It's little things like that that are making big differences for 30K in this game number 1.
Yes, definitely, that's true. Clearing that creep, that vision, that's a large part of her kit, allows you to jump up and surprise the opponent more. Definitely agree there. They're gonna push in hard now with the Web Weavers. 5 mid, the Web Weavers in front of a keep. They kill the bear, Misha. They're gonna go for the keep. The other Web Weavers are completely undefended.
Bottom and top are pushing in, but they really want this mid lane keep. Half of the Web Weaver's health is still available. Liam boosting around to poke and harass, as they don't have 16 talent here either on the side of WildHeart. Mid lane cleared out with half the keep health available, with top and bottom still being threatened. 30K says we should be able to get the free keep through mid, and they're stepping in for it.
It looks like they will get that keep. The other 2 keeps will be defended, but that's catapult pressure and a lot of vision for 30K in the mid lane. And it's going to be tough for WildHeart to find an opportunity to go somewhere. They do have Holy Ground. They now get their level 16s. That means the Hunter Killer, the Hydralisk, now has percentage damage. Ruinous Affliction finally ties together Gul'dan's burst damage that he is mostly lacking up until that moment. And then we have Horadric Reforging, which allows Tyrael to jump in and out to try and bait cooldowns and get vision. The tools are here, but can WildHeart manipulate their coordination to do a kill move?
This 16 needs to be the turning point for the side of WildHeart. I agree with you on that. Also to note, since they got that mid lane keep, there's going to be consistent catapult pressure moving through mid lane in favor for 30K, with no counter catapult pressure whatsoever coming out from WildHeart's side, as that mid lane fort sits at a sliver of health. There's a fight that's starting to break out over this campus. That's definitely going to pop the Bellowing Roar, forcing a lot of people into that pool. There's going to be the Boars Unleashed from Rexar. A lot of buttons pressed, abilities used, but we see a disengage, and I think, I'm just looking through the talents, really, I mean, they got Boars and from the side of WildHeart, and they got Bellowing Roar from Deathwing. One ability for one ability.
Yeah, did they get Bellowing Roar?
So Bellowing Roar is actually slightly above the Cataclysm. Yeah, it's all kind of like stuck together up there.
Yeah, so they still have Cataclysm, but no Bellowing Roar. Okay, got it. And Tyrael, he has Holy Ground to try and catch a Deathwing, but with Cataclysm, Deathwing can get away, of course, anytime. And it just continues. WildHeart completely subdued into passivity. They've got the gems, but no means to pay it. Lightning Bomb, Falling Sword to get a triple stun.
Cataclysm coming through on top of a lot of players, devouring Maw onto the left-hand side of our fight. That's going to be Liam dropping the Mecha Explosion. Pilot Diva trying to control this Zagara. Horrify comes out from Unaverted, not able to set anything up. Funds is going to go down to the damage out from the enemy side, as that will be a Sanctification, but I think that's more of a disengaged Sanctification than anything. And with 1 kill into the Zagara, 30K is going to look for boss.
That Sanct feel late. Zagara was getting toasted like a hot bun in the oven, and Tyrael was like, "We cool?" And she's like, "No!" He's like, "Oh, let me turn on. Oh, it's too late."
Sanctification used right here to block Liam from potentially getting this harassment onto the turn, and you see Fury with the shield glare as well. Buds is just trying to get this chunk of change turned in, and Liam's like, no, and Fury's doing the same thing. I'm watching minimap right now. Tyrael's going up into top lane. Are they going to try and make a boss? Okay, I was about to say, you don't have Sanctification. You can't do it, bud.
Yeah, you can try the Holy Ground, but really, like a Holy Ground vanilla steal without anything to protect, it's unlikely. Caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Don't want to give it, can't steal it away.
Yeah. I think if Tyrael went in, you could have potentially stolen it away, but I think Tyrael dies. In that situation, I think Tyrael dies, and I think Pit Kid realized that. So Falling Sword coming in, that's going to connect onto Pit Kid. Top lane keep will go down. 20 talent here for the side of 30Ks. They step in towards core with boss. Maybe not, as they start to actually double back. I thought they were going to walk forward. No, they're looking to end here, Grubby.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they can. They need a follow-up kill. Light pressure, see if you get a kill. If you do, you stay. If not, you leave. You still got the keep. Didn't really pressure. Oh, another Falling Sword! That's a huge one! 5 people Falling Sword with the Bellowing Roar follow-up. Deathwing is going ham with the flames. Diva does drop low. There's a lot of corruption damage, but Gul'dan goes down. So does Deathwing, though, 1 for 1.
D.Va in that pilot form still. I don't think she was able to get her mech back down. Gonna have that big shot out. Halfway through that, as we also have the Commandeer Odin from Hazuabs. Still gonna be, I believe that should actually fall soon. And they do have that big red button value, almost getting the kill onto Stukov earlier. But this is Pit Kid and friends. They're looking to chase this. I think they need to manage their bottom and mid.
Yeah, you're right. The bottom lane is going to do another, I don't know, 20% damage on the keep. It also represents a lot of gems, though there is no real lack of gems for WildHeart. But they want their level 20s, and they've got a window to do so. 30k can't pay yet. Boss is already taken. So this is a situation where WildHeart can only win if they get 2 consecutive team wipes. The first one earns you the right to depressurize your lanes. You take away 3 forts, and then you need it again. So can they do that with the following things, Bahamut? Beastmaster, he gets kill command, a root, and extra damage. Gul'dan gets potentially the super horrified that makes people lose armor as well. Yep. Zagara gets Tyrant Maul, which allows many devouring mauls that also deal more damage if takedowns happen on either side. Tyrion, the Holy Arena, that allows his allies in the Sank to do more damage. And Stukov, I don't think his level 20 really matters, so let's not talk about it. Are those tools, if the Horrify is huge, maybe.
I think there is something to be said about the cooldown reduction value, at least at level 20 for the massive shove. But I do agree, it's a very minor upgrade, because if you do get the duration or the distance onto someone, that cooldown reduction is massive in my opinion. But regardless, this is just going to be we're arguing little bits and pieces on this. It's 20s up on both sides. We have 126 gems for WildHeart sitting in their pockets. They've got 42 out of the 55 necessary to turn in, as the bile drop is completed by Zagara right there. Every questing talent outside of Subdue for the Joanna has been finished, but Commandeer Odin comes down. This is 30k looking to take a 3rd keep.
Yeah, big red button certainly could. 700 damage per nuclear missile that lands.
They're going to constantly dump these out here. Misha Bear needs to make sure they don't get hit by those sitting around half health. They do have that Hunter-Gatherer armor. They're going to get that mending from Rexar as the top lane gets cleared by the Tyrael. Kill command went out, but I think it was zoning more than anything else.
Yeah, makes people disengage. Every time a kill command lands, 30k disengages a bit. Now they're up 1 cooldown. And we did have to turn in. I actually didn't see who paid. Might have been Zagara, might have been Tyrael, not sure. But the payment did happen. They were 42 out of 55, so only 13 were needed. WildHeart gets that, and that's going to earn them a little bit of a deep push. But we're so far away still from the WildHeart victory. They would need a 4-man wipe while losing no one to finish. Even if they go 5 versus 3, they kill 2, that's still not enough to finish. So WildHeart is quite a whiles away. 30k is looking to keep their lead. Yeah,
that was the
business.
But here's the thing. I think it was honestly to pull the Feign Death out of the Rexar. That's all it was, because Falling Sword has the Heaven's Fury cooldown. It was a 15-second cooldown, and they didn't use Light Bomb. It was all a bait. It was all a Lobber bait, essentially. I mean, Lobber was doing this last week with the White Mane and the Chromie to bait out either the Scarlet Aegis from White Mane at level 20, or to bait out the Time Stop from Chromie. So really, really well played from 30k here, and they're sitting on all their heroics now that Commandeer Odin's off cooldown.
Yeah, I remember that. Lauber against the Chromie timeout, who used that and was then able to be caught by something else. So Falling Sword is already back. Light Bomb never used. Gonna look for that next engagement. These Hydras do a lot of damage. Those are giant killer roaches and Hydras.
Well, unfortunately, Misha's going to get picked up right there, so we'll see the bareback in a little bit. Is there anything to be, like, losing Misha here when you have the push, I'm assuming you're one, or I don't honestly, off the top of my head, know what the death timer of Misha is right now.
40 seconds.
Is it? Let me see if I can check.
It's back in 4. It's back in 4.
Oh, wow, okay, so it's really, really short. So, okay, my point is moot on that one, because I was worried, like, Misha's a lot of CC and setup, especially for WildHeart right now.
No, for real, it's very important. But besides the fact that it's only like 40 seconds, I think maybe it's 2/3 of a hero, it also spawns on location. And that's huge. That's 30 seconds, that's travel time. We have back-to-back Web Weavers here for WildHeart. We do have a Dragon and potentially an Odin to defend this. The Web Weaver bottom arrives too late to care about. Mid does do damage, which has Liam on D.Va trying to defend it. The big story here is that top lane.
WildHeart respecting the enemy team, gonna step in with Misha, finds the charge onto Tychus. Hazuabs is gonna get low, but still has the healing from BBJ to be fine, and they're gonna disengage through top. I'm gonna quickly here just look myself. Castermath, I believe actually WildHeart has another turn-in, and if I'm not mistaken, 30k is not far off. If not, they actually have a turn-in availability as well. Ooh.
By the way, it's Demonic Circle Gul'dan. He didn't go for the Haunt Horrify upgrade. They're gonna go straight for the boss. They have Holy Ground.
Devouring Maw, they've got a lot of tools here, Grubby, but they see the enemy team coming in, and they're gonna actually disengage for now.
Yeah, if they got 5 seconds more, they would be done. But that was just a little bit too harrowing, fighting a boss that's 90% life, despite all those tools.
Pit Kid and friends trying to turn in here.
WildHeart cannot afford to group up against the Falling Sword possibility. They cannot go in that choke of that Web Weaver pay point.
They can try and split the enemy team, but I don't think that's the game plan. Liam does have Mecha Explosion, Falling Sword, Light Bomb comes through, Cataclysm on top of quite a few players. Pit Kid just trying to get to the friendly team as the Bellerin War comes out. Gul'dan is going to actually, Stukov's going to heal. The little bit of health with the massive shove is going to save them as they get away from this. Nobody going down except for the Misha Bear. That's Buds, you should have died 2 times over, Bud.
That was very well orchestrated by WildHeart. Gul'dan used Demonic Circle to dodge Falling Sword, which I get it now, man. And then the push against the D.Va mech, really cool by Buds as well. He's still low though, a little bit low. And there's 50 gems in the bank by 30k, but that was a good disengage by WildHeart. Light Bomb is available again though, so is Falling Sword.
D.Va's just going to pop those micro missiles to slow people down. Zergling getting low to half health. The sustained fight continues. Falling Sword. There's the feigned death, but no Light Bomb. There's actually going to be the Light Bomb coming out now. As Fury's on top of them, they find the Rexar. Bud's trying to get out of here a second time, healing everyone up, and will be able to do so, but that was a wonderful pick on the Rexar from 30k.
It really was. I love how they're playing with the timing of the Light Bomb. Sometimes they cast it immediately, sometimes they delay it by 3 seconds. This time all the resources get used to dodge the Johanna Falling Sword, and then the Light Bomb. Now you no longer have Feign Death and so on and so forth. So very clever alternating play by 30k that allows them to fool WildHeart. And here's another Falling Sword, Buds! Eliminated.
They're gonna drop all their gems. The Devouring Maw's there, but that's also gonna block them, I think, from trying to get the gems. Okay, I think they managed to pick... No, I think they actually didn't get to pick up any of those gems. I think they were all late and they all disappeared. But right now we have catapults on core. We have a Falling Sword on to Pit Kid as they will go down. The Horrify almost saving them. They're going to try and get a cooldown reduction from their trait. 10% per hero hit with that death trait value. But catapults already chunking into this core. Grubby. This is looking like the members of 30k saw that the wave clear was the game plan for the side of WildHeart, and they just turned things around. They're going to take game number 1 in our first best of 5 of the day. GG's to 30k.
Wow, how about that? So, in the end, 30k able to take it back. And that was a pretty exciting game. I thought for a second there WildHeart was going to have a chance to turn it around. Like, we had about 20 minutes into that game where 30k had not yet lost a single fort, and WildHeart did make him work for it a little bit in the end. But Grubby, what do you think at the end of that game? Did it really seem to you like it was maybe going to turn around, or was it just kind of a lull in the inevitable win for 30k?
I think it was a lull. I think 30k allowed them their consecutive turn-ins while they planned for a turnaround point. I think they were just respecting, like, okay, if there was a turn-in, let's just play this calm. We've got the wave clear. We've proven it all game. And the last thing we want to do is to take a position, out of position fight. I think 30k understood the draft very well. They had the tools to deal with it. Good wave clear via Tychus, Deathwing, Johanna, and D.Va. So they're not weak against this draft. The draft may have worked if Tychus was a Li Ming, if D.Va was... I don't know, like a Thrall with less wave clear, but not in this game, not against the quality of team that 30k is here. And I think WildHeart, for the first time, they look a little bit too special, the draft.
All right, what do you think, Bahamut? Agree, disagree? Do you think WildHeart did they play themselves to a certain extent with that draft?
I gotta say, I think Grubby nailed it with this one. WildHeart, I think, tried to go a little bit on the wild side, and 30k was just like, we see what you're trying to do, and we've got the answer. The other thing I want to note here, and this is just from the casting perspective, and trust us, we are trying to get Discord to help us resolve some of these issues. If we could be in those comms, I'm sure the comms are insanely clear, because the ability for Fury to consistently just be like, I'm going to falling sword, and for BBJ to either hold Light Bomb till after the engagement or to use it for the engagement, that's clarity and intent coming out from Fury. So the comms have to be absolutely just so clear. And like, I really, really wish we could go back and hear 30K's comms during that game. I actually might watch back if someone live streams this from their side. I might go back just to listen to what they're saying, because this is a team that's firing on all cylinders, and they all know how to communicate so very well here. This is really well executed from them.
Like,
I'm gonna say,
as someone who's played a lot of Anduin lately too, the Light Bomb usage was definitely one of my favorite parts of that game. So good. Sorry, Grubby, what were you saying?
Really, no, I just wanted to say one point in defense of WildHeart, because
Sure.
they got the first turn in, they got the first tower, and that first turn in they kind of just mucked it up. This kind of composition is never allowed to fall behind. You see how it happens when it does. You lose all the map control, you lose the creep tumors, you lose your wave clear advantage. Diving with Tyrael and dying to Fort and to BBJ's Anduin, and then Rexar dive under the keep at the keep towers 1v3. Where he tanked like, I don't think 7 shots from the fort. Those 2 deaths cost them so much and basically condemned the game. Had that not, so we don't only need to look at the draft. That draft is meant to always be ahead. Waves always meant to be ahead at least a level, and they could have if they actually didn't do that dive. So it could be an execution mistake as much as an overarching too special draft.
I wonder if there's something to be said about, and I'm not saying this, that it's like, oh, the Zagara is the reason for the loss, but in the same way, like you were saying, if 30K drafted something different, do you think WildHeart, if they swapped out that Zagara for maybe like a Zool, or no, not a Zool, like let me think of someone who's actually got a little bit better of like a team fight, because that's what I'm considering here, but maybe like a Hanzo actually, or like a Raynor, or God, I'm blanking on hero names that I'm actually trying to think of, even like a melee hero like Alarak potentially. Do you think that would change anything in this game, or do you think the Zagara was still very necessary for the composition and the playstyle of WildHeart?
I think Hanzo is a comparable hero. I think it's a good comparison by you, because he offers vision, he offers wave clear once he has the storm bow. He's a little bit better at the team fight. The one thing maybe he doesn't have is the ability to save an ally from a falling sword, which they knew was becoming. Maul was kind of decent at that. On the other hand, he would be able to save himself with the jump away over a structure, and Zagara cannot save herself except with the creep movement speed, I suppose. So it is a mixed bag. Ultimately, they went with what they went with, and that was just map number 1. They also tried to run Rexar to take it away from Hazuops, and maybe circling didn't look as comfortable as he did on some other heroes.
That's true.
Well, let's take a look at map number 2 and see if they can use that to clean things up a little bit. We're going to go to Battlefield of Eternity. This one is going to be 30K's pick. So that would mean the first pick in the draft would end up going over to WildHeart, I believe. Bahamut, how do you think they can use it? How do you clean this up?
You're going to a map that's a lot smaller. The rotations aren't as big. I think you invest into the team fight. WildHeart is a strong team fighting team. We've seen that in previous weeks, but we all know that 30K is a very strong team to fight as well.
Right.
I think at this point, you maybe just try and look for your Achilles heel within 30K if you're on the side of WildHeart. If, let's say, BBJ picks up someone that isn't really, doesn't have a lot of mobility per se, like as a healer, or maybe they're playing a little too far forward, you try and punish that. I think you got to find the little windows for WildHeart going into this Battlefield game, because 30K is playing the exact same way. They're going to find these small misplays, and they're going to make them into massive changes and wins in their favor. But we get here into Battlefield of Eternity. What are your thoughts here, Grubby?
Well, they're giving first map pick away. I mean, first hero pick. So I think the 30K, they're gonna have to. Wait, WildHeart?
WildHeart wanted first pick, and 30K chose map.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Hanzo is of course one of the top picks here. I think WildHeart can. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what's gonna happen. We're in the new meta. Like,
there's nothing wrong with just waiting. That's the thing. Like, that's the thing coming into this is that like all the rules that we went by with the drafts in the previous weeks don't really apply here anymore. Like, taking away the medallion might seem like a small thing, but it's actually fundamentally changing the way the game is played on like a major level. Like that's a core game mechanic type thing that's been taken out almost, you know, having that ability to get out of crowd control like that. So yeah, I think a lot of the next couple weeks are going to be just kind of waiting and see how the drafts shake out. Hard to predict right now, but a lot of ranged DPS banned out so far. Leaves a lot of
no Medivh.
Yeah, wow.
Well, this is,
okay. Time to lock things down.
We're just speed running our draft right now, but I think WildHeart's really excited about this Medivh, and we've made jokes about this in previous weeks, and we actually haven't had a Medivh, I think, in honestly, it feels like 2 weeks at this point, but
it's been a while.
We were making jokes that I think it was actually like week 2 or 3. It was like there was a team that got Medivh, and Grubby, I think, and I were just joking like they got Medivh. It's kind of GG's in a sense. And dear Lord, they're playing this mega aggressive from WildHeart. They looked at that first game and they were like, okay, we had a lot of wave clear, but our team fight was lacking. Let's have a team fight comp this game around. And if I was looking on the side of 30K, if I don't plan to pick up the Greymane myself, because 30K has first pick after the second ban phase, I would consider the Greymane ban. It's a good dive buddy with Diablo. It's good race potential into the Immortal. It's got wave clear, camp clear. It checks all the boxes you need, and it chunks the ETC with Curse Bullet. But it's Diva.
It seems like that Stukov pick was just like a snap reaction to the Medivh too, but like, so, because obviously Stukov is great. You put the lurking arm onto the portal, but Grubby, like, do you feel like when you pick the Medivh, you kind of assume those other picks or those counter picks, quote unquote, are going to come through, and you have a plan for that?
Yeah, I think any team that plays Medivh is ready for any counter that is supposedly coming at Medivh. Because in the CCL, every counter failed so far. Medivh has pretty much always won, even against the most convoluted or logical counters. Malfaroots, Stukov Silence, pushback effects. We haven't really seen it yet for a team to deconstruct a Medivh composition. So we'll be curious to see if that's going to happen now. Gladiator's Medallion may have actually been an extra safety net for Medivh to secure his own or someone else's exit through a portal. Maybe that just thinks a bit.
There's something to be said about this Malfurion as well. You've got, on the side of WildHeart, so let's say ETC Urel want to control the portal. Well, if they want to power slide through it, if they want to Righteous Hammer, they want to stand around and use these abilities, Malfurion can throw a root out, and if they go into Strangling Vines at level 4, they can have healing reduction from that Stukov and make the team fight a little more difficult. Sustain damage and push with this, and push with the Sylvanas, as we have another Rexar for the side of WildHeart. But I think this Malfurion also, not only it pairs with the Medivh, but pairs with the Diablo. Diablo goes in, Shadow charges, overpowers, and you have a root underneath that. Rexar goes for the Misha Bear charge, so there's a root underneath that. So this is playing into the fact that, as you're saying, there's no more medallion, so there's no I can pop self cleanse and walk out. And speaking of cleanse, what's the cleanse for 30K right now?
Do you think the Rexar is a little bit of a takeaway from Hasuab's, by the way? He played so well on it last week. It might just be becoming more meta, like you guys were talking about earlier, but do you think it is maybe just a takeaway too? You don't want to ban it, but you at least want to take it away?
Very probably. Hasuab's used it twice to good effect, and Zergling now picks it twice. It feels like after that, everyone started playing Rexar, not just because Hasu did it, but also because Rexar has gotten better with Gladiator's Medallion being gone. The question is there enough race potential on the side of WildHeart to ever play the game in an even way? And it doesn't look like that's the case. I see Bahamut nodding no.
They want to do what my friend said always, and it's just, we want a team fight, we want to win the team fight, then we'll go race the Immortal when there's no one to race against.
Yeah, exactly. If there's no one to defend, then it's even easier to race, right? Well, I'm going to race to wherever it is I go during the game. Actually, I don't go anywhere. I just sit here and the webcam is on me and I take notes. That's what I do. But in the meantime, we're going to let you guys take it over. Grubby, Bahamut, give me your breakdowns, then enjoy the game.
All right, we go ahead and get on into this. On the left-hand side, we got 30K, who are up 1 in our best of 5 series. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to be seeing WildHeart trying to even up our score in said best of 5. Personally, Grubby, really quickly, before I throw it over to you, I'm leaning into WildHeart again. I think this dive composition is going to be fun. And you know what? I'll just say this. For the rest of the day, I'm leaning onto WildHeart. I'm going to pull what you did a couple weeks ago. I'm going to say WildHeart, they got all the rest of these games.
All right, I'm with you this time. I wasn't with you in the last map, but this time I do think so. I believe in Medivh religion. I'm religious when it comes to Medivh, and I do believe in the bird. They can even do like big Sylvanas attacks on towers and forts and then portal away. There's a lot of flexibility in how WildHeart plays the rotations, their attacks, and their retreats. And I believe 30k, though, they have a very solid draft and a better race. Some excellent players as well. Between Greymane and Tychus, Greymane and Tychus, they can win Immortal races anytime so fast if they're being left alone.
I love the spray. I'm sorry to detract from what you're just saying, but the spray with the Alarak with the two eyes watching is that's going to be Pit Kid diving onto Liam, but this is a Dauntless Liam. They're going to be absolutely fine as Yrel has that 35 armor per ability used. We actually saw a very common thing, especially up against a Sylvanas composition. You were noting it as well. There's no initial tower race that's coming out from WildHeart, and you could see that 30k was set up in the quote-unquote middle of the map to make that quick rotation if they were looking to cheese a tower or burn it down very quickly. That didn't come out because I think Fun scouted them out, and they were like, all right, they're not showing. They have to be waiting for that potential rotation. But right now, it is going to be the bottom lane camp potentially fought over. Fun still scouting out against Fury, who's looking to maybe power slide in.
Well, this is technically a double support comp by WildHeart, right? With Medivh. So you usually have the non-double support team. They don't want to take fights like that. And the sooner Storm League allies know that, the better it would be. As double support, especially with Force of Will, someone like Medivh can protect in such fights. You want to avoid fighting double support comps head-on as much as possible, because they're not going to die as easily, and they'll make you pay for it with your lost health and mana. Instead, they have Greymane and Yrel, 30k pushing top, getting an Impaler camp, and getting value in a different lane. 30k showing that they know how to approach this comp, and why wouldn't they? They have a very avid Medivh player themselves. They're experienced in the game. Does still mean that they're going to take a little bit of damage on their towers. And how is 30k doing in the top lane? Not much yet, but that still is supposed to happen.
It's going to be a trade onto those two camps. We're actually seeing Greymane, who rotated up there, but looking at the minimap right now, they're rotating down into the bottom. No, Hazuab's okay. I was watching Greymane on the minimap, like, are you coming in down here to take a fight, or are you just going to look for the camp? And it's going to be exactly that. They want this Fallen Shaman camp. You can see Sylvanas and Malfurion on the right-hand side going for their own. And we talk about this often, Grubby, but the big thing, and the reason these players are doing it, for anyone in chat who's like, why are you timing it out right here? Why are you holding it? You want to wait for that roughly 15-ish second area in the Immortal spawning counter, because if you get it into lane too quickly, the enemy solo laner or the enemy laner can just clear it before the Immortals spawn. You want to have it pop up into the lane as the Immortal phase is coming out as well, because now you have offset pressure, and this race is going to be a literal race to you either go for the Immortal or you lose your front gate of your tower or potentially a fort. But that's the setup for the lanes right now, if anyone's wondering. We are here in our first Immortal phase. Belith and Alarion are on battlefield.
Just like you said, Bahamut, 12 seconds seems to be the sweet spot. It's exactly when it arrives, when the Immortals are spawning. And both teams actually not willing to give that free value. They go for the Fallen Bruiser clear. That means it's a 4-on-4. 30k being a little bit aggressive, as you would expect since they're the racing team, and WildHeart defending. But defending is imperfect. Offense will always be stronger, just like in the hacking and anti-hacking world. First there's the offense, then there's the reactive defense. You cannot get ahead by defending on this map. You can just delay the inevitable. You can see that 30k is going to win that race every time, and it's up to WildHeart to try and get a kill outside of the objective phase or while defending their Immortal.
This also to note, this first phase is standard. You always have the north-south spawn, and then you have this east-west, but it's always going to be the race potential side. So Belith being the red one on the left so that the blue team can race it, and Alarion the blue being on the red side so they can race it. So that's the race potential side, if you're wondering what I mean by that one. I'm actually watching bottom lane as Greymane actually had to roll and disengage away from the rotation from Zergling in that bottom lane. Really, really good harassment coming out from Rexar, but this is the race coming out, and while it is an ETC just smacking, you have Tychus constantly dumping in the damage, and Unaverted is trying to race against this. I don't think it's going to work out for them, as there's a Fire Stomp in. Pit Kid trying to find the engagement here. Great route from Malfurion onto quite a few. Sylvanas gets the Haunting Wave in, but this is a very low Diablo power slide through from Fury. Pit Kid will go down first blood over to the side of 30k, and they're making this Medivh composition look a little weaker than expected.
Yeah, that was because 30k played this perfectly. They threatened a race on the red west side Immortal, And then they sent Yrel top, Greymane bot to instantly clear 2 lanes, gave them level 7 against 6.5, and forced WildHeart to engage the talent down. For a second I thought they could even do it. But did you see that massive force of will that Diablo cast on 4 people via his Medivh? There was no explosive barrier yet, not yet. That might have changed things, would have unloaded 600 damage or something to everyone around. 400 damage?
What is that right now?
Yeah, 520 damage. That might have just made the difference, but overall 30k is basically outplaying in this early game with their rotations. You had the very desperate, logical, standard 5-man defense by WildHeart, because that's what their comp is supposed to do, and 30k dodging it and going for the double lane clear.
Rexar is holding bottom lane, but watching minimap, we see Yrel come up here, power slide onto funds. There's going to be a haunting wave in onto this ETC, and they're going to be able to portal away. There's another portal out for unaverted as well. They disengage and they don't get the camp. This is just going to be a 5v4 in favor for 30k in this top lane. Doesn't seem like they continue the push. They're just going to rotate out and look for maybe Rexar in the rotation? No, just going to go for wave clear.
Yeah, and the other camp, I guess. Camps give a little bit of XP, right?
Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit, and they're taking them away from WildHeart. I was wondering if they were going to actually 5-man push into the fort, since it is so low already, but they're just kind of dodging the main fight. 30k is. They have a small XP lead, and they'd like to keep it that way.
I think it's off of what you noted earlier as well, Grubby. You're saying that 30k has to recognize that going into a double support composition team fight-wise is a little bit more difficult, and you're going to need more of a sustained fight. Through the Greymane and the Tychus, you can absolutely find that, but it's the healing from BBJ that might start to lack and fall behind, because you have cooldown reductions, and those are a bit of a worry in these situations. And they also, they're hitting this 10 talent tier first, so realistically, they don't have to force the fight. They're winning the map in a sense. They've got good control. And so as long as they play their game, 30k is in the driver's seat. But WildHeart, they're not far behind. They're going to hit their 10 talent tier as well. And we'll see what this sets up. I mean, Wailing Arrow with, you have Leyline Seal, you have Apocalypse from Diablo. There's a lot of big setup here. We'll see what happens as, we also have a Twilight Dream from that Malfurion. There's the Leyline Seal. It has to be Apocalypse. I don't think we get Lightning Breath.
Yeah. Apocalypse was not as good because of Medallion for a long time, but now it's going to be pretty bananas again. And this is going to be the key to victory, the key to Heaven's Gates for WildHeart, as they clear that Fallen Bruiser and now are very happy to take a fight. Medivh is looking for the ley line. He gets 2 members.
Apocalypse comes out. Moshpit's going to be interrupted by the Apocalypse. It's on a 10-second cooldown. We have Commandeer Odin out as well. Haunting Wave comes out from Sylvanas. But this is more of a disengage from 30k. I want to note too, Greymane went for go for the throat. No cursed bullet, so they're looking for this outplay. They're looking to dive in and really shred some of these members like Medivh. And also to note, Medivh at 37 stacks. If they want to reset this stacks, they gotta go in quick, but they don't want to overextend for it. That's kind of the, it's like a convection kill fast. You want to kill them before they finish it, but you don't want to overextend just for that potential kill to end up dying yourself. But we'll see what happens here, Grubby, as Immortals will swap.
Well, 30k spent almost no ults running away from that big combo, so they're in a great spot. They even still have Moshpit. Diablo does a lot of damage by a force of will, but he's going very low against the Tychus minigun.
There's actually Greymane who's getting low to Sylvanas on the left-hand side of our screen. Hazuabs with maybe an 1/8 of their health bar left. Belith over here on the bottom of our screen is getting a little bit low, but Alarian will be worked on by Sylvanas. Diablo tapping well as I'm checking minimap for all of this. Looks like we had the Greymane Hearth home really quickly, but the members of WildHeart looking to defend, and I think I'm with you on this, Grubby. As you said earlier, they gotta play it aggressive. They can't just be passive consistently. They gotta look for a fight.
Of course, they have Leyline again. Apocalypse in 3 seconds. Leyline could be cast anytime now, and Apocalypse will be ready on time if that's what he wants to go for. There's the Leyline. Medivh, can he stay alive? He does have his quest complete. Time to feed.
Time to feed indeed, as they'll go down. They don't get any sort of setup with the Apocalypse Leyline combo, and it felt a little rushed there. It felt like we have to use it because we're gonna die, and I think they could have held it regardless, but this will be 30k looking for the second Immortal of the game. Belith going down. Alarian will join them in bottom lane for some push.
Just really solid by 30k, the way they position. They made sure that Leyline Apocalypse is never an issue via Fury's tanking, Yrel's disruption, and the positioning for BBJ not getting caught in those kind of things. We have 2 combos down and not a successful one yet for WildHeart. They're now up against it. They do have the whole top wave crashing on the side of 30k, so a little bit of XP denial, a little bit of structural damage. But the big story here is this Immortal. How much ranged damage is there? Not a lot.
A massive shove onto Misha, who's going to go back, so no controller harassment out from them as the fort goes down for free in favor for 30k. We have WildHeart defending without 13, as you were noting. Commandeer Odin comes down for some wonderful siege value. Misha gets caught out in the bush on the top of our screen, and I think this is just to harass Liam to try and stop them from maybe looking for a flanker that jump over the wall. As this Immortal loses its shielding, moves into melee range, and is looking for a keep as Misha gets picked off.
Picked off again. Sylvanas trying to add as much damage as he can on the Immortal, but ETC is near and potentially threatening. Yrel pushes in Medivh. He uses Force of Will on himself. Portal to try and get away, but he gets bursted. Go for the throat. Medivh is down.
That's the go for the throat value Hazuops was looking for. There's going to be a Twilight Dream, but ETC power slides in, is like, cool, that didn't even touch me. I'm just going to go ahead and give you a one-man dance party. Sylvanas, you're going to be going back to the Shadowlands, whichever they're at. Anyways, that's going to be the Apocalypse out from Diablo, trying to turn it around once again, and it's not going to turn around quick enough. Also to note, Diablo's at 90 souls, so no revive coming out from them. And it seems like 30k does not want to end here. They'll back off and probably get a free fort on top, probably the camp as well.
Yeah, the death timers are so short. Every time you spend 5 to 10 seconds killing another hero, the others come back with 5 to 10 seconds, and they're already there. 14 against 13 means talent equality. So as it stands, 30k does farm a little bit of experience, and they get closer to level 16 on a map that really does only have the 2 lanes. And you cannot always soak those lanes if you have a bit of a push, because, well, let's say like bottom lane, right? 30k can't soak that very quickly. Hold that thought. We have a ley line scene into Entangle combination trying to get the Stuk off. Can they get the Stuk off? Yeah.
Just barely. Also, with that death, we're going to have Pitkid finishing out their souls. So now, yeah, that's actually kind of good because they just had a short death timer. Now they have their souls back, and this is kind of the spot you want to be in, because I feel like if they died just there, it would have been so moot because it's so early in the actual game that death timers are low, and what was it, like 20 seconds? So that's a 17-second deficit between the two. It's just little things like that I'm noticing that are making big differences for these teams. But WildHeart will look for this top lane fort. They do need to manage their bottom lane as I peek at minimap, and there's a camp coming through down there.
Yeah, double catapult, 3 Khazra impalers, and 1.5 minion wave is definitely enough to damage the core, but it's not enough to kill it. It may drop to 70, 80, 60%. WildHeart actually doesn't want to be disturbed by that. Because they have this small window where Stukov is not here yet, where Yrel is not here, they want to add as much damage as they can. But even under these circumstances, WildHeart cannot win the race, so they go for the fight. Leyline Seal is not available yet. 5 seconds, they do blow up! They blow up Tychus in Odin form with Apocalypse without the ley line. That's exactly what they need. Follow-up kills. Hazuops running away from danger as well. He cannot make it. His health drops to 0. And WildHeart now with the 5-3 lead. They do have 2 camps on their core. Who will defend this core? There's triple catapults and fallen bruiser, but WildHeart cannot afford to give up another immortal. They must continue the race, and Rexar is here to defend. So everything perfectly managed by WildHeart, getting kills, talents down, heroics down, and while being pressured, they managed to stay afloat for now and treading water.
My jaw is on my desk here, Grubby. I was looking at the top bar during that fight, and I was like, they're engaging, and this was just shy of 16 for the side of 30k when WildHeart went in for this, but 30k got 16 during this fight, and WildHeart was like, cool, let's keep fighting, team. And that was really well played for them to kind of split and pick them apart. The Medivh portal to chase into that Greymane was just beautifully put together by them, and this will be their first immortal of the game. Belith will move into bottom lane, and it's going to be a fairly well-shielded immortal 14 minutes into our game. This is actually everything WildHeart wants to... this is exactly where WildHeart wants this to be. This is the lane that is going to be the most pressured and the most nuisance for them, and they're going to start getting counter pressure here with this immortal. I'm ecstatic for this series here. Like, not because I called WildHeart, but because it's not just 30k pushing and running them down. WildHeart's showing life here and turning things around and adjusting their playstyle into 30k. Really good things coming out from both sides.
And this is a Sylvanas empowered Immortal, like you said, in lane that was most threatened against themselves. They don't have to split off, actually. Diablo and Medivh looking for a kill. Funds, where will he put that portal? When will Pitkit jump in? And they go in on Grey Mane. 30% of his damage. Misha gets attacked. Force of will keep the Misha alive for now.
Commandeer Odin is zoning them back. A lot of people grouped up. Apocalypse comes out from the Diablo. I think it connected onto one. That's a silence out from Fury, and they focus onto Fury and get the kill. Massive shove onto the Diablo, disengages, but that's an Ardent Defender from Yrel just in time. They lose the Misha Bear from the go for the throw from the Greymane. Overpower Shadow Charge onto Hazuabs, and they're able to roll away. There's a Leyline Seal onto one, and Liam doesn't get away. Sylvanas finds another arrow, and with 30 seconds on ETC and 45 on Yrel, WildHeart is wildly turning this into a potential win for themselves.
Yeah, with the kill with the kill on the two frontliners, there isn't enough to defend here. We've got damage but no control, and 30k looks like they're gonna lose this game. Wow, what a turnaround by WildHeart. Down 2 levels, down 2 forts, and they're finding all the important kills. GG.
Wow, that was something. I was not expecting that to actually turn around so quickly. Like it looked close. Do you think maybe 30k just pushed their advantage a little bit too much early on? Like they were to the core, but WildHeart seemed to really have the team fight. It seemed like Unaverted had a really big impact, in my opinion. But what do you guys think?
I think the early game was a bit of a struggle for WildHeart to find their footing here. That first game, I think, actually knocked them off of their mental, I'm trying to think, like, footing? That's not really the best thing, but I'm gonna move on from that. But it's just, it seems like WildHeart was struggling a little bit in that first game, and maybe that mentality coming into the second game affected them a little bit, because this was a dive composition. This was, we get in there and we blow you up, and they were struggling in the early game to do this. And I think at 10 talent tier, they started to find their stride. And also, I think losing bottom lane and losing consistent fights with their composition, it lit a fire underneath their butts. And they were like, we gotta go. We gotta make something happen. And that's when we started seeing these really, really good plays, these really, really good calls. I'm glad that we have ourselves a 1-1 series here for our first best of 5 of the day.
I think we were all going to be surprised if this ended up being one-sided. This is more like how it should be, right? But we got to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, game number 3 between 30k and WildHeart here on CCL, presented by Roll20. Don't go anywhere.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's Big Ass Beer Soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doa, Grubby, Bahamut here with you. And I wanted to say, I just put a tiny bit of eggnog in my coffee, and it's actually great. It's kind of like vanilla creamer with like a little bit of spiciness in it. I don't know. I never thought of it before. It was a spur of the moment thing. I did during the break, and I think it worked out better than I thought. My wife was horrified too. Don't worry, you're not alone. You're not alone, Bahamut. But we're back to the games. Grubby's just speechless. I don't know if this offends some sensibility you have over there or something like that, but like,
I'm just doing the socially accepted thing of shaking my head and rejecting everything I'm not familiar with. This is expected of me as a human, as a cultured human, is to deny everything I haven't tried before. To be honest, that sounds kind of cool. I'm all for crazy combinations. You should try banana garlic pizza once.
Go slow. That's all I'll say. But let's get into the series here. Let's check out what map we're going to. It's going to end up being Shrines. And you know what? This series, I'm happy. I was worried after the first game because it seemed like the momentum for 30K in game number 1 started and it just never ceased. And when you see a game like that, you worry a little bit that the opponent is going to just kind of be that way for the rest of the match. WildHeart certainly proving that they're not going to wilt under the pressure, coming back, winning game number 2, tied. What do you think going into Shrines, Bahamut? If you can ever forgive me for the coffee thing, like, will you at least talk with me and let me know what you're thinking about this map?
No, I'm giving chat what they want here, or at least I'm just doing what I would do. Drink and eat whatever you want if it doesn't affect the person who actually has an opinion, like pineapple pizza. Enjoy it. Regardless, my actual opinion on this.
What's this great? What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. If I'm not eating it, that's fine. Do whatever you want to do. But looking back at our previous game, Grubby and I were talking a little bit about what actually happened in game 2 in comparison to game 1. There's a really good example, which him and I were talking about in the break, where Diablo and Medivh stopped using their abilities as a wombo. They used their heroics as heroics. So, and it was very much like in game number 1 on Tomb. You don't have to always Falling Sword plus Light Bomb, chat. You can go ahead and use them at different times because, well, you have opportunities to literally trick the enemy team because they see a Falling Sword, they expect the Light Bomb. They see a Leyline, they expect the Apocalypse. So once WildHeart stopped playing like, oh, we have to Leyline into Apocalypse, the game was completely different. And I think that's what WildHeart has to recognize going into our future games on Infernal Shrines. But 30K needs to respect that WildHeart can be quick and adjust their own playstyle mid-game, which a lot of teams struggle to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're so right, honestly, because like the wombo combo is great, but recognizing that things like Apocalypse just have a ton of zoning potential too, just leads into a lot of great team fight advantages. You know, you trade a little bit less damage for getting everybody right where you want them. So yeah, I think that's a great point to bring up.
Yeah, they got their comeback off of 2 Shadow Charge engages. One started with a Leyline and didn't need APOC. And the second one started with Shadow Charge APOC, didn't need Leyline. So it's true. It's that breaking of the rhythm to disrupt your opponent's expectations and preparation for the engagement. WildHeart came out of nowhere with those engages. But there's not going to be a Medivh this time. It's banned by WildHeart this time around.
Cassia's up and available. Chromie's up and available. I know we actually had quite a few Chromie games, and I think she's actually on the lower end of the win rate overall. I think she actually got shut down quite a bit. So maybe it's just player threat, or if it's actually just she's really not that good and she was overhyped. Gonna be another Chromie ban, but Cassia is up and available, and I feel like she's great for Infernal Shrines. You got decent wave clear, you've got great team fight, you've got ball lightning if you want to, have these clustered team fights onto the enemy team, or you can pick up Valkyrie for single target burst. And we were seeing, Valkyrie, Cassia Hanzo was a great combo to run together with Valkyrie into Dragon Arrow,
Yeah, totally.
Dragon Arrow or Dragon Strike? Because
No. Okay, I will get on my soapbox about this. Dragon Arrow is an arrow that has an AoE stun. Dragon Strike summons an arrow. Blizzard, you got things backwards. Fix it.
No. Yeah,
oh,
but
is Dragon Strike an arrow?
you have to call it Dragon Strike because that's what it's called in Overwatch. That's where the ability comes from. It's Hanzo's ultimate. He shoots an arrow that after a very short time turns into this giant dragon that or two dragons that circle around each other and go across the map. So I'm sorry, Bahamut. You can't change it. You have to change the game it came from. It's impossible.
I'm sure there's a counterpoint with some other Overwatch here in this game, but I'm going to move on from that one as we have a Deathwing Tychus on the right-hand side. Do we, and we already have this Diva for 30k, do we see a potential Greymane? Because it still fits great for 30k's draft.
Yeah, I think Greymane is actually so-so against Deathwing. It's a bit overrated. It's great in a one-on-one if you catch him, but how do you actually go for Deathwing without the Divine Shields or Sanctification to protect you? Malthael is a bit more flexible in how and when he jumps in, and he can affect other heroes simultaneously. I like that pick more. I do love the early pickup of Deathwing, with Tychus being picked away to remove a threat against Deathwing in the early stages of the game, and Leoric being banned. There's no reason to delay him as much as we usually see. But solid pickup at 30k going with the Malthael.
Fair enough. Also grabbing that Joanna too, which has been such a strong pick throughout the season. What were you going to say, Bahamut?
No, I was actually going to talk about just support bans, because I think that's where WildHeart has to go with this. I was looking at what they had drafted, and BBJ, what do you want to target away here? It's actually, they want to potentially get rid of a nano-boosted Malthael or a nano-boosted Jaina or even Kael'thas, because we were noting that Kael'thas might come back into this meta as the Gladiator's medallion's removed. Gravity Lapse is a great setup. Kael'thas has good wave clear. You have Living Bomb for a lot of good harassment and kind of poke potential on these shrines where everyone groups up, but we will be seeing a Rexar ban.
WildHeart needs to pick up Anduin, otherwise they get Falling Sword, Light Bomb again. Whether they want that healer or not, they need to pick it now. They removed Ana for the Malthael combo, like you said, Bahamut, and now Anduin has to be picked. I'm gonna call it straight away for 30k if they don't take Anduin now.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right in that. This map pairs well into the Joanna Anduin combo. You've got a Leap of Faith to pull them away from...
GG.
Well, Urel Stukov, that's not Anduin. You really think it's that strong? Or do you think maybe from the WildHeart side, they said, all right, no, we saw those tricks before. We know what's coming now. Can you play around it?
Maybe.
Could be just a move from WildHeart saying, hey, go ahead and pick the Anduin. We dare you.
I can't stop a train with my bare hands, even if I see it coming. Like, there's some things that you just can't stop.
But
maybe I'm overrating it.
I don't think you're overrating it because it was played so well, but we're gonna see Cassia. We have Deckard here, so just a lot more setup. They're gonna be looking for those potions. I really like the Deckard here. I was actually worried about a potential Brightwing coming in favor for the side of 30k. Brightwing did have a change in our most recent patch where they had 2% reduced from the hyper shift at level 1, so it went from 10% to 8%. A little bit of a nerf in that bonus healing. I don't know if BBJ is really worried about that, but there was a note that I did hear when we did our little meeting earlier this week, Doa, where BBJ was supposedly playing a lot more root-based supports. I think they want to try and play around the fact that Medallion's not there and have more setup for their team. This is a lot of setup with the Joanna and the Deckard for the Cassia, Malthael, and the team.
Totally agree. In a world without Medallion, suddenly supports with more CCs seem to be better, even despite a little bit less healing, a little bit less map maneuverability. But it looks like we're about to move into the game in just a moment as that game loads. I want to get your takes on this. It looks like maybe my webcam froze for a second, but tell me what you think of the draft. Oh no, what happened with my camera? I am.
You know,
just
you're
call
a
me Edge webcam.
You turn into an edgelord. Help! That's an edgelord. A mage edgelord.
I'm living on the edge. I'm sorry, I'll figure that out. I just got a new camera today, by the way, guys. It was great until this moment right now. Enjoy the game.
Well, we're here on Infernal Shrines for game number 3 with the members of 30k up 1 in this best of 5 series on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we are going to be seeing WildHeart, who are up also 1. And we're going to be seeing which team takes the advantage towards a potential 2-1 here. Grubby, as we get into Infernal Shrines, what are your overall thoughts? As I said it beforehand, and I'll remind everyone again, I'm still calling WildHeart for the rest of the series.
Okay. Well, I think I called GG too early. Like so many Storm Leakers in draft. Like T minus 20 seconds. GG, we can't win. And then you realize it's not actually what you think. It just shows how much I don't know about the game. Just when you thought you knew it all, they don't even pick up Johanna and win combination. WildHeart kind of snuck by us with a non-tank main tank kind of draft. Urel, Zool, Deathwing, I don't know who's the tank. But none of the traditional roles, I guess. A little bit of a timeshare, you know? In 2020, there's a lot of share, 2 people with jobs, both co-parenting. Looks like Zool and Urel will kind of be sharing that job. Not one main tank, but 2, very emancipated. But yeah, that's typical WildHeart, isn't it?
The other thing to consider too, if this is this level 1 for Zool, I rarely, if ever, feel like I see the Shackler at level 1. I think it's
That's
always
true.
like it's like Backlash or the green one, which I'm blanking off the top of my head on. But that one also gives you the ability to just mitigate
Shade.
auto attacks that are coming. Shade, thank you. Yes, that green one at level 1. But so the Shackler, we'll see what kind of value it brings to the table, because it's just going to be, I believe it's just a slow.
Yeah, it's a slow 35%, so long as he's touching it for 1 second after, and he can cast the Bone Armor more often if he gets some kind of basic attacks against CC targets. So basically, this is the most Bone Armors. The red one is the fewest Bone Armors, but they deal damage, and they've got the green one is... wait, the green one has a... No, the green one is the fewest. The green one is the fewest, because you get a cooldown penalty there.
Correct, yes. We did also see really quickly that Malthael got picked off in the rotation, and I think you noted this really quickly. There's kind of this 2 main tank. I think we're going to have Urel doing double soak, but it's not necessarily double soak to help out the team. It's double soak to be able to set up potential kills like this as they're going to rotate from top to mid, and you have your core 4 doing bottom to mid. This is an interesting approach from WildHeart. I don't see this very often.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, Bahamut, it feels a bit like the Tomb of the Spider Queen draft, where you've just got massive wave clear. This time, encapsulated via Zool. You don't really need anyone else, but Zool, also Urel, also Tychus, also Deathwing. But this time with a kill power that Tyrael, Sakara, Gul'dan did not have. So WildHeart is able to spread their wings more. Before they were curtailed in that endeavor, they had to be ahead all the time or they will just lose immediately. This time it's not quite like that. They have both the tools to wave clear, to out-rotate, and to get the pick-offs. And we saw that once already on Malthael.
There's also a note there as well, in my opinion, that you were saying all these things, and I was like, yeah, their team fight's better, their wave clear's better, but also their push potential during a web weaver, or not a web weaver, an Infernal Shrines phase is a lot stronger too. You know, they have the Commandeer Odin for siege potential. You have the AoE value of just abilities, from Deathwing. So I think there's a little bit more within this baseline kit and in the heroic realm for the side of WildHeart. As we get into our first Punisher is going to be Frozen in the mid lane. Frozen Punisher in mid lane, as Zool's clearing top lane, Urel's clearing bottom. So the members of 30k, I think, are going to look to control this as they have vision of the enemy team on the majority of the map.
Yeah, they want to make the best of this fledgling situation where they're not down in talent yet, but that has just evaporated. So I don't think the Skeletal Defender lead for 30k is enough. They're going to fully commit to a talent down fight, hoping to get the pick off soon. Zool does get rooted. He's got Bone Armor. He's going to try to CDR himself as much as possible with those basic attacks. Bone Armor is on a 30-second cooldown. He just used it, but he's already got it down to 15 with that CDR effect of the slow. So he should be pretty safe, but this is 36 for WildHeart. Looks like they may get the Punisher unless the D.Va steals enough skeletons.
Not going to be the case. This is going to go over to the side of WildHeart, and 7 talent tier still in favor of them. They were actually just shy of this for the majority of that fight. I was actually watching Fury for a lot of that, and I like what Pitkit is doing. They're actually utilizing the Bone Armor, the Bone Prison onto this Johanna to force the Iron Skin consistently. It's a 25-second cooldown, I do believe, with that level 1 talent that they did take. So you have that availability as their mech is going to get shredded, and they actually, I think they sidestepped a grenade right there from Tychus, but really, really well played from 30k during this first objective. WildHeart going to get themselves the front gate in this mid lane and a little damage onto the fort itself. Pretty well played, pretty standard, I'd say.
Yeah, good pressure there. Deathwing adding a lot of damage. Zool, of course, clearing minion waves fast. WildHeart immediately vanishes like leaves in the wind to the top lane, to the bottom lane, ready to control the lanes a little bit more. There's still only that one first blood team kill. But WildHeart is playing a tactical game. where they've got Deathwing lying in the woodworks to see if there can be a kill on the Mafia.
I'm looking at the experience breakdown between the two teams, and we roughly have... I'm looking at this right now. It's 650 experiences, roughly, the deficit between these two teams, I think. And that's from a hero kill and from the limited structure siege. Like, it's 400 from the hero and 250 from the structure. So we're looking at a minute difference between, or deficit between these two teams. And that's what I really like to kind of catch here as we're getting close to our 10s. The side of 30K, while they lost a little bit of experience, are picking things up with grabbing camps, making sure they're not missing rotations and waves. Looking at the top lane, actually, you can see that D.Va pushed up the wave, and Yrel has to go up there, maybe missing a little bit of that experience. They're closing that gap that did start to form, and I like that 30K is very vigilant about the fact of we don't want to fall behind, especially against this team who will hit 10 talent tier first, but albeit very slowly. Last note for anyone who's wondering, next Punisher will be top lane, and I can cheat since I'm in game, and it's going to be Mortar Punisher.
All right, Mortar Punisher. Just damage, no roots to synergize off of. Mortar Punisher, Arcane, both representing damage, just different. Like fighting two different bosses in a roguelike game. 30K now gets to level 10 as well. They're going to go in on the Deathwing. Deathwing uses Cataclysm to fly away.
Easy disengage. They did go Bellowing Roar at level 10, so they don't have that cooldown reduction from the All-Shell Burn. Just skimming the heroics right now. Valkyrie for the Cassia as well, but pretty much the standard. I think we're going to be looking at some sort of Valkyrie, Bless Shield, Stay While and Listen sort of deal. Maybe a Last Rites just to finalize the damage if there's some way of getting the disengage onto them. But I'm waiting. I'm patiently waiting for this next Punisher phase because it seems like everyone's going to be waiting around for that to spawn and be ready before we get our next major team fight. I might have misspoke right there. No, Fury just stepping in to harass.
No real kill power yet. They're just looking to add a bit of damage, clear those lanes. We have Malthea on the bottom lane. Ty cleared the whole wave. He's looking to delay Yrel a little bit. We still have that one-on-one in the bottom lane. I'm surprised actually Ty stayed rather than going for the quick 5v4. But clearly 30K is playing a slow burn game here. And there is, after all, the shrine not completely ready yet.
15 seconds on that to go as both teams will grab their Fallen Shaman or their Bruiser camps for top lane. Yrel pushing out the bottom lane to, one, get that experience, and two, deny the enemy team experience. I'm trying to see. Actually, let me really quickly look. They don't have a camp down there. I thought they might have had a camp, but no, it's just a wave being pushed into the front gate. But our shrine is activatable. We have our shamans moving into this top lane. 13 talent tiers slightly closer for the side of WildHeart as they root onto Fury, but I don't think it's enough. Oh wow, the Righteous Hammer into the Molten Flame from Funds. Not going to be able to find a kill, but definitely shredding Fury's health.
Yeah, it was cool because Fury deliberately held his Iron Skin. He didn't want to use it on Bone Prison. He became aware of that thing that you were saying is where Pitkit keeps using the Bone Prison to burn that away. And he didn't want to use it until it is absolutely necessary. Now he uses it, goes in with the Blessed Shield on top of Pitkit. Last Rites take down the Zul.
Poison Nova went out. A lot of members are low on the side of 30K. Mecha Explosion comes out from D.Va, and it doesn't find a kill. Righteous Hammer onto Hazuabs right now as Fury's looking to re-engage. Shield Glare going out. That's Zergling diving back in with the Yrel. D.Va just reducing some of that damage as we have Skeletal Defenders rising in favor for the side of 30K, but Commandeer Odin comes in and Zergling jumps in as well.
The deliberate 4v4 is fine because Malthea left for some value play. Maybe 30K a little bit too safe, sending Malthea away, and there's a kill here on the side of WildHeart. They get Cassia, talent lead also.
BBJ got so close to dying there, but they're able to tap the well. They're going to come back and throw some potions. There's a Pustule coming out from Buds to heal up the friendly members. Ty playing in the shadows will die, and that's going to be a double kill for WildHeart overall, but the Punisher going over to the side of 30K. This is a good denial because even though the 2 kills were picked up by WildHeart, they now need to spend this time anti-sieging or clearing this Punisher. I love the way that 30K kind of got away with this one.
Yeah, they still managed to get that skeletal advantage, but with the losses, experience has equalized, has been going a bit in the favor of WildHeart. So that was a good dive there on the shrine, even though they didn't end up getting the Punisher. Blessed Shield on Yrel. They're using everything they can. Rooted. There's the Cassia Valkyrie, and still Yrel survives.
There was an attempted stay while and listen right there, but it's going to be on a 10-second cooldown. There's going to also be a Cataclysm on top of many members from Fun. Poison Nova coming out from Pit Kid as they find the kill into Urel, actually losing one here on the side of WildHeart, but they're going to try and even that up with a Cassia kill. And that'll be a 1-for-1 as I'm watching Minimap to see, and it seems like 30K can just disengage, and they'll take that trade. 2-1 and 2-4 in kills, and a solid level lead for WildHeart as they'll steal away the camp.
I was shocked at the value from BBJ. They're getting that Ruby and nearly saving Cassia because you had WildHeart, they got a massive Poison Nova and nearly a double kill. Cassia was bleeding from every orifice, and then there was the poison as well, but suddenly, boom, 80% life. Still ended up dying though. But 30K made it a 1-for-1 trade. Now we have the Odin and the Deathwing push, and they're looking to get some towers as Cassia, Malthael are returning. Diva is flanking from the side as well. 30K wants the immediate turnaround fight, but Deathwing is providing too much covering fire.
We also have our next Punisher being Arcane in mid lane, so being able to... Wait a minute. Was our last Punisher mid? Am I crazy?
It was top.
It was
you
top.
Are
I am crazy.
Raving mad.
I am to this day trying to experience the double Punisher in one lane because like there's like an infinitesimal like possibility for you to actually get the same for you to get a Punisher in the lane that it just spawned for. Yeah, I heard it ages ago, and I swear to God I saw it on J-House stream one time. So we'll see. Maybe I might be making things up as Zergling is gonna have so much thrown at them, and no one finds the kill. Like Bless Shield, Valkyrie, and Last Rites were just used.
That was first rights. Took about 100 damage or so from that. A little bit misjudgment of the damage that was supposed to be coming out. He's got that Aldor Peacekeeper at level 13. Wonder if that maybe kind of made 30K's damage output janky. 40% damage reduction. May have just made the difference. Urel once again survives. Zergling played Rexar twice in this series. Now on Urel, he looks so darn comfortable on Urel.
Absolutely. This is a very comfortable Urel player being able to get into the back and harass and just play in these casual 1v4s and live. Deathwing trying to melt this tower, but they realize I'm going to stay here a little too long if I do so. So they'll start to back off, throw some abilities backwards. But Zergling going to get the pustule, not going to be re-engaging.
Mid Punisher is activating. We're 5 seconds out. Priority positioning by WildHeart. Deathwing now has conflagration. This Molten Flame is starting to make people blow up with damage, pulsating, and giving that to their teammates as well. Let's step into that if we can help it.
Diva, I think, just built an entire bar of explosion value. I don't know if I actually saw... I just saw they had the actual Matrix out and Deathwing was just conflagration into them as that's Liam's mech getting shredded almost. They're going to actually dive that, or they're going to dunk that in. If we're going to use some Overwatch terms, as there's a Commandeer Odin on the right, there will also be a Cataclysm Deathwing through a lot of these members. A Bone Person onto one, Stay While and Listen coming out from BBJ, Valkyrie coming out onto I don't know who, and this is a very low Hazu Ops. A BBJ goes down as well. Fury with a sliver of health makes it through the top lane, and this is looking like WildHeart picks up another Punisher in their favor, and that soft push they did through mid with that Commandeer Odin earlier really will benefit them now.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. They're going to be able to move so fast on top of the keep. The tower is... One of the towers is hurt. The gate is still intact. But they're going to work on that before the Punisher even gets there. This Arcane Punisher. Zul with the full blue build, except for his ult, has very fast auto attacks. He's going to be able to attack over the wall even if Fury gets too near. And the wall is gone before the Punisher gets there. There's also a catapult, a Khazra. WildHeart could even finish off of this potentially, but a keep is minimum in the cards.
The Molten Flame, the Righteous Hammer, so much used onto Liam, but the good to go value, they'll have that Torpedo Dash and they're out of there, but it was really close. Fury getting low here is going to be rooted, but there's no follow-up damage just yet to get the kill onto them. They're going to pop the Iron Skin and back off. I think they're afraid of the potential Punisher jump. They'll get back into the Hall of Storms, and this is WildHeart stepping up to 30K's core, looking to go up in the series. BBJ going to get hit with the Punisher jump. Pit Kid looking to maybe step in, but it's a little too far as they're baiting this towards the bottom lane keep. Core is falling to 92%. Commandeer Odin. There's a Valkyrie on to Pit Kid. There's also a Stay While and Listen that catches quite a few feet. And I don't know here, Grubby, can they even end, or is this fight just too... Well, no.
I'm with you, man, but you gotta get that kill. If you don't, you go back. If you do get it, maybe you can keep going, and that's what WildHeart is doing here. They're playing it right with a bit of core damage. Diva Mech for a bit of zoning, but there isn't enough threat maybe anymore with Maltio. Then Zul is going ham! Sweep, sweep, sweep with that sight. The Grim Reaper is here. The Necromancer, Bitkit main tank Zul. Is that going to be a thing in Storm League? We shall see. It's a thing here. WildHeart gets the 2-1 with this big push in the middle with their Zul main tank comp, and they get the GG 2-1.
Wow, WildHeart doing it again, and this time it looked even more convincing than last time, didn't it, Bahamut?
They put together a composition that I think did what they wanted on Tomb of the Spider Queen, but just did it so much better here on Infernal Shrines. They had really good wave clear, they had really good control, they had great team fight, and I think that was the biggest factor lacking in game number 1 going into this game number 3. The team fight potential from WildHeart was so well put together here. And I don't want to pull away from 30K. There was a lot of great moments, and we had some beautiful setup. And also Deckard Cain healing 69,000 Deckards just healing out of their mind, but it wasn't enough from the sustained pressure and the just constant chase in from the side of WildHeart. I want to note one stat really quickly here. 20,000 more damage from the Deathwing than the Cassia. That's wild to me. That's just really, really well played.
That is really interesting. How much of that damage do you think came from the late game, when you get conflagration, when you get to get bursting damage on a lot of teammates? Do you feel like, because that's one thing I've been thinking about as I've been watching Heroes, is that certain talents seem to amp your damage a lot. And so when you look at the late game stats, sometimes I kind of wonder, it's like, well, that's a very high damage count, but did that come in like the late game where suddenly those talents come online and suddenly your damage has a curve like that goes like this, you know? So what do you think? I'm curious.
I would say yeah, but yeah, Grubby, please.
I didn't look at the curve. I do think that 16 is really where Deathwing starts to get dangerous. But most of all, I just think of like as the fight as a whole, every time that WildHeart moved in, like everyone on 30K was dropping to like 1% life when you factor in the poison damage. It just happened so fast. Deathwing, Zul, Tychus, just everyone is running for their lives. It just seemed like a panic. There was no way to control what WildHeart was doing in those fights.
I just want to say this composition checks a couple boxes for WildHeart really quickly for me. Is just you have control through Yrel, Zul, Tychus with a grenade, and Deathwing in a sense, just being able to kind of control people with stuns or the lava pool to zone them a little bit. And you also have roots from Stukov. You have the massive shove as well. Like this was there's control of the team fight, but there's also the setup through WildHeart's draft, and like. It was a good draft, but as it played out, it was beautifully played. Like this is crazy how well WildHeart got what they wanted and played it too.
Well, this is something that you and I talked about when we did our production meeting a couple days ago too, where it's like one thing that 30K is going to really need to do coming into today is be ready for Pit Kid's draft, right? Be ready to shut down Pit Kid himself, but also the kind of draft that he puts together. And it seems like they kind of struggled to do that in game number 3. So the question now is, if you're 30K, what do? Do you try to play reactionary? Do you try to say, hey, let's play our own game and play to our strengths? What do you think, Grubby?
It's tough, though, because the goal for any team is to create a number of heroes that are must-ban that is greater than the number 2.
Sure.
And it seems like that's kind of the case here. Medivh must be removed because Funds and team is still playing well enough with it. Uther is clear that 30K is wanting to remove that every game. Do they now also have to remove Deathwing in the opening gambit? They removed Leoric, and that kind of hurt them because they couldn't counter Deathwing with that. So they were forced to draw into quite a heavy melee team. Johanna, Leoric, and then it's tough because there's WildHeart. You say they should try to find a way to counter draft them, but they got so many special picks. There may just be too many.
So here's a question then, because again, going back to more stuff that Bahamut and I talked about on Thursday, So we talked about a lot of heroes on Thursday throughout the day. We saw a lot of Mei in the games we casted that afternoon. You know, when you talk about Deathwing, you can't stop him, but if you create terrain like the ice wall, for instance, he's supposed to go around it. So am I just a noob here, or like does Mei maybe have a place in the plan going forward? Now it all depends on, of course, if they've done any scrimming or any practice at all with the Mei. Obviously, if they hasn't, she's not part of the game plan. But in an ideal world where everybody's an expert at every hero, do you put Mei in?
You can lock him in the stasis of the ice wall, right?
I do believe so. It's a stop.
Yeah, it's like void
Okay.
prison, like a line-shaped void
Or-
prison.
or-
So
yeah.
you can block him or you can freeze him.
I wasn't
but you
100% sure how being caught in the ice wall worked, but I figured you could at least put it in front of him or something like that.
It's a fairly thin-ish bezel that if you are in the place where the wall materializes, then you are like in a void prison. You're in a stasis.
Okay.
But
Maybe,
then all of her slows don't work. Like she gets a lot of healing and damage and slows from slows.
That's true too.
And both
Yeah.
don't work on Deathwing, so she's gonna have to interact with the other heroes.
The other thing to say too is Ice Wall, yeah, it's difficult to land, but like I feel like Avalanche gives you more counterplay moments. And if you're really picking up a hero for the time stop onto like a Deathwing, I think Grubby was saying, you know, like Void Prison from Zeratul is going to give you a lot more tools, I think, in that Zeratul, or even the time stop from Chromie. Those are two heroes that you could, obviously Chromie's been banned out a lot, but those are considerations. If you really want to like stop the Deathwing and look for an opportunity to maybe turn things around, I think the Zeratul is a better choice because it offers a lot more for the composition. When you and I were casting Mei, she has, in my opinion, a great ability with icing, but it's also a hindrance to her. For example, ETC, when they get caught out of position, they basically power slide or they can face melt. Mei, you got icing, and that's it. So it's just like ETC does it better. So that's why I think we maybe see ETC a little bit more often here.
Okay.
But that's just
Makes
my
sense.
2 cents on it. Maybe we'll see Mei. Maybe.
Hey, I love to theory craft a little bit here. Let's take a look at what map we're going to next. It's going to be Volskaya Foundry. So another map that's really focused around specific point control. Grubby, what does that say to you?
Well, side soak is something that a lot of teams won on or got ahead in so far. Even on Battlefield of Eternity, even though 30k, 30k, yeah, on 30k, well, even though 30k started off well on Battlefield of Eternity with the side soak, they did end up losing, but they got really, really far ahead of it. And this is a slow objective, even slower than Battlefield of Eternity. So I think the solo laner and probably a second solo laner is going to be the key to winning this draft. Not only about the team fight,
Okay.
but who's really good at controlling the top and the bottom lane.
Interesting. Agree? Disagree, Bahamut?
Yeah, I think Grubby, you nailed it right there, because it's not only your solo lane, but it's your rotational value too. And then on top of that, the team fight. If I was looking at, like, if WildHeart had the same draft as last game on this map, I think they still look really comfortable. That last draft, it's a tankless draft, if you will. But there's always the joke from right as HCC ended. That was when we started seeing main tank Uther, main tank Zool. Those two heroes have had changes in the years since then, but I actually still see it here and there as this main tank Zool, and you have really good wave clear. As Grubby was noting in the game, you have insane team fight with that blue build. You just sit there and your cursed strikes are just, you heal off of them, you start to attack faster, you start to chunk into people. It's terrifying. But we go into Volskaya Foundry here for our, well, what could be the final map of this best of 5 series, hopefully. As I was saying to Grubby in the break, kind of hope, and I'm thinking we go to a game 5 in this series overall. 30k. I think they come back in this one, and I think they get the win in this because of the fact that they play well, much like WildHeart, with a fire underneath them.
Sure. You'd hope. We want 5 games out of this. The first 3 games have been extremely entertaining, but WildHeart with a chance to close it out right here. What do you think the first ban's going to be? Like 30k, we talked about it so much. You can tell they're thinking about it too. They're taking a long time to figure this one out. It's going to still be the Uther. Okay.
So in the previous few weeks, WildHeart on Volskaya Foundry drafted a Zagara composition with Uther, and they also drafted a Nazebo composition and another Zagara. There's a lot of like long-range, what used to be called specialist. We've had a lot of Deathwing and Leoric by both of the teams on this map, so that's something that I struggle to see get past this phase. So Nazebo, Deathwing, Zagara. are some of the picks that WildHeart has run. Probably biggest issue being Deathwing. Are they going to remove that? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's been a big problem.
Fun little question for you, Grubby, here. If Specialist was still a role, do you think Deathwing would be a Specialist?
There's already too many roles in this game, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think he'd still be a ranged assassin, probably. Like, he's special.
Okay.
Blizzard used to put like all the rule breakers there, but really they were just lane pushers, and I don't really see Deathwing as like a lane split pusher.
That's true. You do make a good point. I forgot what kind of classified them, but you're right. It was those Sergeant Hammers, your Cigaras, your Gazlows, your Lost Vikings. It's a lot of these things that are supplemental.
All the lane
pushing.
pushers.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
talking about a time in Heroes of the Storm I actually remember. So
we're also talking about a time in Heroes of the Storm where we didn't have the split between tank and bruiser and support and healer. But regardless, this is Hazuabs getting their first pick Rexxar.
WildHeart still doesn't have that split.
That's true. I'd say bring it back together again. Support, healer, it's all the same stuff to me.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this: the nice thing about the way that they define things, it does help some of the newer players, because when you would hit tank, you would then be like, "Well, Artanis is a tank," and then be like, "No, Artanis is not a tank." Like,
not really. No.
So when people come into Heroes of the Storm, it is also very helpful, because when you hit support, you have the Vikings, Medivh, and those are very challenging heroes to play in their role. But if you have healers like, Lucio, I know I can run around and keep people in a circle. Wonderful. I've played Overwatch. Anyway, sorry. Draft focus right now is we're on Volskaya Foundry, Stukov, Cassia for the side of WildHeart, Rexxar, Yrel, and Li Ming.
Yeah.
This is good.
Nanoban here? Are you worried about the nano boosted Li Ming?
It seems not to have been very high priority. Like, every time you think it's gonna happen, the Ana ban doesn't happen. Like, we've barely seen any Ana nano boost.
We've also seen teams use it so well too. So you see it banned, you're like, okay, that makes sense. And then you see it not banned, and then it's not picked, and it's weird. But they're gonna go ahead and ban the Garrosh instead. Okay.
Fury.
Hazu finally has his own Rexxar after it was picked away twice by WildHeart. So we're gonna maybe see some of that triple melee action, basically, because we got Yrel, we got Rexxar. 30K is not a team that has been known to run without a traditional tank, and Fury still has to pick, though they can rotate. So it's already going to be triple melee, single Li Ming, and WildHeart knows that. Single damage Li Ming, triple bruiser / tank, and one healer, so they can kind of adapt to that in their next two picks. And I'm curious how WildHeart views that, because 30K has shown this before last week, and they must have a prepared response for the first time that 30K is running this against them.
Leorc's up and available if they want to go for that. Cassia, Stukov, Leorc pair well together. You could also maybe lean into a Junkrat if you want the displacement from some of these bruisers kind of getting on top of you and just kind of push back everybody. There's the Leorc coming through, which I was expecting. The Thrall I like, because you also have the level 1 Rolling Thunder, if I'm not mistaken, which is the green talent, and that gives you percent-based damage, but also percent-based healing too off of your Wind Fury. So into the thicker front line, that is going to be the Rexxar, Yrel, and probably another tank here. I like that Thrall quite a bit, but what do we see for BBJ? Is it going to be Ana? Because it's not banned out as it was in the previous game. No, it's Anduin.
Anduin Imperious. Okay. Yeah, and we've seen Fury play Imperious plenty of times in the past, and Imperious has been a good pick on Volskaya in the past as well.
Gives you opportunities to layer that light bomb as well. You can throw it onto Misha, you can throw it onto Yrel, you can throw it onto Imperious. You got some good targets for that one. But as you were noting, Doa, last pick coming through, they're gonna need... I actually like it. I kind of like it. But...
ETC is gonna be the pick instead. All right.
So they're gonna swap, right? It's gonna be pit kits on ETC. They made it seem like they're running. They're not running a real tank again between Leoric and Thrall. It's going to be finally triple melee as well from WildHeart. So we have a very similar draft by both, like in a sense.
I just want to point out one quick thing here as I was looking back to some of my notes. 30K has never played a traditional melee assassin, like at all. WildHeart has only played one game of a traditional melee, and that is Alarak, and I believe that was last week on Battlefield, which is the map where I think we were all talking like, ooh, Alarak on this map. It's kind of like the secret sauce in a sense. Like it's known, but not a lot of people play it because he's also a difficult hero. But yeah, I'm super excited for this Volskaya Foundry game.
Me too. I will leave you guys to it. We'll see if this game ends up being the final one between 30K and WildHeart, or if we're going to go to a game 5. Enjoy it. Be back with you in a bit.
Thanks.
On the left-hand side, we'll be seeing WildHeart here. Or excuse me, on the left-hand side, we'll be seeing 30K, my brain. We will have them down in our best of 5 series, looking to get back and even things up so we can go to a game number 5. On the right-hand side, we got WildHeart, looking to close things out in a 3-1 fashion if they can win this Volskaya Foundry map with their kind of standard-ish draft. Grubby, what are your thoughts as we get into this? And for anyone wondering, I'm still picking WildHeart as much as I want at game number 5.
I'm going to go with Hazu up as Rex are going to go with 30K. Got to have some Discord here between us since we're on Discord and go for different teams here. 30K runs their triple melee draft again. Leoric is absolutely skewered like a hog over a fire. 30K just immediately take down the Leoric. He's going to come back soon though. Going to get some valuable scouting information.
I can't believe that they were able to land that, but the chain CC potential, we just saw the threat of it. Like 30K was just like, let's show you with the prowess of our composition and what we can do to any single target. There's a Rexar charge there, or the Misha charge, but there's actually the turnaround from Thrall to find the kill into Misha, and that went not the way 30K expected.
Thrall has surprising levels of survivability. Now the turnaround on Imperius. We get the leap of faith from Anduin. Long cooldown down. The turnaround, the skewer on ETC. This is a high action game. Pitkit goes down. A lot of takedowns here. Unaverted, trying to avert death. He runs away, and there were not enough cooldowns to take him down. High octane game so far. 2 versus half a kill.
I love that 30K has got this layered CC, and this is what I was talking about earlier in our broadcast with Doa when we were casting some Nexus Gaming Series matches earlier this week. There was a team, and this was on the live patch, no Gladiators Medallion or anything like that, but this team picked up layered CC, so if the first thing hit, you are getting a kill because you have the draft that we were actually watching was a Blaze and a ETC. So ETC power slide, Blaze had the jet propulsion, or vice versa. So you have these double setups. You can have Celestial Charge be the setup, or you can have the Misha Bear Charge as the setup. Or even, as I'm looking at this, you could potentially have a Chastise from Anduin. There's a lot of opportunities for 30K to burst down single targets, and I think that's their consistent play in this game. Burst a target down, get a reset on Li Ming, and try and find a second.
And there's no cleanse for the support. There's only the silence to try and dissuade that nice Thunt with the dodge. Actually coming out ahead in the HP trade in a 1v3 is always a great thing.
ETC tried to find the power slide right there. His Freeby's going to be down to half health. Going to get some flash heals from BBJ. Our first objective phase will be announced here in 10 seconds. We'll be up and available at 3 minutes into the game. So that's why we're seeing on the minimap, you can see right now both teams splitting off for their siege camps, because it's much like Battlefield or Infernal Shrines. You want that fallen shaman camp off lane pressure during the objective phase to pull the enemy team out and potentially get some soft pressure onto the front gate. They're going to go ahead and grab that immediately. I think it looks like 30K is maybe holding, or they're just having a longer time on that.
I didn't finish it yet, yeah.
Okay, there it is, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what their ideal time to take it is, but they're sending it at 12 seconds, which is the Battlefield of Eternity timing. WildHeart took it at 20 plus seconds left, so WildHeart is pushing with it. Both are meeting, and WildHeart wants to deal with that before the first objective phase. Yrel here to pick up the pieces. Liam is to stop that once WildHeart leaves. And you know, Bahamut, I'm really curious to see what role Thrall is going to play. We don't see him a lot. We see him every now and then. And WildHeart is apparently saying that they think Thrall is good against the 3 melee, 3 quote-unquote tank compositions. He's already gone for a tanky talent at level 4 in Feral Resilience, and he may go for the Giant Killer at 16, but that's far away. As is ETC Returnal to the map.
That, right, I mean, like, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. This is 30K literally saying, we are going to blow you up with one single stun. Like, if we get one stun, we're going to follow that stun consistently. And I noted it in the first game about their comms with the light bomb and everything. This is 30K with really, really good comms right now, because you know that there's Hazoab saying, I'm looking for a bear, and Fury's probably like, I'm ready with a charge. We're going to see this first Triglav Protector, though, go into bottom lane, an unstandard rotation as Zergling has to Wraith walk away.
It is, and I wonder if they're just doing that because they're expecting WildHeart to, I don't know, set up top and mid.
The only other thing that I've seen teams do with this is just literally focus bottom lane. And the reason being is they're like, we want to win through control point C. B is often, you often want to run to top lane. And the reason we're saying this is unstandard for anyone that's wondering is the first Triglav Protector, this A, you want to basically get the front gate or a little bit of damage on front gate mid, and then rotate to top, take the top tower and the well down, so the lane sustain and the team fights more so in your favor during that B phase. Here, the side of 30k is investing into control point C, saying if we can get this one and the next, we're really opening up bottom to win through bottom lane or control point C. At least that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So it's like them saying, like, whether it's true, whether it ends up happening or not is the question, right? Like, a lot of has to happen between then and now. But it's like them saying C is strong enough to get a keep, but B is not.
Exactly. And this is also, with 3 kills, a solid level lead for the side of 30k. They'll find their 10s as well. And this is where WildHeart kind of doesn't want to be. This falling behind in a single target burst composition, especially with 10s, is terrifying here. And we'll see if that actually sets up another kills. Biotic Emitter is grabbed by Fury and friends. I don't think the camp invade comes out from WildHeart. No.
I'm trying to think if WildHeart is a very level 10 oriented composition, and honestly, I don't feel like that. Tyrael, yeah. Gul'dan, yeah. Leoric a bit, but Stukov, ETC, Cassia, and Thrall, they're perfectly fine pre-10. So it's not like 30k is running up against an insurmountably strong late game composition that just outscales them. No, they've carved out a lead that is above being on par.
They have their own 10s here. ETC's holding, but I expect a mosh, but I don't think we have a stage dive here. I don't think the stage dive value's really that... I don't know, because even then you've got a lot of interrupts onto that mosh pit potential. So we'll have to see here. They might just go for the snap pick, like, oh, I'm gonna control 1 after a power slide or something like that. But I didn't look at when the Triglav Protector went down, but we're probably close to another one as the healing pathogens spread around by WildHeart, and Misha's charge did not connect.
Yeah, it might just be stage dive because of the wave of force, right? Like, probably never gonna get a mosh pit, and with stage dive you can at least chase. We saw that being used a couple of times last week. Not to open the fight, because that has ETC get blown up, but you start a fight. If you are trending momentum forward, then you follow with the stage dive. You cut off a healer and you face melt them into your team.
And that's also the nice thing too, is you could potentially get that stage dive into the back line and lock down BBJ, allowing your friendly members to step forward or maybe find that ball lightning value earthquake, set up from Thrall. I'm not sure, but that is going to be actually mosh pit. Yeah, we talk about all this, and that's the unfortunate thing. Just we cast or cursed ourselves. We're like, okay, stage dive, I could see it. Here's some good reasoning. Oh, it's mosh pit. Earthquake out from the Thrall right there. There's going to be a leap of faith onto Fury. They find the kill onto Misha Bear in favor for the side of WildHeart as the light bomb came out. I think that kind of zoned back WildHeart, and now some Biotic Emitters used, some fortification camps, and some heroics. No one going down. Mosh pit onto 1. They're trying to find the kill into this Urel, and they do. Single dance party, no interrupt. Grubby, good play.
Yeah, really good play. To do that big engage to force the healing token, because 30k was sitting on double biotic emitters. Right, that's a bit too much to allow to go into the objective. So that was a great find. And Fury held on to his, jealously guarding it. He had the leap of faith. Hassel had no such luck. Single leap of faith. Fury already burned it, and there were a lot of layered threats by WildHeart with the Entomb on the Rexark. And then they suddenly, of course we didn't exactly see it, right? But there was the mosh pit on Urel. I thought for a second she had just a microsecond to activate the Absorbent Defender, which is actually called Ardent Defender. So I like Absorbent more.
I like that too, yeah.
But she didn't use it. She will still have it for the main team fights, and maybe that's better.
There's also one thing that I want to note in that. I was watching Li Ming's Wave of Force cooldown, so I was like, why didn't the mosh pit get interrupted by that? It was actually on like a few millisecond cooldown right as Urel went down. And I think WildHeart had the 200 IQ play as we actually have another fight over the Biotic Emitter. Leap of Faith does come out. There's going to be the root underneath 1. This is Fury with the Angelic Armament, the Wave Flailing Swipe to disengage the Light Bomb. Really good job as the Angelic Armament comes out onto Unaverted from Fury. Ball Lightning's going to bounce from player to player as well. Misha Bear goes down. Fury gets picked off as well. Liam is on this camp. They actually get popped into the walls. They try and Ardent Defender away, and they do, as they try and leap Avenging Wrath away. Ardent Defender's used, but they still find the kill. And WildHeart, This is the point I wanted to make. They're stepping into these engagements, pulling out specific abilities from these heroes, like the Leap of Faith, like the Wave of Force, and then re-engaging when they know they have no utility on the side of 30K. WildHeart is picking apart 30K's composition too well here.
Yeah, I love that. Also that Earthquake, it makes a lot of sense actually, of course, against such a heavy melee team that relies on mobility, not just their abilities, but their mobility in order to close the gap against the other team. And then you've got that Earthquake. Try moving in this. As Imperius was left marooned on the red side of the map. And lovely play by WildHeart. Great plays by Buds as well. He saved that fight with the flailing swipes. And then, of course, that lovely route on the Yrel that was trapped in the Entomb. WildHeart equalized the kills. They have a small level lead. That's going to be enough to be very, very effective with this Triglove. And Bahamut, it's bottom lane again, preparing for that D, of course, which is the subsequent Punisher.
Also getting this forward is going to allow periodic catapult pressure through the lane, but it gives them chase potential on the side of WildHeart to play control point C mega aggressive and chase through the bottom lane. This Triglove is going to be at 32% and 24 seconds left on it, so they do their best. Power slide onto one, face melt backwards onto Fury. They're not going to drop the mosh pit. Still, there's a lot of defensive tools on the opposing side as there's an Entomb. Leap of Faith is utilized right there. 80-second cooldown, and that's a trade for a 50-second cooldown. So they kind of know, all right, BBJ will have 30 more seconds still once Entomb's up and available, so they could look for a re-engage and still not have that Leap of Faith available. It's just really, really micro decisions coming out from WildHeart that are benefiting them in this later half of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Got to keep that in mind. We're 25 seconds out from the next Entomb. Thrall does take that Alpha Wolf. Auto attacks deal 3% percentage damage on any Wolf target. Zergling goes in, misses his Drain Hope. They get the Nisha.
That Force Unleashed. Mosh Pit was interrupted. I do believe it's a 10-second cooldown. Earthquake comes out from Thrall. Yrel jumps in and smooshes. Actually, Li Ming will find the kill into the Leoric right there. But a 1-for-1 trade. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it was Misha Bear. So I was like,
one for a quarter.
Yeah, one for a bear. Leoric will cheat death, so it's kind of good for them. Still not. I mean, he's still giving experience to the opposing side. And Pit Kid, hello, what do you do?
Yeah, that's an interesting rotation. He does dodge the Misha stun, doesn't dodge the Imperius. Now forced to use flailing swipes as Entomb is available, but Leoric is not alive yet. Now he is. Are they going to go in with that? Nice immediate stun on the Leoric. Light Bomb. Mosh Pit gets cancelled by the Light Bomb.
This is the members of 30K saying, you want to play in these corridor team fights? We can do the exact same thing. Ball Lightning, though, in the backline, bounces from player to player. Fury getting low, but they still find the Celestial Charge, and that's a double kill. Triple kill, actually, overall, for the side of 30K, and they're going to make it a quad kill.
Can we get a monster kill?
Pentakill coming through, and the reason I'm adding one extra is because they did get a Leoric kill beforehand. So technically it's penta, technically it's quad, however you want to split the difference. 30K, I love this because WildHeart had a game plan of the team fight. They were like, we're going to group all these people up, we're going to drop Earthquake, and we're going to pick them apart. And 30K was like, cool, we see that. We'll just play around that team fight because we do well in these grouped up team fights as well, with our Misha, with our Angelic Armament Imperius, with our Anduin Light Bomb, with Li Ming finding resets. This is so well played from 30K and WildHeart. This is such a great back and forth, as Control Point C, I believe, is probably like a minute and a half away from announcement.
Yeah, maybe less than that. That took quite a while. You kind of lose track of time when you're having so much fun in these big
I agree,
team
yeah.
fights.
This is just such a great map for both these teams. Like, they drafted, I think, everything they wanted, and it's really just going to come down to the execution from both sides. They're executing their playstyles beautifully well, and this Control Point C is going to be a big, big team fight factor consideration. We won't be seeing 20s beforehand, but we could see it during if they wanted to try and maybe off-soak or split-soak during these moments, as maybe a fortification camp fight happens here. Zergling scouting.
Let's see, fortification is available again. The other one in 50 seconds. Biotic emitter, yeah. Looks like they're just going to give that away. And that's going to put the burden on WildHeart to force a fight, to exhaust resources and disengage. You almost never want to take a fair, full-blown, all-in fight with what WildHeart has. Pitkit has been having trouble to get a full mosh pit off. Of course, there's a lot of counter tools available.
We have ETC on the point. I'm watching minimap right now just to see what the setup looks like. Leoric is in top lane. Pitkid, ETC is just trying to get a little bit of a workout on this conveyor belt right now. Just working out those calves. Thrall mid? Okay, no, I thought they were stepping up into the enemy team, but this is exactly what we... Ooh. That would have been a kill, I think, Grubby. If that Celestial Charge landed, that would have been a kill. But we still have 20 talent here in favor for 30k first, and about 3/4 of a level to be found with the members of WildHeart.
So the level 20s are interesting. Liming gets damage. We have damage on roots by Rexar. We have protection by everyone else. Thrall is going to be a really important level 20 pick, funds for WildHeart. He gets Earthen Shields. It gives a slightly smaller version of Storm Shield, 15% max HP, but you get 3 pulses of it over time. So that's a great source of protection for the whole team that fights there. Better for tanks even than for assassins and healers. And there is time to get level 20, but 30k wants to get a pick off before that. We have no repulsion, so no surprise attacks by Liming.
Yeah, that massive AoE from Repulsion is a little terrifying. I've actually watched McIntyre play Repulsion Liming on their stream before, and I'm just like, dear lord. Like, he was like, oh, that one was off by a little bit, and the dude was literally repulsioning one person into their abilities. Unfortunately, WildHeart is not able to get there in time. Leoric actually did go for the Burning Despair at level 20, but I don't know if that's enough to keep them alive. Maybe it actually is. Holy crap. They're going to leave. They're going to live through all this. Earthen Shields does come out from that throw. This Leoric is just draining so much health. Torbus from the ETC will be interrupted. 2-minute cooldown of that. Flailing Swipe with Controlled Chaos from level 20, but they are losing one, and they've lost one. They're trying to disengage on the side of WildHeart. Their keep is exposed. Trigger Protector's at 66%, and it's got 1 minute and 1 minute left on its timer. Can 30k end here?
Well, I think that was a good attack by WildHeart. They got 30% off the Triglav with Leoric's life. He's going to be back as the core is getting attacked. 30k is looking to end, but they really need a kill as well. I don't think they can do it if they don't get any kills.
Misha's looking for the setup potential. Cassia just keeps autoing into them. Triglav is, they actually have only, okay, no, they put Liming inside of there. They're rotating players in and out. I think they're just going to look for the setup into mid. They're just going to clear out this fort, get periodic catapult pressure in their favor, and remove the well value. If they attack the well?
If they even get it. The gunner? Okay, there we go. The well's gone. Well done.
Sorry. You got.
Sorry.
You got me with it.
I'm sorry, dude. I gotta get one in every cast.
I appreciate them. I want to point out the wave in top lane as well on the minimap that's just shredding through this fort. So they'll get a keep and a double fort during this entire Triglav phase. The members of WildHeart. Oh wait, no, Fury friends, what you doing? Okay, I thought they were stepping in for a chase.
Yeah, it looked like it. Pitkid would have flanked them something fierce. So would Zergling.
Now, Biotic Emitter is up and available. Is the fight over this? Fury and Liam sitting in the bush, ready to go. Avenging Rat is out.
He gets 40 armor from the Drain Hope. There's an Earthen Shield. Whoa! Stukov gets blown up instantly. Great move by 30k. They have taken out the healer. Will this fight continue without the healer?
Righteous Hammer was ready to go, and they're going to bop Zergling away, and they find the double kill into WildHeart. 30k with a bit of momentum here, and, you know, we got a Leoric and a Stukov dead here, albeit Leoric can cheat that death, and Liam is looking to... Wow! Sorry, just the ability to use the Seraphim. Oh my god, Moshpit comes out as Liam is going to go down. I was about to compliment the value of Seraphim, or even just the Hand of Freedom that they used to set that up, but they actually end up going down right there. Wow.
Had he not had Hand of Freedom, he wouldn't have been that far forward.
You make a very good point.
That was a very short-lasting mosh pit, and he was thinking maybe he can also tour bus on top of Liming, perhaps. But Liming was there with the wave of force, got the interrupt, but Jarell still died. So that kind of was a party pooper moment. You had this big forward move by 30k. Can they get more? Can they get more? But it just kind of stopped them. So WildHeart, let's take stock of the situation. They're down a fort in every lane, so they always have negative catapult pressure. They're gonna want to start to work on taking down some of those forts. And Jarell is dead. I'm a little surprised they play in such a goody two-shoes way, together clearing lanes when it's 5v4, and advantage is disappearing. They needed a fort, I feel like, and I think they're playing it too slowly. They played it some of the fights too fast, and this one too slow. Yrel is nearly here, and they're still just looking. They're very afraid of getting flanked by 30k. They don't have all the vision that we have.
PitKit stepping into this, looking for the wells. They want to remove that lane sustain. Celestial Charge misses, and Face Melt's just going to kind of knock him back for a second. I think there was a lurking arm from Stukov just to also mitigate any other step up. But I think WildHeart, they're just like, we're going to manage the lanes. We're not going to really team fight too hard. We're just going to do our best to set up around control point A. That is going to be spawning here in the next 25 seconds. This is our fourth Trig Love of the game. This one could end the game for either team. Very much more so for 30k as they've got that win opportunity through that win condition, through bottom lane.
Exactly. And looking at the resources, 30k has double, triple turrets against 0 from WildHeart. That's going to be an issue.
Well, here we go. Everyone's up and available. Cooldowns on all heroics are off. Righteous Hammer from Liam onto Zergling just to control them and also reduce their armor from that level 16 Templar's Verdict. And they're holding this once again. They're going to keep using it. There's going to be another Unstoppable onto themselves just to step in and get those Righteous Hammers.
It's every 10 seconds. It's pretty forgiving.
Entomb goes out onto Fury. There's no Buried Alive, so the Celestial Charge through the side.
Okay. Momentarily, Imperious has no engage.
Power slide in from ETC once again. Face melt. I think both you and I are both sitting here. That's going to be a flailing swipe. Mosh pit comes out, but it's interrupted by the light bomb. Earth and Shield out from that Thrall. Angelic Garment goes out onto one short duration or short distance Wraith Walk from Zergling, but Thrall's the first one to get picked off. The oh my god! 1-for-1 trade over this control point A. Liam is going to jump in. Righteous Hammer once again. Armor reduction coming out from that. Unaverted not having that because of their trait and their auto attacking inside or A moving essentially, which is Cassia's trait, so that's why you didn't see a massive reduction. I want to point out though, top lane does have a camp coming through, so WildHeart a bit of a time bomb here. Unaverted doesn't get hit by the Celestial Charge. Leap of Faith onto Fury to pull them away. Flailing swipe with that controlled chaos. That's why you're just seeing one at a time from Buds.
There should be another Entomb again. He has one. It goes on Yrel. She already used her jump, so Leap of Faith gets used. Seraphin goes in. PitKit misses the stun, and yeah, you said it. There is a camp pushing there. Removed the top wall, but WildHeart cannot afford to thin their ranks, thin their numbers. We had a tie on Li Ming jumping in to finish the Thrall, but then he died to the ball lightning that was still bounced twice to his teammate. Oh, Liam! Zergling gets away for now.
I can't believe Zergling's living here. I'm also noticing too, we didn't actually have the upgrade for the Cassian. You might have mentioned this already. I didn't see that we have Infinite Ball Lightning. It's actually Titan's Revenge, which is now going to be Cassia's basic attacks ignore armor, and while Avoidance is fully charged, they deal an additional 20% bonus damage with 29% in favor on the side of WildHeart. They're going to give this over, and they're going to look for some camps, but during all this Grubby top lane keep, it's a sliver of health right now.
Yeah, they don't care. They're just going to let it die. They want to win this objective, and that's that.
They need to do something here, as that's going to be a lot of damage out initially. No one goes down. Righteous Hammer doesn't connect. That's a bit of a drain hope onto Liam, but that gives the armor for Zergling. Bottom lane has catapults coming through. Top lane has the camp plus catapults through there as well. Core may start to take damage, but this is 50% rising for WildHeart. Righteous Hammer out from Yrel. There's going to be an Entomb with the silence, but the Leap of Faith pulls them out because it was off cooldown. Ball Lightning bounces again to player, but it stops. Zergling getting low. They don't have a drain hope onto anyone, and this is Core getting damaged. Actually, the shielding starting to fall, but they have 80-some%. Leoric has to Hearth. I don't know. I'm so worried here, Grubby. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, the Core's gonna take damage, but I don't think it will die, so WildHeart can afford to stay with all of them. Earth and Shields now. Liam caught in a hard place, gets taken down, but PitKit with the fool. He has 29 life, and then more spin endures. Hasselhoff feigns death. I don't believe it. I think he's gonna get up again soon, and he might get taken out. Or does he? No, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of 30k, and the Core is dying.
You have to take this. You have to take this Trig Love Protector to your core. So that's it. You can't even make it there in time.
That's it.
They win out on the Trig Love Protector, but they're gonna lose out on the game for this game number 4, and we go to game 5. GG's. Well played.
GG.
Wow, talk about the winions in the end there, right? I mean, you fight over the Triglav Protector so much, but then in the end, the base just drops. I was surprised too. I didn't think the minions were actually going to kill the core that fast. but that fight did get like drawn out really, really long too.
Yeah.
So I think they also expected the fight to be a little bit quicker, didn't they? But looking at these stats here, anything jump out at you, Grubby?
Look at BBJ. 7 lost hits.
Mhm.
He's
I
got
like-
0 deaths, 7 assists, 7 lost hits. Like
That is
him
my
doing the
kind of
final
sports
damage.
stat line.
How did he do that? He has a bonus attack speed and basic attack range at level 4. And then there's the light bomb, of course. But for the rest, it's just auto attacks and Divine Star.
Kill secured. What can you say?
BBJ just playing a lot of League of Legends and Dota over the past week to prep for this matchup, I think, with that last hitting. I do got to give credit where credit's due. I think WildHeart, in the same right as the previous games, they were losing the start of the game. They found their footing in the mid to late game, and then it started to get a little bit better, but it was just way too late. They had lost too much structure-wise, and the map was controlled by 30K from level 16 on-ish. It felt like the team fights were good back and forth throughout the game, more so in favor of 30K early with those single target picks, but the map was won through by 30K, and that's what drove this win for them. And they set up win conditions so well here on Volskaya.
I think you definitely saw both teams kind of learning about each
Mhm.
other throughout the course of that game too, where it's like some of those early game picks that Fury set up on the Imperious didn't end up working in the mid game. Some of the mid game picks set up at the ETC or the Entomb didn't end up working in the late game. So both teams kind of becoming wise to the plays of each other throughout it, and that's what we like to see. That makes for a really exciting game. And speaking of excitement, we are going to a game 5, but first you get a break. You get a chance to chill, go grab your own coffee to put something in that's tasty. Eggnog, that's the word I was searching for. There you go. In the meanwhile, I'll figure out how to speak English a little bit better. We'll be back with game number 5 between 30K and WildHeart Esports right after this.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
welcome back to HeroesCCL. Hey, there we go. We're back. All right. Hey, it's game 5 between 30K and WildHeart Esports. This one's going to be pretty exciting. It's coming down to the wire. And I think it's honestly really hard to predict who's going to take this one, because we've seen both squads do a very good job of adapting to each other, both, I think, mostly in-game, in the draft a little bit as well. But this one's tough to call, isn't it?
Oh, way too hard to call personally. I was joking and I was serious in my call where I'm going to say WildHeart takes all this, but like we were talking about our little storyline meeting we were having, and I wanted this to go to a game 5. I'm super happy it's going to a game 5. Can we get into game, Doa? Can we go into game, please?
I sadly am not in control of that, but I am able to tell you what the map is going to be. At least it's going to be Towers of Doom. That will be our game 5 that we will get into very soon. Don't worry, Bahamut and the rest of you out there. Grubby, what do you think about Towers of Doom?
On Towers of Doom, we had actually 30K running their Rexar Liming comp that they showed last game. Basically the same thing. And they've also shown that twice in a previous Clan War last week. So they're not hesitant to repeat it. So look for the Telltale first pick Rexar coming out. It works really well here as well. They're triple bruiser camp. I like bruisers like Rexar and Yrel on this map because they one-on-one really well. They're like solo laners, but that's exactly what you want on towers, where oftentimes there's things to do in 3 to 4 different places on the map. 3 altars, sapper camp. But we mustn't forget about all the standard Towers of Doom picks that can control sappers. Namely, Stukov, for example, can control sappers. Silence prevents them from exploding. I don't think you want to run Tyrael. Yeah, Garrosh is another good one. That's true.
You can actually into the fray your skeletal defenders and actually get the point. So you can throw them into the quote-unquote death zone, and you can actually get the extra shot off from that. And the reason I bring up Garrosh is because Fury's Garrosh is considered one of the strongest in HeroesCCL. That was one of the reasons we actually saw WildHeart ban out in the last game. Right. So I wonder if we actually consider that here. I have 2 cents about Towers of Doom, and that it is, in my opinion, one of the best maps to end any series. Best of 3, 5, or 7. I personally think this is my favorite map in general to cast and play on, but also to end a series, I think it's so fun because we're not going to be, there's not some quick, core rush. You got to play the map. You got to play the objectives. And this is also where Grubby was saying we get some of our Towers of Doom standards. We also have some Towers of Doom oddities. Vikings are a big one. Samura's an option here as well. Will a team take that risk is the question. That's my biggest concern right now, as they're actually going to ban out the Rexar on the side of 30K, since they were the ones who chose this map. WildHeart, as the losing team, opted for first pick. I was going to say,
Chromie's out there.
Yeah, Chromie's up and available, and they immediately snap it.
Was that why to leave the Chromie out? Yeah, Uther too, on banned as well. But what do you think? The Chromie, I feel like, is still a big threat here.
It is. She's a great to stop altar caps. She does a lot of damage. This is also the first time 30K doesn't remove Uther, if I'm not mistaken. They've first banned that 4 times in a row. Yeah. WildHeart may snap that up.
They're going to grab the Joanna Tychus.
Huh.
I like it. I actually like it.
With the Chromie pick again, though, I suppose it is riskier now, too, because you don't have medallions. So that Chromie is a little bit easier to lock down and eliminate. And if you can lock her down at all, she's extremely fragile. So maybe it is a little bit not as big of a worry as it was before. Yrel, the second pick.
Do you know what I'm honest to God? I'm honestly sitting here and just looking at this, and I'm like, how do you get onto the Chromie? How do you make her life suck in this Towers of Doom game? And it's Falling Sword, Light Bomb, I think Joanna. Because you have Tychus for ranged poke and the Commandeer Odin. You can chase in as well. That Light Bomb into the backline was so good on Towers, on Team of the Spider Queen. I would consider it here as well. And BBJ, we've seen they've got prowess on this Anduin. But the outlier in that is that there's no technical cleanse. You've got Leap of Faith, which some people call cleanse, and it's an 80-second cooldown. But if you go Temporal Loop on Chromie, do you need to consider something like a Rhaegar or anyone with an actual cleanse? And I keep bringing up Rhaegar just because I really want to see the Wolf Boy more in our games. But
maybe Karazim?
Karazim's actually, dashing cleanse as well, or even not 7-sided strike. Divine Palm is an option to maybe help someone in those situations. We'll see. As we get into our last ban, do they consider the Anduin ban here? It was strong, but it's actually an Abathur. Okay.
Chromie can get protected by Falling Sword or Johanna Condemn by the Uther's armor, Divine Shield, the bonus armor when someone gets stunned. So I don't think they're even that afraid of it. I think WildHeart has the lead in this draft, and that Abathur ban also says that we don't want to lose the lead like this. Because Uther, he doesn't have that much wave clear. Chromie, not the best, not the worst. They want to make sure they don't get out-rotated, out-macroed by a special pick.
Well, there's the Anduin, kind of like what we expected. Falling Star Light Bomb certainly an option. They've got the Li Ming as well for that poke damage.
Ty's Li Ming in the previous game was really strong, and I'm excited for it in this game as well. Hazuabs has shown that they're great on Tychus. So far, everyone who's been picked on the side of 30k, or excuse me, every hero picked on 30k has been played already in the series, and we know that they're strong for them. As we get into the last two picks from WildHeart, they need more wave clear, as you two were talking, and they need a little extra poke onto these fights, as that's actually going to be, so it's main tank Uther and a WildHeart special with this Gazlo. Fun's, I would say Fun's Gazlo is something to note. It's really
good, yeah. He's one of the few that made it post-nerf, and they went with it, and now it's coming back again. There's also double support. This is a 4 melee comp by WildHeart with 1 Chromie, and 30k is gonna round it out with the Blaze. Okay.
All right.
Is there any concern here from Guardian of the Ancient Kings, I believe is the name of the talent at level 7. I think, Grubby, you were noting this beforehand, with all the stuns and roots and stuff coming out from the side of 30k.
Yeah, that is a big concern. A very, very big concern. You cannot burst an Uther comp when Uther plays well, and then there's also Stukov for the sustain. Chromie outranges your poke, and Gaslow sets up a defensive perimeter with turrets.
Interesting. So we've got some ideas with the draft. Oh, GG, not yet. We haven't even gotten the game yet. We've got some ideas being thrown around with the draft, but we'll see who ends up getting the GG in the end as we go into game. I'm going to GG out of this conversation. You guys enjoy the game, and I'll catch up with you again. But first, who won the draft?
I gotta say it's WildHeart personally. I like their draft in this a lot.
Yeah, same. I think it's WildHeart as well.
Well, let's go ahead and get on into this. On the left-hand side, we have got the members of 30k up to. We've got BBJ on the Anduin, Ty on the Li Ming, Hazuabs on the Tychus, Fury on the Joanna, and Liam on the Blaze. On the right-hand side, we got the members of WildHeart, who are also up to. This is a best of 5, so this is the winning game for one of these teams, as we have Gazlo, played by Buns, Unaverted on the Chromie, Buds on that Uther, Zergling on the Urel, and Pit Kid on the Stukov, and Grubby, you're saying GG's as we're loading in. What are your thoughts on this draft as we get into mid lane?
Yeah, sorry, I get my GG timings wrong sometimes.
Based on our script over here, you're roughly 23 minutes and 14 seconds fast.
Yeah, sorry, I just get excited, you know, and I think I see who won, and then I call it, and it's just way too early. But we'll see, you know.
What are your thoughts on Pit Kid over here playing our Stukov as our admin is actually messaging and noting that to me?
What the? Kid on Stukov. You gotta stop, Justin. This doesn't make sense. Wait. Oh yeah, Liam is there. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Liam is there. Offlaner, Funds is there. Gaslow, Buds is. But normally, Pit Kid is on Uther.
Pit Kid's usually playing these off main tanks. So are they trying to say Stukov's the main tank? Maybe. Stukov hits like a tank, and not like a tank in this game, like a literal like a tank that you can go shoot missiles out of. Regardless, let's get off of that one and see how this game works out for them.
I think even thanks Stukov.
Yeah. Also, Light of Karabor for this Urel, so Zergling opting for not the armor, and it kind of makes sense because you have that Uther kind of for that armor. At least maybe you're expecting it through them. This is a wild one. This is a wild game number 5 here already, Grubby. I'm excited for this, and our first objective, for anyone wondering, will be announced in roughly a minute, and it's going to be in the top left, right, and then the middle of the map, and that's up and available at 3 minutes total in the game.
Blaze already cleared the lane, so he's going to come mid and clear that. Or he could come bot for a 5v4. He's thinking about it. No, Liam is going to stay mid.
We went for the chronic conditions as well for that time stop on the Chromie, so it's going to be movement debuff for the enemy by 30 and movement buff for the friendly member. For anyone wondering what that speed is, it's 30%, which is basically mount speed when it comes to the buff. You're taking a lot of damage, will go down, and first blood over to WildHeart.
So what is the plan for? What is the story behind Pitkit on freaking Stukov? He's got that reactive ballista spore. So the idea is, hear me out, okay?
Okay.
You run in with Stukov, pretend to be caught. You're swinging your arms in the air, the big one, the small one, like, ah, no, I'm dropping low. Boom. See that? He drops below 50. Everyone gets the spore. Does that mean Stukov is gonna die? Maybe. Bit off more than he could chew? No! Uther armor, Uther shields, Uther healing. And suddenly, Stukov slowed everyone, and that's the engage. That's it. That's the engage. You run in with Stukov, you do the reactive ballista spores, and then you reset the cooldown of bio kill switch, and everyone gets slowed by, how much is it, Bahamut? Is it 70%?
For which one? I'm sorry. I'm still
kill switch plus you. Oh,
I don't know off the top of my head actually. I really
50%.
Okay, 50. Okay.
Well, so 50% slow on the whole team.
Top right invade actually coming out from Liam on that on the play.
The least exciting one-on-one ever, where no one can kill the other.
But usually it's just this. It's the quote-unquote solo lane agreement. I get the left, you get the right, and then the four people in the bottom lane, they just do whatever four people do. Actually, seeing a rotation coming down, Yrel not gonna get caught out. I thought that they were. Ooh, nice block.
Yeah.
I thought Yrel was gonna get caught, but also just to quickly note, really, just Pitkit and Fun's blocking the damage so that Buds could get the channel. Just little things like that make big differences.
I want to see a stat sheet for all the different heroes Pitkit has played in CCL. It's going to be the weirdest list of anyone.
All right. I was just double checking one thing myself, but we have Siege Camp on the left-hand side to be grabbed, so off bottom lane pressure coming through. The members of WildHeart need to manage this bottom lane just like how 30k is trying to push into it. We always talk about this, and for anyone that's wondering, you want to control bottom lane because of the double sapper camp and the extra bell tower shots. It also is difficult when that bottom lane objective phase spawns. If the enemy team holds that bottom lane bell tower, your rotation into that is a lot more difficult. You're kind of telegraphing where you're coming from. As Pitkit is doing exactly what you're saying. They are in the front line, but watch on the left-hand side of the screen. There's going to be Yrel coming in with the Righteous Hammer, slowing Sands onto BBJ. They're looking for the burst onto them, and they find it. Another kill over to the side of WildHeart on Towers of Doom.
Yeah, Anduin gets taken out. It's now 5v3. You said it, that bottom lane bell tower is so important. It makes it very predictable where a defender is going to come past. It's that little corridor at the sappers. Since you cannot walk past an enemy fort that they stole from you, that's the one you want to keep getting over and over. Small little lead for WildHeart. It's tough for 30k to punch through this double support comp with turrets and time traps and bombs and slowing sands and armor everywhere. And so let's start thinking about how 30k can start to turn this around. They still have potentially the Falling Sword Light Bomb combination. They can also do Blessed Shield Light Bomb. And there's the Tychus destruction of anyone that gets near that can ignore armor as well. So he's got a little bit of a workaround against Uther. And Li Ming can always pop off. If a single member starts falling, she can really clean up with that cooldown resets. So Johanna, Anduin, Blaze, they can still get some pickoffs with the stuns. And there's no Guardian of Ancient King on Uther, so there won't be 50 armor for anybody, just a 25.
Did go cleanse though, so they do have that availability, I believe, every 40 seconds. Excuse me, Hand of Protection, I'm sorry. It's 90 seconds on that one. My apologies.
But it can see the art.
It's like one of those things that, like, I haven't seen it in so long, so I actually forgot the cooldown because I was like, cleanse? Cleanse hasn't been picked in competitive games in months, but I want to point out, Divine Shield for the Uther, not going to be the Divine Storm, and also Gravo Bomb 3000 for that Gazlowe, not looking for the self 1.5 second cleanse, looking for the big wombo with this friendly team.
Yeah, nice to get that, get everyone in 1 point. Then cast the slowing sands, then the lurking arm by Stukov. He gets a big there's the combo, and the way he gets blown up. BBJ, oh wait, he's still alive, but yeah, did end up falling. Nice combo there on him. 60 seconds cooldowns get used by everybody that used it. The ones that didn't use it, and Anduin is dead.
I'm seeing a trend here, Grubby, from the side of WildHeart, and wow, that's a falling sword just from Fury into the camp. But the trend I'm starting to see is something that we were talking about beforehand, which was Anduin has no cleanse. You can't leap of faith yourself. We've talked about this in multiple previous weeks. And for the fact that WildHeart constantly dives Anduin, it's showing me that they're like, what are you going to do, Anduin? Are you going to cleanse yourself? Are you going to light bomb yourself? We're still going to kill you every single time because you're very burstable and you have no way to defend yourself.
That's it. He's going to have to be very careful with his positioning, BBJ. And just, you know, the kind of back you need to be against this team, it's a lot.
Zergling constantly splitting BBJ. We actually can see it in the bottom of our screen as the rest of the team is actually having to back off to now look at Zergling. But this is a Urel who's got Ardent Defender, or Ardent Absorber as we also like to call it. And this is just another Righteous Hammer for poke potential onto a lot of these players. Time stop. There's going to be some damage coming in. A big burst onto Liam, who drops the bunker in time. They're going to live for now. Condemned from Fury, pulling in quite a few. Li Ming trying to find the reset. Urel dives in, but the jet propulsion from Liam is too good. There's a leap of faith onto Fury to save them. Righteous Hammer into tie. The chase from Zergling's big. Ardent Defender used. Gravel Bomb pulled, but no one going down. An objective looks like it's in hands of WildHeart.
It might not be yet. There could still be an interrupt. Shield Clear coming in. He gets the Shield Clear interrupt. 30k not willing to give this up, but try moving through all those turrets. The slowing sands and the Chromie Blast. Great shot. Good accuracy by Unaverted on the Chromie through the eye of the needle. He finds the Sand Blast to take down the audacious Fury, who went with that Shield Clear interrupt. A small interrupt, but then to death.
I was making jokes about BBJ playing League of Legends and Dota for the last hitting in that last game, but I think we, Unaverted, might have been playing some Apex Legends or something, maybe some CSGO, to get the sniping on this Chromie. Like, threading the needle with that Sandblast, I wasn't expecting it. Like, I was like, okay, this is going to hit by a minion or another. Yeah, like,
someone should have blocked it.
Here. Yeah, someone should have blocked that 30k.
Yeah. We would have. Bahamut and I would have.
Yeah, I would have protected Mr. President Fury, but another camp coming through. Light Bomb, Falling Sword into the backline. They get that set up, but where's the damage?
I mean, it's there. It's just a lot of healing, so you can't see it. Armor, cleanses, hand of protection. There's double layers of armor, and they're surviving. But there's D-Shield on Urel. He didn't have Ardent Defender yet, but D-Shield does get used. That should be the retreat mark for WildHeart.
Fun's gonna drop those Explodium charges behind them to zone back the enemy team. Fury did go into the Blessed Hammer, and I was like, whenever I see Blessed Hammer, I think of a clip from Mockery, who was actually playing Joanna. This is like months ago, but they were chasing a Tracer down, and they were using the hammers, and the clip is so good because I think Tracer just gets out of like Fog of War, and you see the hammer go out of Mockery's Fog of War, and then all of a sudden you see a Tracer death, and you just hear him cheering. I'm like, this is such a good moment right there. You rarely get those, and I always like to bring that up because it's just like, you can snipe with those hammers if you play them right. Anyways, 13's up on both sides. Control point, or excuse me, altar spawning in bottom lane. WildHeart maybe looking for a fight.
Fury there to absorb some of the hits. Use Iron Skin is now on cooldown. Big stun into Fans. There's the Falling Sword combo again. Get the lightning, the light bomb on Stukov, but he barely seems to feel it.
Zergling casually 1v2ing BBJ and Ty over on the bottom of our screen as they're falling low. Ardent Defender's up and available, but they don't go for the pop. Fury with 300 health at the top of the screen right there. And Funds and Friends zone this back. Bud's going for the channel, and I think they get this. They need to be careful, and they're able to get out of there.
All right, another... Yeah, he got out of there. This time the Sandblast didn't hit, but it's WildHeart that's making 30k run. Zergling being such an absolute nuisance in the backline, just existing, Bahamut.
The Condemn actually from Fury interrupted the Righteous Hammer charge, and if that Righteous Hammer connected, we could have potentially... Yeah, I was wondering, I was like, why did that end? But it was the Condemn, I think, hold them. Jet Propulsion coming in from Liam, and this is Ardent Defender used at full health. Bunker comes down, Zergling jumps back in, Liam in and out of that bunker, is going to try and get out of here. They're in that slowing sands. They need to try and Jet Propulsion out the long way around. Bud's getting low here. Righteous Hammer onto Liam. The flailing swipe out from Pit Kid. Commandeer out and out from Hazuabs as Urel continues to chase the Blaze with the Righteous Hammer. There's a Falling Sword on the right-hand side. This is such a split team fight. Bud's Blind Shield, the Gravel Bomb comes out, but nobody here, Grubby, gets picked off.
Nope, that's the beauty of double support. It's my favorite meta. I know it's an unpopular hot take. I also think Game of Thrones Season 8 was the best. No, I'm just kidding. That was easy. Yeah, I love it. Just layers of defense. Uther dropped to 77 HP and de-shielded himself. It was pretty close, though. Stukov and Uther got pressured heavily by that Falling Sword light bomb. And as much as WildHeart has been trending up in the fights, the experience is being kept very even by 30k. By doing so, they have kept themselves in the game. have allowed themselves to get a comeback literally at any time WildHeart makes a mistake. Is this it?
Light Bomb came out from Fury, stun onto Tai. They have to blink away as Buds is putting the pressure onto that Li Ming. We have Urel in the mid lane rotating out, looking for those 5 shots in the top right of the map. In the bottom, already Stukov is split off for the 5 shots down there, and these 3 sappers will be cleared out, but they're going to look for some pressure onto Anduin with the gravel bomb, and they pull them in. Hello?
Hello? Anduin, are you there?
No.
That was a great combo. Great combo. What did it start with? Was that the time trap?
I think so. I think it was time trap into the Explodium charge, into the gravel bomb, and just sustained damage from, or burst damage from unaverted.
Yeah, exactly. Lovely. And that's a 10 tower shots by WildHeart. They got 2 of the 3 altars, both hitting for 5, only suffering 3 in return. It's 29 versus 10. 30k is going to have to find some magic mojo to turn this around.
Minimap on the right-hand side, Liam coming in for the flank. They're going to try and make something happen, but Tai is so low. Commandeer Odin comes down. Blessed Hammers are out from Fury as well. Liam trying to find a jet propulsion set up onto someone. Hazuab's poking in this Commandeer Odin. I often talk about how it's good siege and anti-siege, and we're seeing it in that anti-siege form right now. Zoning them back with these AoE large bursts onto the ground. Pitkid going to get hit by that one, because it looks like the sappers were cleared out. Fury going to step in once again to just get the minion wave.
Yeah, but WildHeart didn't allow that anti-siege Odin capability to even hit the fort. Oh, nice aim by Tai. Gets some of those magic missiles. She still has Ardent Defender. Falling Sword is going to fall short. 30k desperate to get that chase. Reminds me of a pack of hungry lions that is too tired to hunt well, but still has to do it. And they don't get the prey. Happy for the prey, you know, but Circle of Life and all that. 30k didn't manage to get their sustenance and their comeback in the game. They used many ults for that.
2 altars are up and available here, and this is 5 shots in favor for WildHeart. 10 core health remains for 30k. If they lose both of these, they're going to lose the series. We'll see what happens right now, as this is bottom lane engagement, maybe even mid. This is such a split fight. We'll do our best to see everything right now, as Liam will be forced out. Zergling going for the channel right now will force the interrupt over there. Meanwhile, below us, they're trying to go for the channel as well. They're just doing their best to they're doing their best to eat some of this Li Ming damage. That Arcane Orb was off right there. Funz is doing their best to just eat that damage, as I was noting beforehand. And so far, 30k is able to poke this down. But what happens? Oh, wait. No, they get the channel in bottom. Falling Sword. Light Bomb goes out. Slowing Sands are there. Flailing Swipe didn't connect. They're looking at Stukov, but then they get the Divine Shield, and they're going to run right out of there. Another Commandeer Odin out from Hazuabs, as Zergling is looking to harass them. Grubby, this is such an insane fight, but 5 core health remains for 30k.
Yeah, this is the win condition for WildHeart. If they can win the team fight here, this game will be over. 30k is fighting for their figurative lives here, as they need this, but it's hard to find a kill. Li Ming drops so low. The main assassin here to finish people off. Teleports over the wall. No one is dropping low enough yet on the side of WildHeart. They got that double sustain magic. As Fury jumps in from the backline. He has no falling sword yet. He gets time stopped, and he's dead.
Stukov with the school bus-like damage right there. 300 probably plus into that. John, as the grabble bomb comes out, I think it actually didn't pull in Liam. There might have been a physical block right there. Bud's chasing Tai, and they're gonna get just outplayed, but Anduin goes down in the counter. 1 for 2 overall in favor for WildHeart, as I can't believe it. Blaze lives with a sliver of health, and now Pitkid going for the channel. Hazuabs, you got to poke with a grenade. Yep.
All right. Hazu, will he pay for his life with that? He drops certainly very low, 446 life. And Pitkid gets the channel. It's going to be GG. WildHeart wins with a Stukov main tank composition.
Wow. How about that? That was that was an insane game. I loved every single second of that. And in the end, it was just like the sustain of the double support, plus all the weird pick potential that you actually had out of that comp, you know, with the chromie damage coming in on top of the CC. Like that was a insane game. I was gonna say wild, but that's a part of the name of the team name, so that's a little bit awkward. That was a wild game anyway. I'm just gonna say it. But what a way to end our best of 5. WildHeart ends up taking it 3-2.
I love when a series goes to a game 5, and I love when a series goes to a Towers of Doom game. I want to say this though, I think WildHeart, they played this map their way. Like,
oh yeah,
Fury and friends felt like they had a little bit of a good start. Like they had some good control. There were some moments that they shined, but it was just constantly shut down by just the control and the double support and the burst ability from WildHeart. It was a great Towers of Doom game from both sides, but WildHeart showed how to play this map.
Yeah. They're showing people how the game can also be played, which is always nice when you've got a team or a player that just kind of breaks the mold and challenges all the beliefs that we hold of the game and just takes us in different draft directions. And WildHeart keeps delivering on that front, which is really cool. We can actually hear a little bit from them as Zergling will be joining us for the post-game interview.
Yep, that's right. Zergling, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Wow, that was a hard fought battle, a 3-2 victory for you guys in the end. Like, how do you sort of contend with the mind of Pit Kid when you're going through the drafts? Like, do you play these types of compositions in scrims? How much of it is thought up on the fly, and how much of this kind of stuff is pre-planned? Because I've got a feeling it does take some extra sort of like explanation, coordination to get everybody on the same page with these kind of unorthodox drafts.
Yeah, so some things we do practice. There was a couple comps today that we kind of tried today, which we never ran before. So there's a couple things that we're very flexible and very confident in the drafts that we pick. Me and Justin do a lot of draft prep for our team, so we kind of had an idea what was going in. And as you saw, the series went on, we kind of evolved our drafts as it went on. So there's some things that we never actually practiced for because we're so flexible that we can see what they're picking and pick the counters for it. So I would say maybe only the first game was prepped and then the rest was just on the fly.
That's so fascinating. Just to follow up on that, you guys must have incredible comms then to be able to take something like that and then actually make it look like it's running smoothly in game. Do you feel like that's a big part of it? How do you kind of make that work in the game then?
Yeah, so everyone, our comms are insane. I like to say that this team is really good with comms. Everyone likes to communicate. Justin controls a lot of the foreman about when to take fights and that sort of thing. I control a lot of the macro and rotation so that we never drop a wave. Everyone's constantly communicating. We're calling next. We say stunning, and then the next person says brave, and we make sure we get those stuns, and we communicate really well so we don't stack CC.
That's so cool. Grubby, do you have any questions to add?
Yeah, circling. How much percentage of your preparation and strategy for a draft and a game would you say is you playing to your team's strengths, and how much of it is a nod towards what the opponents are doing? Reason I'm asking this is because you started heavy with the Rexar pick, which 30K was now known for. You contested the Deathwing, which you and they are known for. So what percentage would you say that is your strength versus prepping against your opponent specifically?
So it probably evolve, like I said before, it kind of evolves per drafts. So early on, maybe like our drafts are pretty prepped up to about second bands or whatever. And we're about 75-25. And as it goes on, it's less and less. So probably towards the end, it's 50-50. And then we kind of have an idea because a lot of teams aren't flexible too much in their drafting, and we have a good idea of what they're going to pick. So towards the end, we're just flexing for the counter picks, and we have a strong idea of what they're going to pick. So we kind of trolled a couple games here and there, a couple drafts and things like that. But we're just learning and testing new things because you only get so many scrims a week. So it's fun to try some new things in the games.
That's
Fair
interesting. One more quick question.
Sure.
How much of it is how much of you showing heroes that other teams haven't looked at much yet and comps is you trying to entertain the fans of the HeroesHearth and how much of it is you actually believing that you know things that other teams don't?
I'm going to go with 50-50 because I don't want to expose any strategies. We are already prepping. I know this is one of the harder weeks for us. We're already starting to prep for playoffs. So that's something in mind. We're hiding still things. We have a lot of strategies that we want to do, and it's a lot of fun, but we can't show it till later on. So you have to sit tight until the playoffs.
Respect. Bahamut, any questions to add to that?
I'm going to ask about you're prepping your Cho'Gall for playoffs. I get it. Thank you very much for that one. I really want to know though, because you're talking about prep and Grubby hit on this a little bit, but going into 30K, did you have heroes or players that you were specifically targeting? Because in that Towers of Doom game that we just saw, it almost seemed like your targets consistently was BBJ because you can't self-cleanse, you can't leap of faith. Was that kind of the game plan, or was it when the opportunities presented themselves, you went for those kills?
I don't think Anduin's good. I think Anduin's only good into Leo and Tomb. So I think picking Anduin there was a little troll with how strong supports are nowadays. And picking a support like that, it needs a lot of protection. And Towers of Doom is a big map, so I was able to get a lot of flanks as Urel and punish him for picking Anduin because Anduin can save other people, but he's a hard time saving himself. So.
I gotta say really quickly that the plays that you had circling on that Urel on this last game, you were constantly flanking into the team, constantly on BBJ, and I noted it throughout the game. It was really, really well played from you. I gotta give you hats off for that one.
All right. Well, before we let you go, Zergling, any final shout outs real quick?
I actually have a little thing for that. Shout outs to Espionage VR for being our sponsor. Shout out to WildHeartGG.com where you can buy merchandise. I believe we have some new merch that you guys can check out. The pack, which is basically in my team. I'm really happy that they're on our team, and I'm happy for them to get the dub today. The fans and you guys casting the games. Also like to shout out my girlfriend for supporting me. And then that's pretty much it. Thank you guys.
All right. Gotta love it.
Oh,
Thanks for
and Fun's
stopping
mom.
by. Oh, and Fun's mom. Okay, can't forget that.
Mom. Can't forget about that.
course.
Sorry.
I was going to thank her if you weren't. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. Thanks for joining us, Circling. Congrats again on the win, and looking forward to seeing you again next week. He's already out. All right, guys, that was a great best of 5, but we are not done yet. Don't go anywhere. We've got a bit of a break, but then we've got another match coming up. It is going to be Oxygen versus Granit Gaming. That's going to be a really good one too. Obviously, Oxygen is currently 4-0 in the standings. They looked mortal last week. They got taken to 5 games by Sidestep Kings. Some of that, was it trolling? Was it really just maybe a crack in the armor? We'll find out, because Granit Gaming at their peak is looking like a great team. But again, I mentioned in the pre-show, it does feel like Granit has high highs and low lows. So we're going to see what Granit Gaming shows up today. I think they've got the capability, but we'll find out after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. More Heroes CCL presented by Roll20 coming at you right after this.
Hi, friends, and welcome to In the Weeds, the official CCL halftime show presented by Roll20. I'm Gilly, here with BBJ, support player for 30K. Hey, BBJ, how's the season going so far?
I mean, bit of a rough start, but going pretty good now. On a bit of a win streak. Hopefully, we're still on a win streak when everyone sees this.
Yeah, you get the post-match interview, so it's going to be real fun. We'll talk about that match here in a second. But talking about, that slower start, a couple of losses, and now climbing the standings, to what do you attribute that turnaround?
I mean, our first 2 weeks were against better teams than I think our last 2 weeks, for sure. But also, after our first 2 losses, we got Mene in as a coach. I think that changed up our drafting and also just like our decision-making a lot. And it made us get more out of practice, I think. So we're looking at like reviews more and making bigger strides, like in terms of changing things that we were doing wrong.
Yeah, that efficiency of practice, I'm sure, is super, super helpful. What do you think, some of the big things specifically Mene has been able to help you guys with?
I mean, see some amount of synergy, looking at like, if someone makes a mistake, kind of like diving deeper into like changing the behavior, not just like changing, just not just yelling at them for like missing a skill shot. It's more of like, why did you think this play was good? And then seeing if they can, defend it. And then they can't, then we don't do that again.
Nice. That's it seems like maybe brutal VOD review, but necessary for sure in order to make those good improvements.
Yeah. I mean, everyone on our team, the goal is just winning. So everyone can take a little flame from time to time if it means we win more games, because nobody likes losing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's awesome to hear that everyone's got the right mentality. And kind of talking about you guys' team dynamic, obviously you guys have had a change. You've brought Fury in. He was tanking some last weekend, and then of course we heard Mike make it official. What differences in playstyle do you feel that Fury brings to your team, or any changes that you guys are making in order to adapt?
Fury's more vocal than Maska, which I think helps because our team doesn't really have like a one set leader. It's kind of everybody talking, communicating. So having like a more vocal tank kind of allows us to follow up better, I think, sometimes. Yeah. And, knowing the tank's cooldowns is pretty important. But I don't think the tank change is huge. I think Masquerade and Fury are both very good tanks. So I think the bigger changes are coming just from us getting more out of practice in different drafts.
That makes sense. And I know Fury pretty vocal opponent of Medallion, and obviously this is going to be the first weekend without Medallion in for CCL. What are you expecting that will influence, specifically if you think that there will influence the drafting throughout CCL?
Yeah, I think a lot of the heroes with roots will probably start seeing more play. Because I think roots felt pretty bad with Medallion in. Like Malfurion root as a follow-up CC pretty much always got Medallioned out of if it was up. Same with like, Anduin, even Deckard to an extent. The root heroes felt a lot worse. And I think we'll see that some of them come back in support roles, maybe even in like 4-man thralls and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that'll change. And also I think like setup combos, right? Like the more predictable CCs, like even maybe May, like the things that are just very easy to see coming.
Yeah.
That some people would medallion and get out of. Now they land and they can lead to more kills.
That now explains to me so much more of your stream title when I came and found you.
Yeah.
And of course, next weekend for CCL, Hogger's going to be in play. Have you had a chance to test him out? Are you with the team at all? And what are your thoughts on where he might fit into the meta?
I haven't played him at all, but I've seen him in quite a few games, and he seems pretty weak right now.
Okay.
Unless maybe people are just really bad at him, and he has a high skill ceiling. It's kind of hard to tell because it's still early days. But he seems like he's not quite strong enough to be a main tank, but he also doesn't wave clear that well to be in a side lane. So he's kind of in like limbo between being like a 4-man bruiser, but he doesn't bring a ton of damage or a ton of utility. So I'll be interested to see if any teams pick him up.
Yeah.
I imagine there might be some buffs if his, win rate or whatever isn't very good later on, and then maybe we'll see him more.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe depending on patches and stuff, maybe he starts to pop up more if that happens around like playoffs and that kind of time. But we'll have to see. Still definitely exciting always to see, anytime there's a new hero and where they might fit into things. All right, so let's switch gears a bit. This interview is going to air after your WildHeart match. They sit just above you guys in standings. So, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. How are you feeling that matchup's going to go, and what are you guys going to do to make sure that you deliver them their second loss and tie them in standings?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first weekend without Medallion, so WildHeart is normally unpredictable no matter the weekend, and now they're even more so. But it's kind of good for us because I think everybody's coming in with kind of different takes on the meta without Medallion now. So we're just kind of focusing on our own stuff because we don't expect to be able to predict whatever they're going to bring out. So as long as, we show up with drafts that we like and we play well, I think we're pretty confident going into it.
Awesome. And then next weekend, I want to talk a little bit about that match too. You're going to face Sidestep Kings. What are you expecting out of that match? And is there anyone in particular that you're kind of looking at as someone to watch out for or someone to maybe capitalize on from that team?
I mean, that team's kind of been struggling. Their only win is against Simplicity when they had a sub week 1. So I think they've probably been underperforming a bit, but they took Oxygen to 3-2.
Yeah.
And almost beat them. So, I mean, we won't underestimate them, but probably try to focus on the Korean players. I mean, 200 ping's a lot to be playing on. So, if we can't abuse them on 200 ping, it's a bad sign for us.
Are there any teams in particular that you are like really looking ahead to playing, even if it's WildHeart or beyond?
I mean, the rest of our schedule, I think, pretty much just WildHeart, and then after that it's just the playoffs, whether we end up in like 4th or like if we get top 3 and get to go to playoffs without going through the gauntlet, it'd be pretty nice.
Yeah.
And then we get to maybe get some redemption against Crowd Control or Oxygen, because I think both those sets we felt we should have won. I think we just had some uncharacteristic mistakes.
Got it.
That we would like to clean up the next time we play them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, best of luck to you in, I guess, that SSK match when this is going to be airing. But for now, it wouldn't be, I'd be doing you and the fans a disservice if I didn't try to get some classic BBJ hot takes. So, we're going to do a segment that I made up on the spot, BBJ hot takes. I'm just going to give you a few rapid fire questions, starting with who's the best team in CCL?
I mean, it's got to be 30K. Come on. I can't. Maybe it's another team. I mean, Oxygen's been looking good, but I think, I don't know, a lot of their sets, I think the other teams just played worse than their standard. I think Crowd Control, I think they're really good all around, but I think their drafts actually will probably end up costing them later in the season. And then WildHeart's kind of a coin flip. if their meta works out, maybe they're the best team. But if it doesn't, then maybe they're not even top 4. So I always believe in my own team.
Good.
Maybe we've already lost to WildHeart at this point. I look like an idiot, but that's fine.
No. You got to believe in the team. I'll give you maybe an easier question, maybe harder. Who's the worst team in CCL?
Oh, I mean, come on. It's Chili Mountain. It's not even close. I mean, I don't think they're picking up a game the rest of the way. They're making another roster change this week, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it'll be next week, but maybe they'll pick up a game or 2, but they won't pick up a set, and then they're probably first out in the playoffs. I mean, they gave us their first 3 draft picks. We have the 1, 16, 17 pick all on our team.
Yeah, the inner workings between Chili Mountain and 30K have definitely been interesting as the draft show goes. Let's switch a little bit. Who's the best drafters in CCL?
I mean, Justin drafts are always unique. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's hard to tell if they're great or if it's just that nobody has practice against them, so they look better than they are. I think Cascon as Oxygen drafter has been doing a pretty good job. I think some of his drafts are a little out there, but I think they generally get advantages through the draft and then they execute on them. And then, I think Mene's drafts have been very good for us after we picked them up.
And whose drafts make 0 sense to you?
There's some Granite drafts that leave me question mark pinging them.
Okay.
There's also place drafts are like okay, middle of the pack maybe. I mean, Chili Mountain drafts have been atrocious the early weeks. Maybe they've been better the last few, but it's kind of hard to tell. They kind of just AFK and let themselves lose.
There's the BBJ hot takes. There you go. Presented by, BBJ. There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much, BBJ. I really appreciate you taking the time. Are there any shout outs that you'd like to give before we go?
Shout out to CCL, of course. Even the unsung heroes, the production team back there.
Oh,
the people that make the show happen. Then shout out to 30K, Mr. Udall with the mastermind drafts and roster moves, stealing all of Chili Mountain's picks.
Continuing to win through 500 IQ plays. I love it. Well, thank you again. Thanks everyone for watching another In the Weeds presented by Roll20 and for enjoying CCL. We'll see you next time. And thank you so much, BBJ, for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa. With me, of course, are Bahamut and Grubby. We just saw an amazing 5-game series between 30K and WildHeart. It was awesome. If you're just tuning in now, definitely go back and catch the VOD later because it was really entertaining. But we got to move on. We're moving on to a great match as well, though. It's going to be Oxygen Esports versus Granit Gaming. As you can see, spoiler alert, it was a 3-2 victory for WildHeart Esports. Hey, if you're watching right now, it's on you, all right? And it was a pretty awesome series, wasn't it?
I had a blast with that one. Like that, I'll always say this and I'll keep repeating it. Towers of Doom is the game in the map to end a series on, Doa.
Yeah. It was great. Let's talk about our next best of 5, though, and talk specifically about this Oxygen roster. They have been so good all season long. They are 4-0. Things did get a little bit silly during the middle of that last best of 5 against Sidestep Kings. But what do you think that was? Was it just cockiness? Was it laziness? Was it just a mistake in drafting? And what do they need to do to clean it up this week?
What was the silliness again? Can you remind me?
It was the Abathur Lost Vikings game.
The one where they got countered by
you remember
Hammer.
that? Yeah, they got mega counter banned. They could not go anywhere outside of their bottom lane because of Sergeant Hammer, and it just didn't work out. So trying to analyze what exactly that was and how you stop it from happening again.
The draft broke Noah.
It did.
I think realistically here, that was a little bit of them showcasing their prowess in their actual drafting styles as well, because that draft could have worked really well. Cascon is an amazing drafter for them, but looking over at the Granite roster right now, we had some changes last week with, I believe, Yasuo being picked up into this squad, and they actually got to showcase their Lucio last week. And you know what? Here's the thing that I've been asking for. Do we get Banana versus Yasuo, and do one of them get this Lucio, and does one, kind of counterplay the other? Because I wanted the 1v1 mid lane, cursed hollow sort of deal. Maybe we can get them to do that, and that'll be our midway show little thing that we can showcase for everyone one week. But that's, I think, the big outlier for me is actually the drafting style from Oxygen and the play style from Granit Gaming as they're coming up as the stronger squad.
Right. Well, let's take a look at what map we're going to start off on. And while we take a look at this, Grubby, what were you going to say? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm just going to say Granite has an unusually high amount of Kerrigan picks per map. Like their Kerrigan pick ratio is like 0.4. They took it a number of times in their last few drafts, so probably about 2 per series. So that's something to keep in mind. We also have a lot of variants coming out of Granit Gaming. Skok likes to pick that. So they like to go for those big, impressive CC chain comps. And with Medallion gone, melee assassins have trended up, not down. So we can see Alarak, we can see Kerrigan, and I'm excited for what is bound to be a very different drafting style by both of these teams.
Makes sense. So here we go. Picks and bans for Battlefield of Eternity game number 1 between Oxygen Esports and Granit Gaming. And what's it going to be? Blue band, first ban over to Oxygen.
Before we get into our bans really quickly, and while they're kind of waiting, I want to catch everyone up who might have missed this. The coin flip was originally won by the members of Oxygen Esports, opting for first pick priority for game number 1. They banned out Tomb of the Spider Queen, and the members of Granit Gaming banned out Volskaya Foundry as they chose Battlefield as our first map, as we just saw on that map selection screen a second ago. I do want to note this because this is, and people might scoff at this, but Garden of Terror is up, and I feel like that is a map where Oxygen might get a little... not testy, but experimental with their drafting again, because that feels like a map where you don't have to play standard. But no Medivh ban means in a Medivh snap, and Madara is going to be Madara is going to be easily able to snap that up.
Wow, I am shocked that Medivh got through. That said, Lucio does get to play, or Yasuo does get to play Lucio, and I still maintain that game we saw last week from Yasuo and Lucio was the best Lucio game we've seen yet this season. Yeah. So bold of Oxygen to allow him to have that.
Yeah, it was between him and Banana Age to get that Lucio. That's a very high Lucio prioritization, but I love the fact that Granite has 2 heroes that can deal with portals. Maybe not force of will per se, but they can push people trying to take portals, and that is important. Mobility and displacement is what you want against Medivh, and they have it so far, Granit Gaming.
Single target setup is massive, though, also for Oxygen right now. You can go into the Diablo Shadow Charge, overpower Hanzo, rips an arrow into you, and you're stunned for a while. There's a lot of good burst ability coming out from Oxygen, but the counter is available from Granit Gaming, at least through this Lucio. A little bit of control with that Diva with the defense matrix. As an Entomb Leorc, yeah, I don't think I'd want to go up against that. That just kind of pieces really well together in the puzzle that Oxygen's putting together, but a snap ban onto the Tychus. Nick's been playing a lot of Tychus, so maybe they're trying to force their Kerrigan play, which, as Grubby was noting, there's a lot of it, but it hasn't been super standout.
It's risky against Medivh going Kerrigan. Oh, Arthas.
Oh, interesting.
Arthas?
Hey, no medallion means suddenly W gets a lot more value, I guess.
I guess if you're expecting a gray main, maybe you're trying to draft ahead of a gray main, maybe?
Well, there is Lucio Arthas synergy. Arthas is a slow lumbering oaf. He's threatening, but he's slow. Lucio makes him faster. Diva also gets a talent that can make an Arthas faster. But Arthas Sonya, we got a new draft coming out here from Granit Gaming for sure.
I love this Brightwing pick, though. AoE cleanse. There it is! There it is! We have been talking about this for so long. We actually talked about this in our Thursday meeting as well, Doa. Melee assassins on the uptrend, and Kira potentially being picked up after Gladiator's Medallion, because she is very much in the realm of you have to land your abilities to live. But if you land those abilities, boy, you can really deal some damage. So this is exciting. But as I said, there's the Brightwing who has the mass cleanse with that Soothing Mist, and that's what I wonder, is that going to be enough to mitigate everything that Granit Gaming's trying to push into the face of Oxygen? That's my big question.
We're going to let you guys have at it with the discussion in just a moment, but we did want to mention too that the prize pool donations have surpassed $14,500. So real quick before we get into the game, thank you so much out there for supporting Heroes of the Storm Esports. Of course, 60% of that goes to the players, 40% goes to handle some production costs. But man, it is crazy to see people support Heroes Esports so much. But hey, when you've got drafts like we just had, why wouldn't you? I'm going to go ahead, banish myself to the nether realm in just a moment for the game. But I want to hear you guys' takes on the draft. Can't wait to see it. Get in the game.
Well, me personally, I'm going to be leaning into Oxygen on this one. I think they've got a lot of dive and a lot of burst. But speaking of Oxygen, we have got Red Robot on the Diablo, Nasmus on the Urel, Madara on the Medivh, Hanzo being played by Prismaticism, and Banana on the Brightwing. On the right-hand side, we got Granit Gaming with Nintori playing the Diva, Nick on that Kira, Svampgrada on the Sonya, Yasu on the Lucio, and Skoog on the Arthas. Grubby now, your thoughts as I'm calling for an Oxygen win.
I think so too, because I've never seen Arthas, Sonya, Kira for a long time, and especially not in the same draft. So I remain to be convinced, but I'm not difficult to be convinced. I just need a few good arguments. But for now, I'm on Oxygen's side. It's Medivh, never going to argue against it. Even when they were behind, Medivh won today. I think he's 100% win rate in the CCL. But I'm very bemused by this draft. And I got to admit, I've been brushing up on my hero knowledge. There's been reworks. There's been new heroes. I was going for Hans from Hans for a bit. And I've been playing all the HeroesCCL players play, but not Kira. Like, I know what she does, but I don't know which talent builds are popular. And I haven't seen her in a competitive game ever. So I'm very excited to see this.
They're going into their Carnage right now, which is going to play into their skill shots, I do believe. So it's kind of what I was saying a little bit in draft. Kira can be an oppressive force if she's able to land her abilities. If you miss the Blood Rage, I believe it is, or no, it's literally just the Carnage. If you miss that and then you don't get your Blood Rage value, then you can't really sustain. Revolving Sweep is the thing that I was noting as well that was kind of countered by Medallion a bit. You basically have this Revolving Sweep, and then if you get to the far side of the Revolve, they Medallion, and then you drop, and you're very kind of self-split from the friendly team. So she's kind of in this weird spot as Lucio gets caught out for a second, going to push off, and Nick is going to be able to poke with that Carnage once again. Grubby, Sony actually going to be going into the Seismic Slam, the Fury's Blow level 4. Usually it's like Warpaint or Tough as Nails.
Yeah. Seismic Slam build got buffed. It enjoyed 2 buffs. There's now a Shattered Ground level 4 talent that deals more damage on the splash of Slam than the main damage itself. Before it was 100%, no one really took it. So now you can actually really poke at the backline with that Slam. The 16 Giant Slammer also got buffed. It deals more percentage damage. And with the level 1, every 4th Slam deals 50% bonus damage. So I do believe we have a full Seismic Slam build coming out by Svampgrada, which is really interesting to see.
Is there anything, and maybe this is just my own personal taste coming in here, and you can judge me on this, do you think we actually see a Leap Sonya coming out because of this playstyle, this slam kind of, you leap in, you slam them, I think Poison Spear's at level 7 if I'm not mistaken, so you still have that extra damage as you leap, spear, slam, get a kill?
So I used to think like that with Sonya as well, and I played like that a lot. I thought, okay, I've got this burst build, therefore I should go leap, which is also burst. But then you look at Wrath of the Berserker, and it says increase all damage dealt by 40%. And reduce stuns and roots and slows against you. And that just makes it really hard to ever go for leap. Because you're losing out on 40% damage on your slams, which splash, which etc, etc.
But leap goes burr, and leap goes... It's just... but leap! No, but this is actually going to be a Medivh trying to protect Prismaticism, and they're going to go down as well. To note for anyone wondering, those are Medivh stacks reset. They are back at 0. I didn't see what they were at previously. If I can cheat and look back at stream, they were somewhere around the 2, but that's about a minute ago.
Yeah. Well, I love to see what Kira brings here as the fight breaks out again a bit over the top Immortal. Displacement, right? Like Arthas, Sonya don't have it, Lucio Diva did, and so does Kira. She can careen someone away from that portal. So can Lucio, so can Diva. So that control gives them the double kill, which is really cool to see.
Nintori so close to dying right there. Is they're going to be able to get back into that mech? It was bit of a hairy moment, but the actual the dive and the CC that's coming out from Granite Gaming seems to be working out really well from them, as I think they're going to have the faster race in this, and they'll be able to win the first Immortal phase. I believe they'll get Belith to join them through, if I'm remembering, Siege, probably bottom lane, because I think that's more well defended, but half the shield remains, or a little bit less.
Should be top. There was a bottom wall destroyed by Granite Gaming. They're off a flying start against the favorite. Oxygen is 4-0. And Granite Gaming is sitting at, is it 2-2? No, 1-3.
I think they're 1-3.
Yeah. And finally, Medallion over. They can start to unleash their full potential with Kira, apparently. No one was more countered by Medallion than Kira.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely. And this last pick it's exciting because we're seeing it on the winning end for now, as Red Robot and friends are going to be defending against this push through top. The wall goes down. The Immortal's going to be around half, and they've got really good clear onto this Immortal phase through that Hanzo, and also some poke going into the back with that scatter arrow right there. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, looks like Yrel was pushing up waves, trying to close that experience gap that is starting to form through those double kills in favor for Granite Gaming. But I think, Grubby, you made a good point there really quickly, and it's Granite Gaming, as a 1-3 team, they're starting to make Oxygen look a little more human than Immortal seeming, excuse me.
Yeah, more human than Immortal, and you know, Medivh, have they played a lot of Medivh, Bahamut, do you remember?
The members of Oxygen?
Oxygen, yeah.
Maybe one or two, but I don't think many.
So let's see if they are indeed going to get countered. It would be the first time that a team, I believe, counters Medivh. There's the root on Medivh. He tries to go to portal. Yazoo with the interrupt. But not enough damage follow-up. Not just yet.
We have that poison spear from Sonya at level 7. I'm just saying, they could look. Rather Berserker, you do make a lot of really good points with that. There's just so much utility out of it. I just love Leap because, you know, it's great to just jump into the back line, spear, slam, and maybe get a kill and hopefully not die. And you just win, or excuse me, you just spin to win through the rest of the team, and hopefully you don't get CC'd to death. But 10 talent tier will be here soon, especially in favor for the side of Granite, as they found those early 2 kills. And we have our Immortals spawning back on map in 20 seconds. Oh, wait, top lane?
Yeah, they're going to go for Brightwing. Banana H was holding the minion wave so that the minion wave is closer on his side. He was very committed to soak this. In a way, he telegraphed that he wanted to be safe, and they went for him. So it kind of telegraphed that he was going to be alone, in a way. He was holding the minion wave, not killing it, so that it's on his side, so that he can win the wave against D.Va. And in that way, it was like, yeah, there's no one actually reverse baiting and trying to catch you. So very cool engaged by Granite, recognizing that and getting the kill on Brightwing.
Portal forward, Medivh is going to be able to save Red Robot, as we saw the revolving sweep. Nasmus comes in with the Righteous Hammer to bot people around. 10 talent here is on the side of Oxygen as well. And I want to note this, I'm actually realizing Oxygen's usually the team to find this small experience gain in the early and just run away with it. And we're seeing Granite deny that and kind of just hold this almost level lead over their head, just kind of like, haha, this is how you like to play the game. How's it feel, y'all? Just halfway through our Immortal phase, but it was just one thing that I noticed, and Oxygen looks a little caught off guard by this. I feel like it seems like they're unsure of themselves almost.
They've not been in the driving seat. They don't look, they don't look dominant like they have been in pretty much every other game, and it's hard for us to say exactly what is the reason for it. I do think Granite has played an amazing game so far. You look at Hanzo, Prismaticism. He's only got 9 stacks on this W. Is it because he forgot to wear his glasses? Or is it more likely because Granite really hasn't been giving those fights? They've been rotating wisely, staying away from Hanzo, and just going in when it matters most. And fast when they do.
It's the same to be said about Medivh, currently sitting at 13 stacks on that Arcane Rift, and granted they are scouting in bird form quite a bit right now, and they're not able to get those free stacks, but bottom lane right now I see a revolving sweep onto Nasmus. They're going to get pushed around, bopped. Ardent Defenders used. Brightwing comes in with the phase shift as well. Going to be able to have the peekaboo value from the level 7. I believe that also gives them a bit of a passive gain as well. No, excuse me, it's the shielding. That's what it was that I was thinking of that one. Overpower though on his Fountain Grotto. There's a lot of damage going out. Open sweep on to Red Robot. Sound Barrier used. There's going to be the Leyline Seal. Apocalypse goes underneath it. Well timed out from them. Hanzo rips an arrow right into Nintori's face. That doesn't get much value as the mech explosion's up and available. There's a portal out. Final strike comes out, but the protection from Madara is too good, and nobody goes down, but every single heroic used.
Really cool Mother Crystal by Kira going for that lethal on Brightwing. Another really cool part of how Kira can potentially be used to counter a portal play, a counter Medivh. Not just her revolving sweep that can displace and stun someone looking to get through a portal, but that final strike follow-up for narrow portal escapes. The range is enough to catch up even with the furthest portal. Unless Medivh gets the level 13 portal range increase. Is that still a thing? I think it is. They don't normally go for it.
Range increase comes from... No, I think you're right.
It's gone, maybe.
Oh, is it? I might not be remembering correctly, but Nintori will lose their mech as Belith is pushing through bottom lane. Nasmus comes in here as well, looking for a Righteous Hammer, just gets to bop some members aside. We do have the bottom lane fort going down. Sonya free pushing top lane during all of this as well. So this is a 5v4 in favor for Oxygen, but they're not able to find a kill, and mostly... I'm blown away by this. I can't believe Oxygen is losing out 2 forts during this, Grubby.
They're getting oxygen, Bahamut.
Literally, yes. If you want, I would agree with you. If you call it that, you're not wrong. They found an early lead on the side of Granit Gaming. They're running away with this, and the pressure is so well played, consistently.
Yeah, and measured. Not overextending. Not like what happened in 30k versus WildHeart, where WildHeart got the first objective and then basically threw 2 lives away after their first Web Weaver and lost on Tomb of the Spider Queen. This is measured map control and macro control by Granit. We do have good wave manipulation by Oxygen. You see them holding the lanes on their own side, not going for the quick clear, and that gives them comeback experience. You see that that's kind of evening out.
Brightwing is baiting this right now. Diablo's been sitting in that bush the entire time. They're trying to pull Granit Gaming into this, but this would be a 5v4 in favor for Granit Gaming as everybody's pushing down here. Red Robot comes out with the Fire Stomp. They announce their presence, and I think that's just about it. Granit Gaming going to back off as we do have our next Immortal Face popping up fairly soon.
Urel. Nasmas gonna mount up, try to get away. Sonya will clear the wave mostly, not gonna go for the catch. Portal there to get her out. Portal now on a cooldown of 10 seconds.
I'm waiting. I'm like holding my breath for this next engagement right now just to see what happens. We are gonna have camps on the left and the right hand side. Grab. Hanzo, just to know really quickly while we actually have this camp going on, or this camping happening, Black Soulstone for the Diablo, fully finished out. Medivh sitting at 26 out of the 40 stacks. Hanzo finished the simple geometry already. The Lucio does not have the subwoofer finished out. Arthas Frozen Waste at 103 out of the 150 necessary, and those are all of our questing talents as Belith and Alarian are up and available for race potential. Oxygen trying to find their first kill in this first game.
Yeah, Madara is hunting there, but it's not as easy as getting a Ley Lane Apocalypse combo. Yazoo had a great sound barrier to defend that one heroic synergy that came out from Oxygen thus far. An arrow could be part of it though. Hanzo will be looking for a big dragon arrow to get the multi-people stun.
Brightwing is trying to push up bottom lane as Urel is clearing up top. We do have that, I was going to say we do have Urel actually showing in top lane as I think Nick went up to harass them and slow the deep push.
It's Oxygen trying to out macro Granit here, threatening and engage and doing the double lane push, and they're getting a little bit done there. The experience advantage that Granit had is getting evened out. It's still there though.
About a half a level or so in favor for Granite. They'll hit 16 first as they do have D.Va pushing out that bottom lane, but Brightwing's playing it super, super slow. You were talking about freezing the wave beforehand. That's why we're seeing that wave so much in favor of Brightwing. They don't want to get caught out like they did earlier, and this will be 16 for the side of Granite Gaming, but we said it was a half a level. Now we're looking at a quarter level deficit because the double soak from the side of Oxygen, and this macro play is smart. They're defending the Immortal. It looks like D.Va's joining in. Yeah, I was gonna say they're going in on Hanzo right there. I was watching the minimap too, and they're going onto Ilarion. They're like, cool, we have 16. We need to force you to try and take this fight, or at least get half of this burned down, as Diablo's just CCing, or at least controlling this. Hanzo rips an arrow, is gonna find 4 members, and Apocalypse comes through as well. The sound barrier goes out. Brad the Berserker used by the Sonya. Skook is getting low, but they're able to live for now as the Immortal phase will stall out and go to the halfway point.
That was such a good sound barrier. Only Arthas was caught outside of it, and he had Icebound Fortitude and Army of the Dead to keep himself alive. Now Kira jumping in on Nazmas.
Nazma's getting low here. Lucio amping it up. Final Strike comes out. Ardent Defender used Leyline Seal onto 4. It looks like Portal out, and that's a Leyline to disengage. They say that you can have the Immortal. We're going to back off with our lives intact.
Very, very nice fight and management by Granit Gaming. They stayed alive with that sound barrier. They got the superior trade. The double globe for Arthas. And another Immortal goes to Granite Gaming. It seems like not just is Oxygen getting oxygenated, but Medivh is getting Medivhed. That feeling where you can't get a grip on the game, where you can't get a kill because there's always protection. That's happening to Medivh now, and we never see that. It's always the other team that's struggling to get a kill against the Medivh team. So Granite is doing unprecedented things, and they finish it off.
Half of the shield on Bells is available. Final Strike comes through. Feels a little raw on that one, as it is a 40-second cooldown. Overpower onto Sonya. She gets polymorphed and bursted down. That's a big one for the side of Oxygen, as they now need to defend this, and it seems like the members of Granite Gaming are going to respect this. Hanzo rips an arrow, and it's sidestepped by Yasuo. They missed the leyline seal. Monkasteer indeed on that one, as the Immortal will be handled by the rest of the team. I think they saved the keep, but it will be dropping fairly low.
Yeah, really, really low. Unfortunately for Granite, Sonya walked up to the gate and got overpowered over the gate, and then shadow charged, so that was -1 Sonya. He's been playing a solid game. The first mistake can't be too critical. Still good situation for Granite. They don't get the keep, but it is still in favor of Granite Gaming. Most importantly is not losing their mindset, not losing their minds around this over that one death.
As long as you can keep your momentum going, this is still Granite Gaming in the driver's seat of this matchup. They still have all their structures. They're going to have to do a little bit more lane management during all of this, since the enemy team has these opportunities. But now they're going to go in on Nasmus once again. Ardent Defender protection used. Final Strike comes out, and that's just going to actually give Nasmus a little more health. I think Ardent Defender got hit by that. Granted, that's going to be a 40-second cooldown for a 120-second cooldown.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Does Final Strike do more damage to low targets? Yes. Okay, he's using it wrong. No, I'm just checking. Okay, it does 800 damage and 25% more if they're very low. That's a lot of damage, man. 800.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The other thing to consider...
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just looking at talents as well. Like you were noting, some of the heroic for Kira, Temporal Flux for Medivh. They haven't finished their stacks, but that Temporal Flux at 16, you're gonna have so many more leyline seals, and we'll see if that's gonna connect, because I also noted earlier, they're struggling to finish this out. They're at 33 out of 40. They're still trying to work at these, but it's also a note, they got picked off early, so there's a little bit of that worriness coming through, at least if I was the Medivh player. Like, I got picked off once, I don't want to potentially give my stacks ever again, especially when I'm sitting at 33 and I'm only 7 away from finishing this. But another Immortal phase coming through, 20 talent tier in tow for both teams. Might be some off-soak during this, or they just try and play for the objective.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of both, but Granite Gaming doesn't want to wait. They move in on Diablo, they push him away twice from the portal, and that draws the Hyper Shift by Brightwing. That's a fairly long cooldown. He's going to try to get that back from the lane. Just going to keep an eye on Brightwing, because that marks when Oxygen would be happy to fight again. It's at 40 seconds. He needs a whole minion wave to get it back. So this is a little bit of free playtime for Granite if they want to go for another blow up on somebody. But they're so close to 20 that you think maybe they just won't, huh?
I think it feels like they just want to wait for this. Nasmus is holding that Righteous Hammer. They do have that Templar's Verdict from level 16 to get the armor reduction out from that as well. Brightwing, I believe, has finished out the wave. They've actually got 3 seconds on their phase shift up and available, and they've cleared out the camp and the wave. Sonya did push up the bottom lane as well, trying to pull in that experience. Brightwing actually could maybe just rotate to bottom, but that's we'll have to see. That's a Shadow Charge in onto Skoog as they're trying to set this up again. Wrath Berserker utilized. That's a lot of damage onto this Diablo, especially the CC as well. Phase shift in from Brightwing. Leyline Seal onto 2. There's the Apocalypse underneath them, so that's a wonderful barrier from Yasuo, but they've split the Sonya once again, who doesn't go down, somewhere in the 600 health range. Hanzo ripped an arrow that went through a few. There's a last strike coming out, final strike out from Kira onto Red Robot, who doesn't go down. Sonya, with Wrath Berserker up and 500 health, that's now going back up, is going to continue to live here as they want to re-engage without their 20s.
Yeah, re-engaging without 20s and ults is a very daring proposition by Oxygen, but they are eager to defend this Immortal, as they know at this stage of the game that can be a game-ending proposition. So for now, Oxygen gets the defense, a little bit of cooldown management by Granit, and in 10 seconds at least, they've got Wrath again, final strike, and they still have their level 20 advantages. Portal for Diablo can be used. No, he gets pushed away over and over and over.
Oh no, Banana! Oh! Blink Heal came through in time and the final strike won't connect. These have just been so many final strikes that either get the kill or they just kind of tickle some of these heroes, but 20 talent tier is here. I honest to God thought Banana died. Like, I thought they phase shifted and they were just like, well, this is it for me. I guess Diablo gets through the portal and not me, but the Blink Heal just in time. And also, I want to note really quickly, if no one caught it, the Medivh did finish out the baseline Arcane Rift stack, so time to feed, Grubby.
All right, here we go with the Medivh cheats. Does he have Medivh cheat? Yeah, but yeah. Oh, he didn't use it. Okay, there we go. Oh, the arrow too soon! No, Prismatis is it!
The Apocalypse comes out. There's going to be the Lord of Terror level 20 as well. Red Robot just trying to live as they will get the portal out. Another final strike out from Kira. So many members are low, but there's another Medivh cheat. This is what I'm talking about. Temporal Flux at level 16 is giving them so many of these Leyline Seals. Red Robot just trying to live against the Sonya, who's not going to be able to slam them down. And this is, oh wait, no, they're diving in. They find the Brightwing on the side of Granit Gaming.
Really cool getting that Brightwing, now getting the Medivh as well.
They went for the Composite Spear, increase Ancient Spear's range by 50%. Oh. After hitting an enemy hero with Ancient Spear, gain 25 armor. I was like, that spear is way too long for a Sonya. I thought it was Kira's grapple hook for a second, but either way, they're going to find a double kill through that. Immortal in their favor, and Granit Gaming looking to go to core.
Yeah, that's a 1.5 HP Immortal. This 5 versus 3 final strike. So much damage on Hanzo. Diablo still looking healthy, but for how long? He's 5 versus 2. The keep goes down. Medivh and Brightwing aren't here. None of the supports. They go in on Diablo again. He gets stunned. He gets taken out. Kira gonna be 1-0 in the CCL in terms of score.
First by Prismaticism actually has to agility over the wall back into the Hall of Storms. Red Robot is doing their best to do Diablo things, but they just died. They're going to go down. Belith on core, the members of Granit Gaming as well, and it looks like Granit Gaming, it's game number 1 in our final best of 5 of the day.
Wow. That was a pretty awesome game number 1. Getting to see the Kira was really fun. First game I've ever seen with Kira, actually, but you can tell why. That's a hero that really does need Medallion to not be in the mix, because it's hard to stick to people with the abilities when they can just get out of it every 5 minutes, right? But that was a great game. It was just really, really well played, I think, by Granit overall. Yasuo had some insanely clutch sound barriers and team fights to keep the fights going. The picks were good. And on the Oxygen side, it did seem like they were having trouble coordinating their ultimates in a lot of those team fights. A lot of arrows going wide, a lot of ley lines, maybe only hitting one person sometimes. So Oxygen just seemed off their game the entire time, and maybe it's because of that draft. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that arrow comes in, and, you know, time stop of Medivh cheats, it lasts a second longer. A lot of people who got the muscle memory down for level 10 ley line, they just get it wrong, even good players, because they're used to 3 seconds and suddenly it's 4 seconds. So that arrow missed, and it's a big deal. But that's not the only story. Kira, big story here. Top hero damage for her team, 0 deaths. And he had that really cool level 20 talent. Nearby heroes below 50% health are revealed.
Yeah.
And so you actually saw that red little eye on people that are getting away through a portal. Suddenly you know where they are. That allows Sonya to hit that composite spear with the bonus range. It allows her to hit the final strikes. So they got the double kill there and secured the win.
It's kind of what we were talking about, right? Bahamut, like when Granite is at their best, they look like one of the best teams in the league.
When they have their conditions, I feel like they're playing their game. And this was Granite Gaming. I think seeing some, and I keep using this analogy, but this is the Achilles heel. Oxygen likes to play from ahead. They never let that happen. They shut them down early, and they were the ones who played ahead. And I think Oxygen is unsure of how to drive the game at that point. It was very, to make a joke, it was very Monk-a-steer for Oxygen in some of those moments where Granite Gaming were just literally just gassed down, and they were full pedal into the face of Oxygen. If Granite can play this way for the next 2 games, they could take the series in a 3-0 fashion. I don't think that's the direction we go, but hey, Granite proved me wrong.
Well, we've seen them had really good games before and still end up not coming out of the series victorious. So there's a lot of games to play it in this best of 5. Grubby, before we're going to find out what our next map is going to be in a moment, but no matter what it is, do you think you ban the Kira on the Oxygen side?
I mean, it was last week, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
I don't know whether you ban it. Not yet. I think you want one more loss to her first.
Yeah.
to get it out of your system.
I think it's Lucio. I honestly like. Yeah. You got it. Like either Oxygen went into this like, oh, it's not that good, or we'll outplay it. But you got to respect Yasu's Lucio. 91,000 healing in comparison to the Brightwing 77,000.
What the hell?
Yeah.
And he has 36,000 damage on Lucio. Brightwing only has 10,000. Lucio has more hero damage than Arthas. He's got more than Medivh. It's crazy.
Yasu I feel like I'm fine saying he's the best Lucio we've seen yet in CCL.
Let's just say
it's not just about the damage too and the sustain healing. It's about the repositioning he can do with Soundwave. It's about the sound barriers, the ultimate coming in at exactly the right time in multiple fights. Like he's just got a mastery over that hero that we just haven't seen before, even from some very good Lucio players like Banana on the other side.
I think there's something to be said about this, and we'll see what happens here going into the second map. I'm already excited for this one because it's Oxygen being down in the first game. I don't think we've ever seen that. I don't think Oxygen's dropped their first game ever. It's always been, as I said beforehand, them in the driver's seat. Maybe like last week up against Sidestep Kings, they were like, ooh, let's get a little, let's try out some new things, and then just we get hard countered. But I don't know. Is this enough to bolster Oxygen, or do they kind of take a hit here and maybe they're on the weaker side?
We'll see what's going to happen on the second map as we're about to unveil what that is going to be. It's going to be Infernal Shrines, and I immediately feel the reverberations of the memory of Kerrigan. Kerrigan, of course, this is one of her best maps, and Granite has picked her more than any other team so far, and that's got to be on the minds of Oxygen.
I would imagine. But like you were asking before, Bahamut, like, does Oxygen kind of dig deep here and just play their game? And I think the way that Oxygen plays, if they're not thrown off their game, is one of those styles that just seems near unbeatable, right? Because the hardest thing to beat, I think, in a MOBA is just good, extremely good, solid, foundational macro play. Just play methodically, don't take chances, do everything right that you should on the map, play textbook MOBA play. And it's very, very difficult to beat. We've seen other teams and other MOBAs do very well with that. We've seen teams and Heroes do very well with that. So I think if Oxygen can get themselves back into that mindset and say, we're just going to go back to the fundamentals, that's what we're best at, I think they can find success. But we will see as we go into the draft how the actual game itself is going to look, because this could throw everything off. Draft could get crazy again.
This is a great fundamentals map, though. You've got your rotations between mid to bottom. So you're going to build a core 4 that can wave clear, that can team fight, that can shrine clear, that can push. You then just need to look for your strong solo laner. Nasmus, they've got prowess on multiple solo lanes. So I don't think there's an issue with the solo lane. I think there's a little bit of an issue with the 4-man. And I hope that isn't like a rude comment to say, but I think in that last game, Nasmus had some really standout moments on that Yrel. It was just the 4-man wasn't able to set up the kills and everything they needed. We get into Infernal Shrines and Grubby. We can see all these standard bans. Is there anything that you would prioritize maybe for Oxygen as the losing team?
Well, I just expect them to ban Medivh. Like, I don't think they liked it enough. Like, he's a must pick up, Medivh. He's a must pick up, and I don't think they liked it enough in their own hands, and they didn't like Granite's counter to it too much. So I expect them actually to ban Medivh every game as the series goes on, except when they don't need to because they're second pick, and then like Granite would need to. But maybe Granite just lets them have it again, so Oxygen would still need to ban it in that second slot. That's what I expected, and they did do it. And Lucio, though, maybe they want it. I don't know if they take it first. I don't know that Lucio is important enough on Infernal Shrines either, but not too surprised by those bans that we see so far.
I like the Junkrat pick for Madara. I mean, I think one of the frustrations he was probably feeling that last game is being on the Medivh. You're like, yeah, you've got a lot of utility, but you can't get in there and fight, right? You can't feel like I feel like watching him play, he wants to get kills. Like he wants to DPS people, right? So I think he's going to be happy being back on the Junkrat this game.
We've had previous weeks where Madara on this Junkrat has really showcased themselves. There was a week, I believe it was like week number 2, where they actually had a double kill snipe with a Riptire in bottom lane on Volskaya Foundry. So
he's been really good on it.
Yeah, this is a good hero for them as well. And I think they just want to. They're like, I think they're going to be like, let's go back to basics. We tried the flashy Medivh Diablo comp. It's not for us. Let's just go back into rotations and wave clear. But D.Va grabbed for the solo lane for the side of Granit Gaming, and Joanna, who's, in my opinion, one of the best tanks for a rotation-heavy base map. But there's a Deathwing, maybe a Leoric. Yep. So they ban out Anduin here, right?
Oh, probably, yeah. Anduin and Medivh are the hardest counter to Entomb. And for the rest, of course, Johanna can escape with Falling Sword. D.Va can get owned by an Entomb Deathwing combination. If you can either get like a massive protector like Uther/Zarya, or you can make sure that everyone can escape. So you pick up Karazim, pick up Li Ming, and you pick up all these jumpers.
Ban the Deckard Cain though. So the Anduin is still out there, but are they going to ban the Tychus? So both Lucio and Anduin up.
Anduin seems nice. Like you can pull someone out, you can do the light bomb combination.
Yeah,
but I wonder if this is them trying to force Yasuo into something other than Lucio. Like they're building this comp that plays like they're building this comp that's been played consistently in CCL, and everyone's seen it. If you're on a team and you haven't seen this, I don't know what games you're watching or playing. But if you're a team in HeroesCCL, you have to know about this. And I think this is a nod towards Yasuo's hero pool. I don't know if they've ever played an Anduin, and this is an Alexstrasza coming into this match. It makes sense why there's the Deckard Cain ban, though, because Deckard Cain has the Emerald at level 7. Alexstrasza has a very telegraphed healing circle on the ground. You Emerald that, bop, done. But there's still Biotic Grenade from the Ana. And does Banana play an Ana? Which I think they do if I remember back to my hero pool of them. So, maybe? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I think if you don't have an Ana in your support pool, you're in big trouble right now. So,
why
you gotta have it.
Biotic Grenade. Same premise as I was saying with the Deckard Cain.
For the
Alexstrasza. Yeah. You hard shut down this Alexstrasza, and that's, I won't say GG, but that's going to be a rough go for Granite.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Grubby.
It's my signal. But yeah, you're right though. I mean, Biotic Grenade is going to be a problem when like everyone has to stand on the heel. Guess what else is going to be on the heel? It's going to be the anti-heal from the Biotic Grenade. Sonya, the final pick. So is this something to maybe counter-engage, jump on the Ana, try to prevent that situation? It's interesting to me.
I mean, Sonya's good on shrines, always has been, and looks like Swampcrotta found a new main after Deathwing didn't work out for him. We haven't seen a lot of Alexstrasza. We have all these amazing counters against it, Concussive Mine from Junkrat, and we have the Nano Grenade. But still he feels confident to play Alexstrasza. He knew that these things might come out, and I think they've got a plan with it.
I think you might be right. Well, I'm going to head out, guys. But first, who won the draft?
Oh, Oxygen for me again.
All right.
I think Oxygen's got the stronger draft. I feel like they've countered everything Granite pulled out.
Grubby, what do you think?
I'm going to go with Granite for this one.
All right, exciting stuff. Let's jump in the game and see who takes it.
On the left-hand side, we got the members of Oxygen Esports down in our best of 5 series. They're going to try and make things happen here and even up the score on Infernal Shrines. On the right-hand side, we got the members of Granit Gaming, looking strong after game number 1 with a bit of a different draft here, which I think may have been countered by Oxygen, but they're up 1 in our best of 5 on the right-hand side. Grubby, as we get into this in 10 seconds into our mid lane, what are your thoughts on the draft overall? Do you think that Granit got hard countered?
Well, I think Ana is a good counter to Alex, especially in a pinch, right? When someone is about to get blown up, Alex doesn't get her biggest heals off on that target. Not just the W's, but even the Q's and even the auto attacks in Dragon form heal as well. And Banana is one of the most accomplished Ana players out there. I'm thinking, okay, who's he gonna nano boost? I guess it's Junkrat, and that's not too bad. CDR and bonus damage. Doesn't enjoy the mana benefits of nano boost, but he enjoys the other 2 benefits. So Madara is gonna do a lot of damage on Junkrat, that's for sure. But still, I think it's a very strong draft with good wave clear by Granit Gaming, and they're a little bit. I don't know. It's a really close draft by both. That Leoric Deathwing combo is crazy as well. We might actually see a leap if Sonya wants to get out of an entomb. You might get your desire, Bahamut.
Don't give me that hope, Grubby. Don't. I want to give you. Excuse me?
Falling sword and leap, right? Like you can get out of an entomb, you can jump on top of Ana.
I like that actually, though. I want to give you 2 little fun facts actually, because you were mentioning the nano boost value. Did you know that if, like, for example, Pyroblast from Kael'thas or maybe a Riptire from Junkrat, if you nano boost the target, the Junkrat or the Kael'thas, after the Pyroblast or the Riptire's already gone out, you actually still get that spell power embodiment or that spell power buff onto the already cast missile, which is just a little fun fact for Ana. So if you're ever playing like with a Kael'thas and they go Pyroblast, you don't have to nano them before the Pyroblast. You can nano them while it's midair traveling to the target to get the bonus. Second little fun fact, there's actually one hero in the game that can technically heal Deathwing, and that is Alexstrasza with this level 1 Circle of Life. Because when you finish it, every single time you use an abundance circle, you create a regeneration globe, and Deathwing can pick up regeneration globes. So, if you're splitting hairs, technically Alexstrasza is the one hero that can heal Deathwing in this game. But they're on opposing sides, so we'll have to see what happens with that one. I wonder, here's the thing that I don't know, Grubby, and maybe you do. For the level 1, that Circle of Life, the regeneration globe that pops up, after a certain time, does it go neutral? Does it go that purple color, or does it always stay in favor for the team that it's cast for?
It goes neutral as well, I believe.
So Deathwing could technically be healed by the enemy team right now.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I was thinking
it's a little thing, but yeah.
Can she use her Circle of Life to gift herself a globe to complete Circle of Life? But then
No.
The completion.
Yeah. Swamp Grotto in this top lane, though, is trying to work their way back towards their front gate. Will be harassed a bit by Prismaticism and Road Robot, but the camp will be coming through in favor into lane for the side of Granit Gaming. We have their own on the side of Oxygen coming through just now, and Prismaticism being forced back a little bit by Swamp Grotto. But our first objective will be Arcane, and it is going to be in bottom. Yes.
Bahamut, look at the talents for Ana.
They just picked 2 talents.
Yeah, he was just holding it until level 6. And he has 203 siege damage, and he has 70 hero damage. It's almost like he was AFK. He was like not playing the game.
Banana was just like, hold on, I gotta eat my Subway sandwich really quickly, and then I'll be back in here to heal you guys. Just don't die until then. But first objectives up, 7 talent here for the side of Granit Gaming. First D.Va, nitroing around, gonna drop the Mech Explosion as Deathwing will come in, gonna go ahead and use that lava spike onto the ground, or lava pool if I'm not mistaken. Lava burst. Dear lord, every name has a subtle different name, but Arcane Punisher quickly picked up for Granit.
Okay, they get the Punisher, immediately split off Sonya to heal some, to get some minion waves in the middle lane. Deathwing, Prismaticism is in top. Sonya's gonna head over there. Meanwhile, 4 people push.
I'm waiting. Now this is just defense from Oxygen pretty well. I think they'll lose their front gate, and that's gonna be about it. Oh wait, Skoog gets thrown around, but they pop the Iron Skin, and they're out of there.
Okay, probably, right? Like, can Madara pull him in? Nah, he's cool.
If only if there was another concussion mine just to throw them back in again. I don't know about you, but like if I play against a Junkrat and it's just like, I made it out, and then they concussion mine me back in, I'm just like, just kill me, I'm done. You got me twice, like, I don't win here.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that concussive reset build. It's a trapped build. Sticky Wicked, Chattering Teeth. That definitely happens with that full concussive build, because you get the massive CDR when you hit someone.
Yeah, it puts it on like a 5-second cooldown if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 6 seconds. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, 4, 5, or 6. It's something very low. Bahamut, do you think we could see Eye of Horus here from Ana?
It's a possibility. I like the value of the nano boosted Riptire, but yeah, it's definitely a possibility because you can pierce through, I think, friendly members and also enemy members. Sleep on for this D.Va. That's a lot of just CC overall into the mech that does not have a mech explosion. They find the Groundbreaker, but Nintori, oh, no, they do lose the mech.
And it's really slow healing from Alex. Like, she's not a burst healer, a burst protector, like Uther or Medivh or something. She's really something different. She has a lot of heals, but it's all delayed except the Q. And she can almost never save herself. She has no cleanse. She's really something different. I love to see her, though. She's got
Also
13... oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're noting that they had 13 out of the 20 stacks on that Circle of Life. I was just going to say that the Unrivaled Strength was picked up by the Garrosh. I keep seeing them go for these tosses into Groundbreakers, but I was like, are you building stacks? No, not at all. They're just looking for the, I believe it's the range, and also you get a little bit of damage from that. So might see that type of fight. There's going to be an Entomb. The Lava Burst comes out. There's also a Bellowing Roar, but it kind of pushes them into the gate. Arrow from Hanzo to delay things out, but it's not enough as Alexstrasza goes into the Cleansing Flame, and this is a little too late, unfortunately, from the side of Granit Gaming.
Yeah. Just a bit of damage peppering them. Couldn't save Sonya. They tried the arrow and the cleansing flame to save Sonya. It was a nice unstoppable by Red Robot. He used that Indomitable and managed to throw Sonya into the team after all. It is going to be Nano Boost. No Eye of Horus. It's Falling Sword, but no leap.
Unfortunate. All right. Well,
too bad. Sorry.
I will dream for a day when we see our Cho'Gall, our Leap Sonya, all that good stuff. We are going to be seeing our next Punisher, a Mortar Punisher at that, through mid lane, as the Entomb will not connect onto Nintori. And this is already Oxygen setting up for... Excuse me, they're actually going to be setting up for their Shaman camp. I thought they were going to be positioning around the shrine, and Leorc's finding top.
Still 10 seconds out. It's going to be the mid shrine, which will be a Mortar. Meanwhile, Junkrat looking to get that Fallen Shaman camp. Smash had a choice to clear, but decides to instead zone and scout. They're going to let Fallen deal with Fallen and fully focus on the team fight.
Arrow Berserker popped. Arrow goes out. Falling Sword misses as well. That's going to be just a lot of things used here, as there's a nano boost onto someone. I think it's actually onto the Junkrat. He's going to rip that Riptire going in right there onto so many members. Alexstrasza in the Dragon Queen form cannot control this well enough, as Yasuo and friends are getting lower. Concussion Mine throws this D.Va mech explosion back as Nintori gets back into this pilot form, into the mech form. 13 talents here closing in for the side of Oxygen, as that's a Cleansing Flame from Alexstrasza. Did I see a Bellowing Roar? No, I didn't. I think Prismaticism might have swapped into Destroyer form, a World Breaker right there. Sleep Dart. Wow, they are just pushing Nintori away from the shrine, and this is pilot form being slowed. Gonna go down, but they get a pilot D.Va for a Punisher? Don't think it's worth.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't have the option to win that shrine anymore. Alexstrasza offered so much value, first with her flame auto attacks in the Dragon Queen form, and then the Cleansing Flames. They decided consolation price is the only price we're gonna win, and we shouldn't judge a gift. So there we go, they get the D.Va kill, do lose the Punisher, but it's not a big push. This is a small value Punisher that gets a bit of damage and allows Granite to regroup and get their D.Va back and get their talent equality.
That's absolutely on point. As I'm watching around minimap just to see what the setups are right now, I was also skimming through some of those questing talents. We actually have Skoog over here. They're all fighting out around this Entomb, as there's a Falling Sword, and they find the Sonya kill. Gonna throw Banana away, definitely with the Cataclysm on top of quite a few members. Lava Burst coming out from them. Gonna get that Earth Shatter as well. Riptire out from the Junkrat. There's the Nano Boost onto them as well, trying to burn down the mech of D.Va. Not able to get it, and that'll be a bit of a back and forth for just a Sonya kill, but still a Sonya kill in tow for the side of Oxygen.
Yeah, they tried to save Sonya again with he should have had Leap, Bahamut. I'm not going to say anything else than that. With Leap, he gets away, right?
I mean, Joanna got away with falling swords, so you're not wrong in your statement. So, yeah. All right, well, I'm glad I've converted you to the Church of Leap. Welcome, Grubby. I expect to see this on every single one of your Sonya games and your streams. I'll be watching out for those. But this is where Granit likes to live, Grubby. They found this level lead, and they're in the driver's seat. What can Granit Gaming do here? Can they find some single target picks, or is Oxygen going to run this too tight?
Oxygen is doing Oxygen things where they grind it out after the lead they had. They're having pretty good fights as well. They're just getting camps, painting the map blue, getting ready for the next Punisher.
It will be bottom lane, and it will be frozen as well. I didn't look at the death timer of the last Punisher, but we're probably a minute and a half away, I think, on that one. Red Robot stepping in, looks for the taunt onto Skoog, and they force the falling sword out from that 50-second cooldown hold from that Joanna.
Let's see. 16 so close for Oxygen. We have to have very passive play by Granite. Falling Sword is out, so there's no real follow-up on Dragon Arrow. Let's evaluate level 20s. We're gonna get Super Nano Boost, we're gonna get Buried Alive maybe, many Rip Tires. Gonna have Garrosh do more CC. I think the big one is the Buried Alive that really wins fight. What does Granite get? Composite Spear, armor on Sonya, more range. Falling Sword is gonna be a big one. Heaven's Fury, for many engages, some of them real, some of them fake. That could be a big deal. And I think Alex Straza has a lot of interesting level 20s that could be impactful as well. Is he going to give bonus health? Is he going to be more Dragon Queens? There's a lot of cool things.
You're right. There's a lot for Granit Gaming to do at level 20, and I think some of those choices might be predicated on some of the fights that we're going to be seeing here soon. Sonya's doing their best to close that experience gap, and they're easily going to find that through top lane. Oh no, they're going to be a sliver away, but the passive experience that's coming in should be enough. They find 16. Toss goes out from Garrosh, and Dominable is used as well. That's that self-cleanse from level 4. That's always been on Garrosh, so, you know, they have their own medallion, if you will. 16's though up. Prismaticism trying to burn through this. Dragon Queen used from Yasuo as well. Will the members of Oxygen find their first Immortal of this game, or excuse me, Punisher, as they've lost every single one of these thus far? 16's up. Wrath Berserker Pop, they're stepping in. A lot of damage onto this Junkrat on the left-hand side, and Tomb onto Swamp Grotto. There's an arrow ripped into the Junkrat. Cataclysm comes through. Falling Sword as well. Banana and friends being pulled. They actually throw them away as the Cleansing Flame will snipe the Ana, and Granit Gaming goes for the throat and finds it with 3 kills.
That was such a big arrow. Dragon Queen was phenomenal as well. He has Draconic Discipline, which made it last longer. So we had a lot of healing coming up from the rear. Nothing that a simple grenade can counter. And then finally that jump in, the spinny whirlwind by Sonya. We had Johanna coming in with the Falling Sword, and yeah, they get their triple kill. Suddenly everyone was getting loads of damage, Cleansing Flames to bring up extra damage from the top. And again, the Punisher goes to Granite, but this time, Bahamut, finally, they get a big numerical lead as well during it.
They're pushing in through bottom lane, opening things up. D.Va comes in as well with some micro missiles, Chattering Teeth to zone some people away. Punisher jumps over, but it's onto a Wraith walking Leoric. They're already targeting onto this bottom lane keep as Red Robot's looking to throw someone around. Deathwing coming in for the flank. Wrath Berserker gonna be popped. Deathwing gonna have that Lava Burst, Falling Sword onto the Junkrat, and Tomb coming out as well. Punisher jumps over as well. This is just so much damage on top of each other as Prismaticism is trying to burninate, but there's no target to burn as Skoog. Actually, you know what? Skoog was actually put between the Flame Breath and the enemy team. So it was either I walk through this and get melted by this flame, or I die to everyone else. And that's going to be that one. But Granit Gaming found the triple kill, found the majority of this keep, and they are once again, you know, it's even on talent tiers, but I would say they're driving this game right now.
They did lose Johanna, and Skoog was stuck for a while in that Entomb. He went into there fairly willingly. And he is down, which means that Oxygen can start to get some things that normally they wouldn't even dare to consider. Stealing the Khazar camp here. And that hurts. Not having Johanna for a while just gives away a lot of map control that normally you'd be building on. And the keep isn't gotten, so Johanna wasn't like exactly a worthy sacrifice either. And the level 20 race will now be won by Oxygen. even being down a fort doesn't actually cost you a lot of XP because, you know, you can clear lanes more safely than your opponent. It's a big deal. Granit Gaming is probably going to want to pick a fight before 20. They still have a small window. There's not a lot of map pressure against them. I think if you're Granite, you look at the map, right? There's a Fallen Bruiser camp, the only thing available. Lanes roughly in flux. You want that mid fort. No? The mid fort is kind of low. You want to get some. You want to open it up a bit in the mid, and they're going for Deathwing. Prismaticism, can he get caught? It's just 2 people here.
They have the Bellowing Roar up and available. They'll utilize that right there. They're going to Molten Breath into that. Toss in from Garrosh, and they're melting Spomgrada, who goes down. Concussion Mine out, and Tori won't be hit by that one, but a staggered death in a sense. Joanna just coming back up a few moments ago, and this Sonya gets picked off. Really, really well played from Garrosh just to get that toss into the Molten Breath.
Yeah, I love it. Making both of them burn each other with Conflagration. Perfect toss. Wonder how they communicated that. Just, I guess, throwing one next to the other is really the key there. A nice peel. A little bit overzealous by Sonya and D.Va to try to 2v1 a Deathwing when obviously Oxygen is allowed to respond.
I guess it is that same build from Sonya this game, that Giant Slammer, so I think they were looking to get that 1.5% of the maximum health, but we'll see another fight break out in mid lane. They're going to toss the D.Va mech. Sleep Dart goes out. Taunt going to be there. They're just massively CCing D.Va. They actually force the mech explosion out from Nintori, and they'll mount up. They'll get their mech back, and they'll go to clear top lane and just try and find that 20 talent tier as our Mortar Punisher will be spawning here in mid lane, and this is actually beneficial for both sides. You are noting that the side of Oxygen has a low fort. Same thing with Granit Gaming as the waves coming into them, but both teams have that 20, and for Alexstrasza, it's going to be the Ancient Flame. While Dragon Queen active, Alexstrasza's basic attacks apply Flame Buffet to the enemy members.
Oh, nice. That also heals her with the level 7 talent, Fire Within. Every time she hits a flame buffet, she heals for 10% of her maximum health. That's going to make her so dangerous in Dragon Queen. I expect Yasuo to turn on the Dragon Queen right now. There we go, trying to heal the Johanna. Johanna did get the grenade on her, but he goes away still alive. Now he's going to come in back with a vengeance. Heaven's Fury. Justice from above, and Leoric drops low. The micro missiles by Nintori take him out.
Well played from Nintori, sniping through all the skeletal defenders with that one. Red Robot, oh my god, the arrow coming out on the left-hand side. Another Falling Sword, looking at Banana. The Condemn will pull them back in. Bellowing Roar, I don't think it connected. Dragon Queen comes in. That's going to be the Cataclysm as well from Prismaticism, and Oxygen losing 3 again, just as the Immortal phase is going over. I cannot believe this, Grubby.
Yeah, that was a pretty damn cool fight. Johanna taken within an inch of her life, 5%, 10%, got the Iron Skin eventually, walked away from that Ana grenade, and then we had the beginning of the turnaround. Cleansing Flame came out, peppering damage on the backline, revealing where they are, in fact. Allowed Hanzo to hit a very pure Dragon Arrow. Nick hit that, and then there was the follow-up by Skorp with the Heaven's Fury, Falling Sword, threatening both Junkrat and Ana. Finally peppered Ana. Dragon Queen came down and claimed what was hers. The right to be the best dragon in this game. Now, pressure on the keep. The least result Granite wants is double keep. Can they get that, or can they get even more? The bottom keep is low. They might go there next. Leoric goes down again.
Bullseye value from the Hanzo actually getting the stun, allowing Skin to chase in and find that kill. Hanzo rips an arrow, doesn't connect. D.Va drops the mech explosion. There's going to be another Falling Sword. Red Robot's the target. They're trying to throw people into the Nexus defenses as D.Va will lose their main form, that pilot form, but Deathwing went down as well. That's a 2-for-1 overall, and Granit Gaming is sitting on this core. The shielding is starting to fall, Grubby. Is Granit Gaming literally going to go up 2-0 up against Oxygen?
It's not possible! It's not possible! Oxygen is the best team in this league. They're 4-0, but maybe it is! Granite gets the 2-0 against the top result team in the CCL so far.
Oh, it's possible. It's possible. It happened. 2-0 so far for Granite Gaming. I'm amazed. They're doing some pretty unique picks in all of this as well. And, I think this is brilliant, right? Because what they're doing is they're not allowing Oxygen to play that good, solid, standard Heroes of the Storm style. They are throwing them off their game in a big way, and it is working wonderfully so far.
I want to
I
talk
love
about
it.
one little thing that happened in mid lane during that last objective phase that I think was the big key. It was one of the key factors in them pushing to end the game. During that objective phase, they won the big fight. You know, they got the 3 kills and they had people on the shrine. What Joanna did, what Skoog did, was one of the things that I admire in Here's the Storm from a main tank player. They say, I am not that worthwhile on this objective point. You have a Hanzo and you with explosive arrow and the level 1 simple geometry done and the level 16 piercing arrow, and you have Sonya on that as well. As Grubby mentioned in the previous or in the draft, she's strong on the shrines. So Joanna stepped into the fort, pushed up the wave, got the fort down before the Punisher even came in, had the wave pushing into the keep front gate for that soft pressure. It was beautifully played by Granit Gaming. They are firing on all cylinders, and they have found whatever it is they need to just win against Oxygen. Oxygen literally doesn't seem like they can breathe here.
Hey, that was
Nice.
clever, by the way. But but I'm excited because Oxygen, to win this, they would have to reverse sweep now, and they are 4-0 in the standings. If any team could do it, they could. But Granite Gaming is looking so great right now. We are going to take a quick break, guys, but when we come back, game number 3 between Oxygen and Granite, and we will see if Oxygen can keep their win streak or maybe even this match alive. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 comes right back to you after this.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big-ass beer soap. This big-ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doa, Grubby, Bahamut here with you right now, and we have Granit Gaming 2-0 up over Oxygen, the only undefeated team in the league, but maybe not for long. Let's see if Oxygen can keep themselves alive on our next map, and that map will be, drum roll, it is, I don't have a drum, it will be Towers of Doom. So, what do you think? Cursed Hollow. I was getting confused because like there's like evil looking crows in both maps.
Fun fact.
Right?
The Towers of Doom map is the Raven Lord versus the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper, which is the icon that you're actually seeing for the Towers of Doom. Gravekeeper's from not Cursed Hollow, from Haunted Mines. The Raven Lord is from Cursed Hollow, where we're going. So if you're ever wondering, that's actually the missiles are ravens from one side, and I believe they're supposed to be like skulls from the other. And it might actually just, I might be wrong on that. I know the cores are themed that way. I might be wrong on the missiles. I might be extending my theory on that one. But
that was a really long, wonderful way to count it. I'm totally justified in getting that map name wrong. I appreciate that.
There you go. That's all I'm trying to do. It's a team effort. But we go into Cursed Hollow here, and this is a large map, one of the largest maps in our pool, and this is a very macro-based map. Do we consider Vikings here? Do we consider the globals in the Falstad and Dahaka, who had their 20 talent tiers buffed a patch or so ago, where they go down to 25 seconds on their global at level 20 with either the Apex Predator or the epic mount for Falstad.
Interestingly, Oxygen has not played a single game on Cursed Hollow yet in the entire 4 weeks of the play days.
That is interesting.
There's no data.
Pick, perhaps.
What about Granite? Do you know? I actually have that sheet available myself. Let me look, because Granite played.
Nor have they in the preseason, by the way. Like, we have no games of Oxygen. And as for Granite, I can take a quick look as you guys check out the plans.
It's going to be 50% for them. They have a win-loss on that one. But Cassia ban, Medivh's up and available, but we had the conversation earlier. Do they have to ban it themselves? Ooh.
Diva ban. All right.
Are they trying to force the Medivh ban?
Maybe. They do not do it successfully. So
does Oxygen still want it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess you do. It's hard not to want the Medivh, right?
You gotta give it away.
Yeah. Can.
So Grubby and Doa as well, like I'm looking at this, and I'll pose this to Grubby first. In a Medivh composition, it's very dive heavy, your team fighty. Could you literally look at this on the side of Granite Gaming and say, let's play the global factor? Oh god, they got Lucio again.
You could, yeah. You definitely could do that, though Medivh kind of has a factor there as well. Oh, they take away the Diablo.
All right. No, I agree. I think that could be a setup for what you're talking about. You mentioned the Dahaka earlier, and it could just be more ways to just make the team mobile, right? You've got the true globals, but then you've also got Medivh sending people long distances instantly. So
that's a good point as well. This denial onto the Diablo, I wonder is okay. All right, really, you're gonna do? You're gonna Medivh and Lost Vikings? They're taking 2 supports. They don't have a healer yet. They don't have a tank. This is Oxygen. I don't know what you're doing.
Probius Arya final.
Stop.
Abathur Probius now.
So let's talk about top picks. Normally we don't see Vikings picked this early. So the top picks against Vikings include, in my opinion, Falstad. I think Falstad is the top one. Dahaka, not bad. Sigara, Illidan. Some of those pushers that can also quickly one-on-one a Viking. Valera is not too bad to kill them, but may not be as good in team fights, though against Medivh, I think it's not bad actually. And then there's Zeratul, can kill Vikings very quickly. He's got good solo lane clear, double lane clear.
What about, and let me throw this out there, Grubby, because I was thinking about this earlier, compositions or heroes that we don't get to see because of Medallion. Valir, you noted, but what about a Valir with an Abathur hat? Because that is...
I hate Abba against Vikings. I think Abba against Vikings normally is you get countered by going Abba. I think you want 5 real bodies because Vikings does up so much better. Though, like you said, Abba Valera gonna kill anything right together. That's true.
So but you also, so that was that's by Bahamut theory, but I think you nailed things earlier so very well by talking about the Falstad or even the I'm blanking Illidan, because both of those have a questing talent at level 1, Unending Hatred for the Illidan, or you're gonna have Seasoned Marksman for the Falstad, where getting hero kills, or the Vikings, you can feed into that super well. It's not going to be that case right now, as we have a Lucio, Dihaka, and Greymane Diablo composition for the side of Granit Gaming, but there's going to be an ETC Kerosene. It pulls in some of that damage they're lacking with the Kerosene, I think.
Yeah, you have Cleansing Torch Mosh Pit, so that you can get a lot of damage done during a Mosh Pit, potentially. Also a way to kill Diablo with both Kerosene and Tychus. And there we go with the Illidan.
So both the Illidan and the Dahaka, and frankly the Greymane can all take out Vikings very quickly.
Exactly. Greymane, Dahaka, and Illidan can all surprise and kill a Viking. Illidan because of his chase, Greymane because of his burst and chase, and Dahaka because of the drag tongue. You basically want to stress the Viking reaction speed in 3 different lanes, preferably at the same time, and with coordination you can. You also want to make sure you have really good side lane pushers to overwhelm the Vikings so that they cannot just passively soak small amounts of minion waves. I think there's a very good counter draft against the Vikings.
I like the subtlety in picking Illidan last, basically telling Oxygen, you are not prepared. But we'll see, maybe they are prepared. It's been a rough day for them so far. I'm going to sit out, of course, for this. I'll enjoy watching the game. We'll see if it's over or if this match continues after this one. But who won the draft, Bahamut?
You know what? I actually give it to Granit here. I think they win this because not only do they have the value of Diablo, and Diablo has Black Soulstone. Black Soulstone, you get a stack per minion kill, but you also get, I believe, 10 stacks for an enemy hero killed. Illidan can sit in a lane, Dahaka can sit in a lane, and Greymane can sit in a lane. Diablo just has to show up, they kill a Viking, he gets 10 stacks like that. So I give it over to Granit as we go ahead and get on in to our Cursed Hollow game, which could be our potential last one of today, with Oxygen down on the left-hand side, trying to put 1 on the scoreboard, and we sit with Granit Gaming on the right-hand side, up 2 in this best-of-5 series. Grubby, what are your thoughts as we go into this mid-lane matchup in 14 seconds?
Yeah, I also think that Granit has the better draft. It is it's very early to pick Vikings. Vikings is also happening to be my one of my main heroes in Hero League. I played him a lot. I don't play them anymore because of Storm League allies not understanding how he works. But this is exactly what you would expect as a counter coming out against Vikings. Of course, Oxygen is going to do better than Storm League, right? But it's you've got everything you want here for Granite. Hard, quick engage with Lucio and Diablo so that you can capitalize on numerical advantages. And 3 solo laners, basically, in Greymane, Dahaka, and Illidan. They can take camps, they can clear waves. They'll never get overwhelmed by Viking-powered pushes. And they can all surprise and kill the Vikings. When you pick it that early, it's not a surprise. And yeah.
I'm listening to everything you're saying, and I'm just like patiently watching the minimap. Illidan, what are you doing in mid? Like Illidan Illidan is legitimately just hanging out around their fort in mid lane. Like Nick, what are you doing?
He doesn't care. He doesn't want to miss a single second on the Bruiser camp. It's just, I'm gonna take Mercs, okay? And you can just expect someone to say that in Storm League. It's like, okay, when are you going? He's like, no, I'm gonna take Mercs. I'm not gonna do anything else.
I mean, that's what Illidan does, though, right? Illidan doesn't team fight. They grab camps. They're always somewhere else consistently. But I do like this setup. Oh, wait, go ahead.
To note as well, he's got Immolation. Like between the Seasoned Marksman talent he can take to kill Vikings, he's not doing that. He's going for Mercs. Immolation is the best Merc taking talent because you got Battered Assault, which is good against multi-enemies. You got Seasoned Marksman, which is good when you're continually laning. But you go Immolation when your goal is constant camp taking and wave clears. So he's got that. Not gonna become like super mega auto attacker, but he will be playing a crucial part of Granit Gaming map control team.
A little surprised we're not seeing a jump over to the Siege Giants for bottom lane, since the first objective is in the top lane, so it's beneficial for Granit Gaming to have that in the bottom lane, offset pressure. But Diablo right now in bottom lane is putting pressure on to the Vikings. They got a Baylog kill. Olaf was in trouble. Yeah.
Dahaka top killed Baylog, probably same time as Skog threatened Nazma's Olaf.
Oh, I must have misread the map there. As Nick gets out with a dash for a second. Swamp Grotto, low ETC, face melt. Diablo comes in with a massive Shadow Charge. Portal's up and available to disengage this as Banana and friends jump through that one, but I'm a little blown away by this right now. It's the rotational speed coming out from Granit Gaming. They're looking like a completely different team than we've seen in the previous weeks.
Let's
maybe not. Wait, what? No.
Yeah, that was a nice ambush by Oxygen, and you can't afford that when you've got Vikings. And I will say this, Viking teams, right? You can afford to make many mistakes as a Viking team because you compensate for the XP all the time in every lane. But you cannot afford to make mistakes against Viking teams. You must play every phase perfectly because the XP just gets out of control. Hero lead and talent lead is the only thing you have against the Vikings. And I wonder, before that Diablo died, okay? I'm not just saying because he died.
Yeah.
Before that Diablo died already, nice drag tongue mid power slide.
Yeah.
As Red Robo tries to get into that portal, and he's away. I can finish my thought. Perhaps Oxygen picked the Vikings so early to make Granite draft a full anti-Viking team, which they did, so that they lack CC. And most of those heroes I mentioned, besides Zeratul and Valera, they're not heavy CC heroes. What did I mention as counters? Illidan, the Haka, Falstad, Greymane, and Zagara. They don't have a lot of CC. Valera, Zeratul do. So those 7 are like main Counters. Then you go ETC, Mosh Pit with a Cleansing Touch enabled Mosh Pit. Almost nobody can interrupt that. Lucio, but then you've got 2 melee, the Haka and Diablo, and maybe that's the goal. Make them overcommit on the Vikings and draft a really solid 4-man that can get kills done.
One of the Vikings will go down in top lane. I'll be honest here. I'm gonna call you out, Nasmus. Do you just not like Baylog? Because that's 2 kills onto Baylog only. Yasu's gonna go ahead and get the channel here. They're gonna go up 1-1 when it comes to our objective phase. And those moments right there that we just saw, that is not what Oxygen wants. Oxygen wants these drawn out objective phases where the Vikings can rotate around the map and continue to build experience advantages. We have another fight breaking out. Overpower, a lot of damage onto Banana, but there's a portal up and available. And that is gonna be the bane of Granit Gaming's existence throughout this game, is those portals from Madara, who's currently sitting at 19 out of the 40 stacks. Also to note, Tychus did go into the dings, as we like to call them, and they're going to be at 46 on those. The enhanced agility for the Dahaka is going to be at 4 out of 10, and the Diablo Souls are at 85 out of the 100 as Nasmus gets there. Ever so swift, ever so brave Eric out from Illidan's grasp.
All right. Now we have a boss attempt already by Granite Gaming.
Overpower into the stun. That was really well played. Nick is just trying to 1v3 casually on this Illidan as they're going to get the portal out. This is going to leash the boss, meaning it's going to slowly regain health, and they're looking to chase into the fight consistently, but power slide, face melt, all the tools available will deny that, and Diablo finishes out Souls with the kill of Eric.
Every wasted team fight, every wasted time is in favor of Oxygen. They lose a Viking, they stop a boss, they skirmish, whoever disengage, it doesn't matter, nobody dies, doesn't matter. Oxygen gets ahead. They get the bonus XP, they get the tribute with one of their Vikings. As much as I thought the Vikings comp is countered, Oxygen is looking the best they have in the entire series yet.
Draken Laser Drill for Tychus at level 10.
Yeah, why not? He wants more ding-ding-dings. Look at his build. Bonus basic attack range. In the rhythm. Then he's got combat tactician. More minigun procs after he runs and guns. And a cooldown reduction either way. Why would you go in Odin when you want a ding-ding?
I mean, you're not wrong, Grubby. So we'll see if it works out. We do have a Hunt Illidan and a Go for the Throat Greymane. Go for the Throat at level 20, I believe, gets a reset value. So into Vikings at 20, that's... Yeah, that's a little scary.
Stronger every time you reset too, so you could like go for the throat 5 times in a row. That's true. It's still a little bit further away though for now.
Yes. Hunt Illidan is available, and for anyone wondering, Hunt is a limited range at level 10. At level 20, where I believe it's like no one can hide, you actually can see certain people, you can see enemy heroes below a certain level of health, as well as it becomes massively global. Mosh Pit actually on a 10-second cooldown. Greymane went for the throat and found the kill. That's a hunt in from the Illidan. They're continuing the chase on to this Medivh. They want to reset the stacks that are currently at 35. Oh man, Grubby, I don't know about you, but if you've ever lost like 30 plus stacks on a Medivh, that's just a rough go. Oh, me all the time. I like to showcase how easy it is to lose those as the 7-sided strike comes out onto Nick, who's able to dash away. Portal forward, sound barrier from Yasu. Nasmus on this Eric is going to go away. We still have Nintori coming back in. Apocalypse for the re-engage, but no one being connected from that. Nasmus gonna lose the Baylog right there as Madara did finish out that baseline Arcane Rift, and I believe the members of Granite Gaming got that one. Yeah, because the Olaf got the third one, and that was the fourth one. But re-engage on the box.
Swamp Grota channeled it very, very, very last second on his Grey main as the fight closed in on him, and he wasn't helping the team, you know? I mean, not in that way, in a different way. It's very tempting to join in on the fight that's breaking out, but they felt this was very important. You gotta make these tribute caps happen very quickly against Vikings. In fact, you cannot afford to lose a curse against Vikings, period. Like, this is a good map for Vikings. Granite needs this, but they're down half a level. They've got the Haka bot lane, Grey main mid. Grey main is coming already. Doesn't dare to do any more deep push in mid. He's actually thinking about it, Grey main. So,
oh wow, Spook gets caught out hard right there as there's going to be a mosh pit connecting onto one. Leyline Seal comes out there just punching the crap out of Nintori, who does burrow into the ground, popping their essence. There's a hunt in from the Illidan. Illidan does go down. Greymane tries to go for the throat. They get picked off as well. Portal forward from Oxygen, and they should be able to grab this, but they're going to get a boss first.
Yeah, boss first. They want to split again with the Vikings as well. This is Vikings with Nordic attack squad. So they're actually a pretty decent team fighter now. We're going to look at their hero damage at the moment. It's 10,000. Let's see how that is after their next team fight. They may actually play a pretty big role. But Oxygen, they're going to get the curse. They're going to get the boss. I feel like this is GG. I'm going to call it as GG. You don't come back against Vikings with a curse usually, Bahamut.
Bottom lane, I just saw there was a Dahaka chasing one of the Vikings down there, and they're actually going to continue to push that lane out as they lose this top for now. It's okay-ish to give this top, I guess, with the boss. You're only losing, you're losing mid as well right now, too, as I'm looking at Baylog sitting over there. And Dahaka might be brush-stalking, no, they're hearthing back, because I actually think they brush-stalked into bottom lane. I can check. They actually just got brush-stalked off of cooldown. 16 is a level away for the side of Oxygen as they've jumped a solid 2-level lead during this objective phase. Curse continuing for the next 26 seconds as Boss is insanely still healthy here.
Yeah. The keep isn't helping. There's literally no defender's advantage. Granite needs to aggressively move out, but there's always that disengage. Power slide through Diablo, that's a good sound barrier, but still, they're not close. Oh, he completes his quest, good job. Yep, but nothing happened to the boss, you know? Like, there's no defender's advantage. Draken laser drill now.
Diablo goes down, no souls to reset this time as they're sitting at 30. Leyline Seal onto one, isolation onto Karazim, and that might have been exactly what Nick needed to live. They'll get away with a sliver. Boss is going to core, and Oxygen is looking to end. Moshpit's going to get interrupted. That's going to be a hunt onto the backline. Nick is getting so very low, and they're going to get popped very quickly, as well as the Dahaka Vikings are going to go ahead and replay it again. And they're on core, but can they end the game as Eric does get picked off by the Nexus forces in bottom lane? Little too OP down there as they clear out Boss, losing a few percent on their core on the side of Granite Gaming.
All right, you know, it's 87%, and they got a fort. They got to keep a second fort, and Oxygen also nearly got the bottom fort. But there's a 3-level lead, and now suddenly 4v5s, they're not that bad for Oxygen anymore. With the talent lead and the hero level lead, and of course Vikings able to fight as well. Olaf picks in large and in charge. Cleansing touch is now here, so what little interrupts there are on Moshpit by this heavy melee team can now not be guaranteed to hit. Like, you literally cannot fight into a mosh pit with full melee and the cleansing touch. So I still think Oxygen needs to have a major snafu, like to even throw this away. They've got the wedding cake baked, and the only thing it'll get ruined is if they sneeze in it. Like, at this moment, it's up to them. They got another boss, and they're gonna push in through bot.
Top lane, Nasmus will get out of there with that Olaf, and That's a rough go. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's one thing that I want to check really quickly, because I know it doesn't show on the UI, so let me actually try and find a Viking to click for everyone at home. Because the one thing that we actually don't get to see is how many stacks of regeneration they have. They have 31 regeneration globes, which is going to be a 15.5 bonus on that Viking health regeneration. So if anyone was wondering, actually, they just got another, so it's 16% right there. So just... if anyone's wondering, they are picking up quite a few of those, and 32 is sitting in a good spot, 12 minutes and 30 seconds into a game. Nasmus is playing this Vikings super, super well.
He's got them spread out. He's actually bringing his 3 Vikings top to try and gank the Haka. The hunter becomes the hunted. Didn't work out though, saw the Haka was leaving. It's re-spreading. Level 13. Oh.
Rushstock Apocalypse coming in. Leyline Seal will stall things out for now. Portal's available. Hunt comes in from the Illidan, and they're actually going to dive away because they just hunted into one person. Seven-sided strike comes out as there's going to be a Mosh as well. Illidan, the first one to go down to the Vikings, actually, as they're trying to re-engage onto the ETC. That's not really working out. That's going to be Vikings playing it again. Greymane tries to go for the throw, but will go down to the punchies from Karazim. Another just dings for the Tychus as they find that kill into Lucio. Tongue Drag will connect onto Banana, but they're like, cool, thanks for bringing me closer. I'm going to go ahead and just continue to punch things as Scoop goes down. And I am completely wrong in this, as that is going to be the side of Oxygen breathing some life into this best of 5 series, and they're going to go ahead and first off kill Dahaka to, pad some stats, and now they're going to go ahead and end the game on Cursed Hollow, losing their Baylog once again. I'm telling you, Nasmus doesn't like that Baylog.
It's okay to be wrong, Bahamut. It takes the mark of an educated mind to learn new information and change their minds. And as much as we both thought it was going to be a loss for Oxygen, that's not the case. Doa.
Hey, I mean, it's like you were mentioning earlier, though, Grubby. Like, once you lose that lead against the Vikings, it just becomes overwhelming, the pressure they can put across the map. Like, you can be in a team fight, and the Viking is across the map taking the tribute anyway, right? So that was just a really well-played Vikings map by Oxygen. And it's kind of, I feel like we got a glimpse of a little bit of what they wanted to get done last week when they had their Lost Vikings game. Like, this one looked much more like, I think, what they wanted to show everybody last week. But bigger story, they kept themselves alive in the series.
Yeah, 25k XP soak on Vikings. It's nothing new for Vikings as a hero, but he also didn't die more than one fully rounded off death, which meant, even against all these heroes that supposedly can hunt him, he really, really contributed. Nasmas, he did what he meant to do, and all the other members, they played their great role as a solid 4-man, essentially with double support, but also a damaging double support. You wouldn't run this with Malfurion on Stukov. ETC Karazim Medivh, though, that's a good double support damage, and it led to kills.
It's really fascinating.
Did 57,000 heroic damage in comparison to Greymane, who did just shy of 30,000. Like, that's a massive margin coming out for Prismaticism on this Tychus. And we were laughing about Draken Laser Drill, but damn, did it work out for them well.
Yeah, he's got 5 auto attack talents. Like, he did not fear anything against himself.
One of the things that really stood out to me, too, is just the fact that they weren't allowing a lot of the members of Granite to do damage that game just by virtue of setting up those picks, right? They'd blow somebody up so fast that you never really got to have a real team fight. And Tychus seems like he kind of excels in those longer team fights. And when you can't, or Greymane rather, or either one, when you can't really do that, you're not going to look good in the damage stat at the end of the day.
It blows me away how Oxygen turned it on in this game. And I was making a joke about them breathing some life into the series, but no, that game, that was a breath of fresh air for them, because this Vikings looked really sketchy last week. And that was also in part because they were hard countered, but we were talking about this beforehand, Doa, in our earlier meetings this week. Like, I was saying that I felt like Oxygen on that Towers of Doom game with those Vikings Abathur composition, they wanted to play the map a specific way, and the enemy team had the counter, and Oxygen just kept playing the map that they expected to play it. Here, I think they've dialed things back, and they're saying, let's play the map the proper way, and let's be responsive in some of these situations, and they're really, really starting to kind of hit their stride. This looks good for them, and maybe this is the win they needed to kind of bolster their momentum and maybe take us to a game 5, but first things first, they got to win the next game if they want to go there.
Yeah. After a game like that, it feels like this series is far from over. Somehow the reverse sweep doesn't seem so, hard to see anymore. But Grubby, what do you think? Do you feel like a team like Granite, from what we know about them, will take this loss hard? Do you think this is going to tilt them, or do you think they're going to be able to bounce back in the next map?
I think they'll bounce back. Cursed Hollow is a very special map. It's big. They had never seen Oxygen on there yet, right?
Correct.
I don't think so. Yeah, we mentioned that was the
Yeah.
first game on that map for them this season.
Yeah. They've never seen them there yet. So now they're like, okay, you're capable of that. They'll see if that's relevant on the next map or not. They'll also consider that when Vikings are shown early, there could be that ETC Karazim combo, quite damaging, quite lockdowny. That could be a threat. So they'll see, okay, maybe we don't take an Illidan. Of course, Nick is always happy to show off some of his melee assassin skills on a Kira or an Illidan. Maybe they'll grab something else. Valera could be, or it could be a Falstad. I think looking back, both the Haka and Falstad would have been very, very useful. So that you have two people side lane pushing against two Vikings killed potentially with that Thunder Rod. It's very easy with Falstad. And then you join in with the 5 and you have that massive, big bursty fight. I think Falstad instead of Greymane would have been really useful, or instead of Illidan.
I could agree with that, absolutely.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the players to all jump in the lobby before we go into the next game. Bahamut's already quivering with excitement because he sees what map it is.
I want to know.
Yeah,
I want to
we'll show
talk
you
about
too.
this. I want to
We'll
talk
show you.
about this. We have the members of
There it
Granite
is.
Gaming choosing this map. Granite lost that game, so they're opting for map pick priority. And they're taking Oxygen to a map that Oxygen has won 3 games in a row on. Oxygen has not dropped a Dragonshire map, whereas the members of Granite Gaming have only played here twice, and they have dropped one themselves. So it's an interesting choice to take them to a map that they've seemingly been strong on in previous weeks. That's the reason I'm sitting here teeming with just excitement. I'm like,
Small sample size.
True,
Size.
it is small sample size. This is only that was 3 maps for the side of Oxygen, and they won all 3. Whereas it was 2 maps for the side of Granite Gaming, and they've only won 1. But we are here, Dragonshire, map number 4. This will be first pick priority over to the side of Oxygen, given by the side of Granite Gaming, which is rare in my opinion in a lot of these games.
Well, what's the first ban going to be? I kind of want to get to the picks. I'm a little bit more interested in the picks than the bans, which I know, it depends. But in this
Doa
particular
believes
case,
in
Oh, no.
possibilities, not in closed doors.
we lost Nintori. We'll get him back in the lobby. We'll get back into the game as soon as we possibly can. But in the meantime, you can just be jealous of us. We're hanging out in the lobby in game with all these great pro players.
But we go into
I feel kinda
Dragonshire,
cool.
and I think there's something to be said about the conversation we were just having on Cursed Hollow. Dragonshire is a smaller map. The macro play isn't as intense, but it still does have a lot of macro play value. Solo lane is almost on an island by itself in a lot of these situations, and you have the mid to bottom rotations and the team fighting around bottom lane as well. So things like Dahaka, Falstad, Globals who can maneuver around the map, or even Medivhs who can portal people through from mid to bottom quickly, those are heroes that we really need to consider, especially in our ban phase as well. I want to also make, while we have this opportunity, while we're getting the player back into lobby and getting into our map number 4, everyone who's wondering, we are on live patch. There's no more medallion, so you can cheer if you want for that one, but Hogger is banned out. We talked to the
boo
teams.
if you want for that.
You can boo. You can boo for
No,
that
it's a
one.
good thing.
That
It's
one
a
you
good
can
thing.
boo.
It's a
But
good thing.
the reason
you don't
the reason
want him
we
in
did
there yet.
this is because we actually talked to the organizations, we talked to the players, and we said, what do you want to do? Do you want them week 1? Because we're all about discussing this with the orgs and having this transparent conversation on rulings. And all the orgs came out and voted and said 1 week ban. So week 5, no Hogger. Week 6, definitely Hogger. And I expect it to be honestly top priority. He seems really great, especially in all the games that I'm watching Grubby playing where he's just pinballing around.
Dude, you do crazy things with Hogger. I was playing some games with Mike Udall the other day, and like he was going so deep with Hogger into the behind the walls. I'm like, oh, he's dead. He's dead for sure. And he'd always get out.
You never know where you're gonna end up. It's just a great adventure of life. But
I was playing healer, so it gave me great stress. But we won a lot of games. It's fine.
But do you really think he's gonna get played next week? Because I don't think so.
Well, it depends, right? Because
Viking
it
ban.
depends on how much practice teams get with them, how confident they are. But there's a Vikings ban, respect ban there. Medivh ban comes in from Oxygen.
I think as much as maybe the orgs may say like, hey guys, don't play it, there's gonna be players who are like, but I want a Hogger! So maybe we'll see it. Regardless, we are here on Dragonshire. We've got through our bans. Chromie's been banned out. Cassia's up and available if they want to go into that realm as well. She's been pretty strong, and in a 4v4, I think she really can show some prowess, but it's gonna be a strong tank pick for the side of Granit Gaming.
Solid. 2 picks from Oxygen now. We'll see what they end up being.
You probably don't want to give away Johanna Cassia, since she synergizes off of Johanna's blind damage.
Yeah.
But guess they're fine with it.
Rexar for the solo lane is really strong. Because I mentioned that they're kind of on an island, you have that Misha charge to maybe control some of the dive potential in said top lane. I wonder if we see anything like a Maev or a Genji for that rotational speed into top for a potential pick and being able to control or at least dive and burst them down. That's something I consider, but I think you nailed something really well there, Grubby, and that Cassia-Joanna synergy is so strong. Why not grab it here? Unfortunately, we're both going to be wrong. It's going to be a Leoric and a Lucio.
Cannot anticipate them. Cassia has dropped in the prioritization, basically, somehow. Yeah, everything we thought we knew is not true anymore.
It's a new meta. The no medallion meta is a whole new world at this point.
Yeah.
She didn't have any changes, and it's not like she legit just fell off the face of the earth. I mean, there's going to be the ban right there, and maybe this is just Granit Gaming's prioritization onto the draft. They're like, we want the Leoric into the Rexar for sure. We want Yasuo on this Lucio because we know it's good, and we know Skoog is just a strong anchor, and they can play a comfortable Joanna. So I think it's just them saying, like, we want to take the series, and we're just going to pick the things that we know we're going to feel strong with and maybe counter the current draft of Oxygen. Is last ban coming through from Granite. They could ban out. Oh,
doesn't that mean that Granite gets Deathwing? Because they have Leoric to counter an enemy Deathwing, so Oxygen doesn't take it. They seem very confident. So they've got this whole jumpy comp, which is very popular on Dragonshire, Karazim, Meridian, Sylvanas. Do you now go Deathwing, but then Leoric is supposed to be solo lane, Johanna's main tank, so is there space for Deathwing? But the synergy is so good. On the other hand, they have many jumps, so can you really catch someone in an entomb?
Do you go Deathwing on a map where like he can't take advantage of the actual map objective mechanic?
Yeah.
Like, Deathwing can't become the Dragon Knight anyways. Then you're down to 4 people.
That's true. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. It's going to be a 4 melee plus Lucio team by Granite. Really interesting. With 3 solo laners by Granite, actually. Wow.
Huh.
So they're going to do an unstandard thing. They're going to do a 3 top into the Rex. I don't know, actually. They could actually, the fun thing with their composition is they can actually rotate Sonya and Leoric out of that top lane as much as they want, and the enemy team's like, all right, cool. You want to play this weird-ass game? We're going to play the weird game, too, and we're going to pick up our second solo laner as well. I think Rexar is in the 4-man and Diva's in the solo, personally.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's just sort of a challenge of like meat versus meat, where it's like, well, you're gonna be like more beefy and tanky in melee. Well, guess what? So are we. We're just gonna add HP to HP already. We'll see what happens, I guess. It's been a wild draft. This day is definitely delivered in terms of seeing some new stuff in the meta that we haven't seen before, especially things like the Kira pick. But we're about to go into the map. I'm gonna jump out of this one. Tell me who won the draft.
Oh, this is a hard one, but I'm gonna go with Granit Gaming because I like that Kira. I think that Kira is gonna be unique and kind of the outlier in the match.
All right, Grubby.
I'll go with Granite, Doa.
Okay. Wow. 2 for Granite. We'll see if they can close it out or if Oxygen is going to stay alive for us to game 5. Let's find out.
On the left-hand side, we got the members of Oxygen. We are going to be seeing in our potential last game, Muradin, played by Red Robot, Prismaticism on the Rexar, Banana on the Karazim, Madara on the Sylvanas. We have Nasmus on that Diva. On the right-hand side, we got Granit Gaming, who are trying to close this out and hopefully, at least for their sake, not go into a game 5. Nick on the Kira, Svamgrada on the Sonya, Skoog on the Joanna, Lucio played by Yasu, and then Tori on that Leoric. As we get into this mid lane here, Grubby, as always, your thoughts as we go into Dragonshire and these compositions.
Well, 7-sided strike nullification will be complete because everyone will be in that same circle. So Granite Gaming isn't as afraid of Karazim's killing power. The goal for Granite is really to not get sectioned off alone. They've got a lot of flexibility in how they play their macro on the map. But can never be forgotten that Oxygen, just like last game when they had Vikings, now they have Sylvanas. If they get a lead, they can push much harder than most teams can off of that lead. Just one hero death is all they need. So Granite is going to have to make sure that they make very few mistakes. And if that sounds cliche, like, oh, just don't make mistakes, now it's more true than ever.
It's very true. As they grapple in with Nick trying to chase in onto Muradin, I want to note that Muradin did go into that third wind at level 1, so that threshold is increased, I believe, from 40% to 60%, and I believe you also can restore faster. Yeah, you actually restore even faster. So
Yeah.
it's a really good talent that I personally take as well in these situations where, like, all right, my Kerazim wants to go damage build, so I can't expect all the healing from my Kerazim. I need some supplemental healing myself, and as this main tank, so they can cycle that Muradin in and out of the battle and try and build that back up. But right now, a lot of camps to be grabbed by everyone, but I would say more focused in favor for the side of Granit Gaming as they have their Siege Giants rolling out just before their Bruiser camp.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit more taken by them, and I'm curious to see which team is going to do a 3-hero push with that Bruiser camp. It's one of the main power plays. Oxygen is actually in position for that. Karazim, Muradin, Sylvanas, they're all on top there. But Granite is wise to their tricks. Johanna comes here with the flank. It's actually both teams putting 3 to deal with that Bruiser. Very, very strong play. Granite has grown a lot in the last few weeks. And although Oxygen is unbeaten and is now being beaten a bit more, I wouldn't say they haven't grown. But all these teams are getting better, so catching up.
Wow! Grappling hook in to find the kill. First blood over to the side of Granite Gaming. Spawnkrada low. They're going to slam backwards and they're able to disengage. But Grubby, that was a good pick for Granite.
Very, very good pick for Granite. They get 1 kill. It will also earn them the Dragon Knight. I saw Leoric heading for the Dragon Knight and Misha trying to stop it, but there's a small advantage for the person starting to channel as compared to the one trying to break the channel on the temple. It's about half a second or a second lead. It was just enough. A very, very close, clean capture of that Dragon Knight. But all these mobile characters that Oxygen has, they are good at following a Dragon Knight through the lane and dealing lots of damage on him in the rotation. He's not going to get a lot done with that.
I was watching around the map as well just to see what the game plan was, and it seemed like they maybe tried to find a flank in the mid lane on the side of Granite into Oxygen's kind of rotation on this Dragonite, but they weren't able to land that. I'm actually watching minimap. There's a bit of a scuffle in the delta, or the Bermuda Triangle, as a lot of people call it, and I wonder, pull in, that's going to be a grapple hook as well. Red Robot in an awkward spot as they're being slowed and harassed by this team, and Yasuo finds the kill. Another kill for the side of Granite, and here's the weird thing though, Grubby. It's 2 kills up, but it's completely even experience. Maybe an 1/8 of a difference?
Well, completely maybe it's an exaggeration, but it is true that the experience situation is still looking fine for Oxygen, and that's because they got far more minion XP. They're sitting at 10,000 minion XP against just 8,600, so they have 14%, 15% more minion XP. Granite is deliberately giving up minion soak in order to get these kills, and it is a mixed bag, and you are right, it is very even. So they're both doing what they're strong at, basically, I suppose.
As I skim, oh, wow, Sonya gets caught out in mid-rotation, I believe, right
didn't see
there.
that.
Now they're going to go ahead and re-engage onto Red Robot with their revolving sweep. Yasuo coming in here, going to use that sound wave to push them back. Red Robot being the target, but they're going to move on to... The push-off was actually into the tower. Nick trying to chase in. No final strike to find a potential kill into Banana, but that's going to be a double kill for the side of Oxygen, who are going to at least pull their experience up with that double kill.
Yeah, Lucio tried some fancy moves in front of the gate to try and catch Muradin for the 3rd time. Didn't work out, and now the lead goes to Oxygen. More waves are crashing upon the gates, and I was getting a bit of lag in the game, and it looks like someone else is getting that as well. So we're going to go back and pause for a bit.
We're on Central, you know, the only server that we have in Blizz Heroes. I'll be honest, I live more west than LA, and I only get Central servers. So I don't I actually got one west server, and that was on PTR. So that's my tinfoil hat theory on that one. But Right now, we are going to be having a pause because, as Grubby was saying, there's a little bit of a lag in the game. So we're going to wait for that to settle for them. In that meantime, we can kind of talk about the preparation to level 10, because both of these teams, I think their team fight at 10 really is just exponentially terrifying. 7-sided strike from the Karazim, the Boars for the chase and setup potential from Rexar, Wailing Arrow from Sylvanas, maybe Mind Control. The way that they're playing this aggressive, maybe we see a Mind Control for the pull potential pick.
I don't think so. Not this time.
No?
Obviously, a great shout out, Bahamut, that we have seen so much mind control, and it's definitely something we need to keep in mind. But against a team with 4 melee that kind of jump on someone and try to delete them, as they've done twice to Muradin, I think you want to pepper the area with Wailing Arrow, which also might interrupt the sound barrier. Or maybe you don't try to hit the 4-man cluster, you just go to interrupt the sound barrier. And of course, mind control could do that too, but only if no one is in front of Lucio. I think it might be the arrow, but who knows? It's Madara. It could be anything. He's an excellent player, and he's gonna know best. Definitely, mind control 7-sided would be an excellent deletion. They may even pick up Haymaker to do the double.
Okay, I will say this: like you're laughing about it, but I know I had the pleasure of interviewing Steve, I believe it was, from Oxygen, right before we started our main season, because I was interviewing all of the org owners, I guess you could say. And Steve was saying, we love Haymaker Muradin. So maybe, I don't know, maybe Steve's over there in the ear and just being like, hey, could you just go ahead and pick Haymaker and just go ahead and get us a win, Red Robot? And maybe
or you're off the team. Haymaker or else. I don't care about winning. I just want to see it. But it's possible. Right. Actually, I was going to seriously suggest it might be Haymaker until I saw Muradin die twice so quickly. Now, don't you think he would want to have Avatar?
I agree with you on that one right there. It might just be, yeah, all right, the Haymaker has a possibility, but let's go ahead and just get the Avatar, play it safe, and take this enemy team to a Game 5 with just more sustain. But we're back into the game, everybody. Thank you for waiting through that pause. Amazing body blocking from Oxygen. Dear Lord, that is, if you looked up body blocking in the Heroes of the Storm dictionary, you'd find an image of that right there as Yasu finishes their level 4 question talent.
Okay, now he's going to have a bigger arc on that sound wave and more range. Needs to hit 3 people. There's no other way to complete the quest. And he's like, well, at least I can get that. He saw them grouped up. But yeah, there was some sick body blocks. Granit Gaming loses their Kira. Now they lose the priority on the shrine as well. Leoric, one-on-oneing, will be getting away from it.
That's a 7-sided strike. Yasu, here's the thing. You may be able to Wailing Arrow and stop that sound barrier, but if you're mind controlled, you ain't doing anything. Red Robot is so low, and they're going to go down to the Sonya, who popped the Wrath Berserker. Nintori steps in and dies.
What's going on, Bahamut?
I have no idea. Svamgrada and friends, they want to deny this Dragonite, but they're going to give over 3 kills, and they still get it on the side of Oxygen.
What is going on? What a mess, Bahamut. It's like walking in on your dog and the toilet paper is off the rails and it's just like pieces everywhere. What is going on? But it's all behind us now. We can't worry about it anymore. The dog didn't know what he was doing. So let's go on. We have a Dragonite by Oxygen here. We're going to kick Leoric away and do a bit of damage on this gate here. After that, rotate up or rotate bottom. Do you asphyxiate the solo lane or do you go bottom lane to open a win condition for the late?
Wow, that little kick right there. I personally think you go bottom lane just to open things up and make that control point a little bit easier to control in a sense, or the altar easier to grab. Skoo, I think, popped the Iron Skin, was able to deny the Stormbolt into their face as the Dragonite gets another kick onto Leoric. And they get the mid lane fort, or front tower. Yeah, and I think that's all they really get, man. Yeah. Revolving sweep into Red Robot. Mecha Explosion comes out from D.Va, and that kind of zones them back. Nintori trying to find the Spectral Leech, but there's the Entomb going under Red Robot. I think they've already used the Dwarf Toss, so they can't really get out, but there's not enough damage to find the kill into them.
Mind Control on Leoric. Nintori dodged it with the Wraith Walk. And like you said, Murding couldn't get away, but there was good peel, still Dragonite damage. There was enough. There was enough, and we calm things down, kind of take stock of the situation, and we say, okay, Oxygen 6-3 in takedowns, 1.3 level lead, talent lead. Everyone goes for their respective camps. We take a look at the bottom Bruiser camp. It respawns in 10 seconds. Rexar is zoning for it. Prismatis is dancing. It's a dancing bear.
Just, I'll be honest, like if when you dance against someone, especially in the solo lane, you're like, I'm just doing whatever I want right now. You're the one who actually has to deal the damage and actually push back this lane. I'm just hanging out with my bears. The mind control will not connect. The Iron Skin was used as well, so that would have denied it too. Yeah. Right now, I'm just like, I'm looking at the side of Granit Gaming. They got to make something happen here. They're gonna connect onto the bear with the Entomb, but that doesn't even get the kill.
Yeah. Let's go.
Sound barrier from Lucio will buy some time. Wraithwalk in from Nintori. No Entomb for the next 32 seconds as Nasmus is going to lose their mecha form. Boars unleashed from Rexar in this rotation into lane. They're going to pop onto Nick, and the 7-sided strike will confirm the kill. Yasuo to go down as well, and that's a mech for 2.
Nice, mech for 2. Very good trade for Oxygen. They ran away from the sound barrier as Granite tried to turn it around. They were forced to use Granite to save Johanna, or so they thought. She then used her Iron Skin, and that made Sound Barrier actually not necessary anymore. Perhaps a bit of miscommunication, or they weren't sure Johanna would get off her cooldown quickly enough. Then they tried to make use of the barrier because, you know, shoot, used our main ult. Oxygen rebounded, attacked after the Sound Barrier was over. They got that double kill there.
Oxygen now in that spot that they like to be, as I'm looking at our level deficit starting to form a level and a half for Oxygen as they dive onto Swamp Grotto, who pops the Wrath Berserker, gonna try and turn things around, but 7-sided strike and mind control. No, mind control is too long of a cooldown for that to be it. No, it's actually literally mind control used. It's 9 seconds from cooldown. Yeah. Boars unleashed as well from Rexar. Entomb comes out, final strike out from Nick as well. Prismaticism so low does go down. Micro misses from Nasmus going to connect onto a few. Yasuo has the sound barrier. They're going to continue this fight. Scoop out of the fight on the bottom of our screen, trying to re-engage. Madara with the channel onto the Dragonite. No one even trying to interrupt onto that. And now they're moving into top lane with this kick onto Nintori. And that's Dragonite onto this top lane keep. But watch this here, Grubby. Bottom lane, Siege Giants are going to confirm the bottom lane fort.
Yeah, those Siege Giants, they just missed 3 consecutive shots. They kept like, I see a minion. But yeah, the Siege camp just completely devastated that fort from that bush there. The funny thing is, there's a bush, right? So, what's going on?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. Just that they stopped it right there. Keep going. I'm sorry. Just ignore me when I react.
Fort's still alive, but D.Va's coming in to finish it. Nasmas, boom. Okay, the fort is down.
So without their 16s, do you think that the members of Granit Gaming are just going to mega turtle up, or do you think they'll try and play this aggressive, trying to just keep this going, or is it too much pressure?
I think aggressive, but the peel is too good. The anchoring, let's say, the anchoring by Oxygen is too good. They put their 2 most survivable members there, stun and run away. But yeah, I think you do want to play aggressive. As a pro team against another pro team, you continually want to disrupt expectations. Fighting around talent leads or talent equality is so predictable, and it's exactly what everyone is ready to deal with. So you do want to hit those level 15.5 invades where it is not expected. Look at this ambush. They're pretending Sonya is alone. And then they're zoning. They're trying to blow up Murden, but I'm afraid there's just a little bit too much blue here. First strike by Nick, getting a bit of damage done.
I like that there was the cleansing dash right as Murden entered into the bush in case there was any sort of CC from a Johanna or anything. Really just heads up play coming out from Bananas. They're going to do the same thing, dashing on top of Madara, who's going to be able to pull Svamgrado with the mind control, but they don't get anyone with the 7-sided strike damage. Everything used on the side of Oxygen, and they need to back off right now as they're going to lose the Misha. We also see that Johanna finishes out the subdue from level 7, so that means that anytime they hit someone with that punish, they're going to be able to get the 80% slow, and that's going to allow Nick to really chase in as they're continuing this fight in this bottom lane. Entomb onto 1. Nasmus just trying to reduce that damage with the Matrix. They have the final strike out once again. Red Robot doing their best to control this. Madara being chased by Yasuo. Yes, I see it right now as they're just 1v2 casualing. Oh my god, this is a 1v4 because Misha's down there as well. Yasuo, go the other way! You can't.
He wants Sylvanas! He wants Sylvanas! He gets mind control! They go 1 for 1! They go 1 for 1, and 2 other members of Oxygen go down as well. This was an excellent defense, Bahamut. Bye.
Oh, Granite got everything they wanted in this, and they might be getting Dragonite too.
Yeah, there was such a good defense on the keep. The way they stayed alive during all that, I'd love to see that all of that again later on. As then they chased, they got the Entomb on the D.Va, they popped the D.Va, and then the chase. And it was like everyone's running for their lives, right? And Granit is screaming and chasing in every which way. And Yazoo was going head-to-head with Sylvanas and took him down. And all right, there's the Dragonite for Granite. They're still down a level, but finally they can start to control their lanes again. They've never lost a keep yet.
Kick onto Prismaticism puts the Dragonite closer to this mid lane fort, and they'll get that breath onto it as well. Muradin doing their best to help out Misha to burn down this Dragonite, but both of those are not the best for said clear as they kick the Muradin away, and also you saw a shield glare over the wall to just keep this Dragonite going as Wraith walk out from Nintori, just closing that, or excuse me, increasing that distance. They still have a camp in top lane to deal with. Actually, I just want to check really quickly. Is it just the mage? Yeah, well, there's a little bit more to that camp, but they don't really care because it's not threatening much. We have Leorc going to go clear that. So Dragonite with 38 seconds left. They want to go into the bottom lane fort, but Leorc showing in top, and I think this is where Oxygen looks for a fight.
They are looking for it, that's true. And Misha checked the bush, saw a few members of Granite that pull away. Misha once again anchoring in that bush. They do not dare to step any further, for if they do, Dragon could kick them towards the red side of the map and they'll be exposed. So we are at an impasse.
It's the hold for now from both teams. We do have them stepping forward on the side of Oxygen into Granit Gaming, but Dragonite just kind of hanging out in bottom. There's going to be the kick onto Muradin, puts them into that mid lane, but no fort there. Yasu pushes off to get close to Swamp Grotto to give them that speed boost out of there. Skoog pops the Iron Skin and mitigates the Boars Unleash. Red Robot coming in now from that kick and actually in a good position. That's going to be a final strike out, more of a zoning tool than anything else. Not the longest cooldown in 40 seconds, but still a cooldown in that.
Curious to see if Kira, Nick, if he's going to pick that same level 20 talent that reveals low HP. Yeah, what was it called?
I think it was like the Sanctuary or something.
Yeah, it's Sanctuary. So it reveals low HP enemy heroes that are nearby like Sergeant Hammer Siege range.
Yeah.
And she also like deals bonus damage to them. She personally. Kind of cool. Wonder if he goes for that. He took that when they were ahead. Now I wonder if he takes something else. Yeah, he goes for it. No Sanctuary. Under half-life are revealed. You gain movement speed. And you gain increased damage to revealed enemies. So that's
let's also
these push fights. Go ahead.
Let's remember that Dark Lady Call was picked up by the side of Oxygen as well. So that means that you have it's like a 15-second cooldown on Mind Control, right? It's really low. Entomb with Buried Alive going on to the Rexar right now. They're going to look for the burst, and they might find it right now. Yasu comes forward. They're going to feign death. Final strike will miss. They're going to pop back up. Mind Control onto Yasu. They're going to turn this around. Then Tori tries to Wraith walk away, and this is not the fight Granite wanted. Muradin's gonna pop the Avatar form. 7-sided strike from a Kerosene with like 2 health, I think, as they dash away in the last second. What is this fight? As Skoog doesn't go down, Kira will be the one in that, and they actually turn around and say, you know what? I will sacrifice myself for the team. And that's a triple kill for the side of Oxygen, who are looking to maybe chase into bottom and find the end of this game.
Yeah, there's 2 things that happened here. We had Kira missing a final strike on the end of 7-sided strike because it was not 7-sided strike, it was 11-sided strike. So you have that timing miss again. Oxygen was guilty of that before, where they missed the Dragon Arrow on the end of ley line, and now it's Granite that misjudged the changing timing of an ult. So that was 11-sided strike. Karazim wasn't there, he was so low, but didn't get taken out by the final strike. And before that, we had Yazoo going in with the Soundwave on top of the Rexar, who was so low, but his feign death wasn't over yet either. So he also didn't get to confirm the kill when he died for it. So Granite with a bunch of just slightly missed timings in a very important team fight that started with a 5v1 against Rexar, Buried Alive. They couldn't get him quickly enough, and now probably Oxygen is looking to close out the game. Though, can they? Is this just to keep? That's it?
Well, if you mind control Leoric and you get a kill onto Lucio, it's going to be a little bit of an easier go for you, as well as if you can lock down the tower with said Sylvanas. But they find this bottom lane keep, and Oxygen, they're going to even up our series potentially here. I mean, this Dragonite's low. I don't want to call it just yet, but we do have 2 down. Mind Control comes out onto Skoog, who pops the Iron Skin. They're going to do their best to walk away, but they go down. Nick is casually 1v1-millioning and doing their best in that, as they will revolving sweep. That's going to be the Mecha Explosion. Nick needs to get out of that one, but they still go down, and the core now being sieged by Oxygen. Mind Control thrown from Madara, and we are looking like a game number 5 here. GG, well played to Oxygen. Potential reverse sweep.
Wow, it's actually happening. I think we might actually get the reverse sweep. Oxygen has a chance, at least, now to keep their unbeaten streak alive in matches. At least they're starting to drop some maps. Certainly would be the second week in a row that they've had to win it in game number 5, but they've got a shot to do it here on Dragonshire. And what do you think it was really on the Granite Gaming side? I felt like I was seeing good fundamentals from Oxygen, but on the Granite side, they kept trying to go for, they just wanted to fight, it seemed like. But do you think it's maybe a little bit of inexperience with this comp, adding new things in like the Kira, the Sonya that we didn't see as much lately? Or do you think it was just more Oxygen playing really, really well?
Yeah, I think Oxygen played really well. They did play very, very fundamentally well. They controlled the map, good fights, good saves. They protected themselves well against against the kills that would otherwise happen, that did happen in the early game. And Granite, I think it's not necessarily wrong their macro. I think it's just micro, control, timings a little bit, confirming kills that now they didn't, but that maybe they should have.
I think there's something to be said in a lot of these team fights coming out from the side of Granite Gaming. There's a lot of good damage there, but if you look at the side of Oxygen, you've got 7-sided strike that kind of mitigates final damage. Banana actually lived because of that. Rexar has the Feign Death, lived because of that. Murden has the Avatar Farm, lived because of that. So there's just too many escape buttons essentially for Oxygen, and not in a mobility sense, in a I'm gonna live sense. It's just really, really well played from Oxygen in a responsive manner.
Sure is. Well, that means we have a game 5 yet again today. I think it's our second, it's our first day ever where we've had 2 game 5s, but a lot of great Heroes of the Storm action. We're going to take a quick break though. And when we come back, we will see if Oxygen keeps the unbeaten record alive or if Granite will finally dethrone the Kings on top of the standings. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. We'll be back after this.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to Roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doe. With me, as always, are Grubby and Bahamut. And guess what? It's Game 5 between Oxygen Esports and Granit Gaming. And it's crazy because Oxygen is currently undefeated. They're 4-0 in the regular season. That could all end right here, right now. But Oxygen is also on the verge of reverse sweeping. They lost the first 2 maps. They've won the last 2 maps. Can they win map number 5? It is their map pick, rather. We are going to Garden of Terror. What do you think, Bahamut?
This is the map where I think Oxygen, I was expecting them to maybe pull out some oddities here, but I think here they just play the map. I think they go for some heroes that can clear waves, that can also grab camps, and if you out macro a team, I think you can control this map so very well. But Granit Gaming really likes to take the fight to the enemy team's face, and that's what I'm expecting here. So macro play from Oxygen, micro play from Granit Gaming personally.
Grubby, it feels like that has kind of been figured out a little bit by Oxygen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. They tend, like, they had a really good escape heroes. They either have a Medivh or they have a Muradin and the D.Va people that can get away. Obviously, you're going to remove Vikings. This is their number 1 map. Cursed Hollow is their number 2 map. So Vikings gone, that makes sense. But yeah, Oxygen is now used to the Kira and to the 4 melee squad. They've even been punishing Lucio, who had 6 deaths, landing a number of mind controls on him in the last game. So even Yasuo's Lucio doesn't have the same luster as it once had. You just feel this growing power from the West, from Oxygen against Granite, and it almost feels like this is going to be the reverse sweep.
It's the momentum is all Oxygen right now, but we'll see what happens once we get in game. There's that Zeratul ban again.
Respect unto Prismaticism with that. We've had previous weeks where Prismaticism really had some outstanding flank and setup moments on said Zeratul. So just respecting some of the big plays that are coming out from Oxygen on the side of Granite, as they will take first pick, and it's going to be the D.Va in that. I think D.Va has D.Va been picked by all of the winning teams, or am I misremembering?
She's certainly picked by a lot of winning teams, but how about the Chromie Abathur?
Okay.
Huh.
Remember Duke Cannon clean plays when someone tried to dive Abathur, played by Madara last week, and they ended up getting the Abathur kill but losing 2 of their own?
Yeah,
but that was with Medallion. Abathur got away thanks to Medallion.
You are right on that, but was that Garden of Terror? That map that
Yes,
So
it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Madara Abba again.
Either way, it's going to be a Karazim ETC D.Va. Seems kind of like Granit Gaming stealing away a lot of the draft of Oxygen in a sense.
Yep.
A lot of good engage, fairly tanky as well, of course, and then the ability to do that % damage with Karazim with the 7-sided strike, going to be strong. There's a Cassia ban. What is the last ban going to be? Do you take out the Joanna, maybe?
Yeah, Joanna is a good slowdown hero, together with Abathur and Chromie. But there are other picks. Diablo is not something Abathur team wants usually when you have Chromie, but Johanna, Anubarak, and Muradin, and maybe Tyrael even are the 4 main picks.
Nasmus, I believe, has a practice, if not very strong, Samuro. Do you think we could see that here? He's great for this map. You can camp really well. You can maneuver around it. You have armor reduction if you're able to just kind of not corral, but encircle someone with your clones. I think it could be massive for Oxygen. I want to say it's Nasmus, or maybe I'm misremembering from the exhibitions, and maybe it was like Zerglin, but there's going to be a Joanna and a Stukov. Is Chromie the clone target? There's no way this is a monstrosity game. We have
played monstrosity last time.
Yeah, that's true. They did use monstrosity
you're right.
last time.
I thought it was a different team. No, you're right. I thought it was a different team. So maybe it's not a clone target.
But you need 2 targets for the symbiote. That means the final one has to be melee. Because one is going to be Johanna, and then the other one has to be a melee.
Gridman would be great here too. But on the opposing side for Granit Gaming, they're going to grab themselves a target. Yes!
Well, there you go. It's happening.
Wow. In a game 5, Granit Gaming is going to be like, all right, game 5, murky time. Okay.
Right. That's
all right,
bold.
Granit.
That's bold. Playing against a 4-0 team, going to game 5, you're like, time to pick murky.
There it is.
That's swag. There's the Samuro though. Oh boy, this is it's been a day, hasn't it?
if we were gonna end our series, our day one, 2 best of 5s, that the first one went to a best of 5 and the second one goes to a best of 5, this is the game I want to be in to end our day on, because this is chef's kiss just to the moon for me. Give me your cat jams, your rat jams, your dog jams, everything in chat, because this is the best. Also your hog spins too. Like
Toe Jam and Earls.
yes. All right. My excitement aside, let me actually get your thoughts on this one.
Well, it's gonna be awesome. That's those are my thoughts as we go into this final game of the day. Grubby, who do you think won the draft?
Well, I think it's the Abathur Samuro Chromie team. Sorry, like
I'm with you.
Oxygen won this draft hard. I remain to be convinced by Murky. Like, I can come up with some reasons for why he could be good against an Abathur team, but I'm not gonna do it. It's Oxygen.
Enjoy.
Well, let's get into it. Our final game of today. On the left-hand side, we've got the members of Oxygen, Red Robot on the Joanna, Prismaticism playing the Chromie, Madara playing the Abathur, Banana on the Stukov, and Nasmus on the Samuro. On the right-hand side, we have Granit Gaming, Skoog on the ETC, Nick on the Tychus, Svamgrada on the Murky, Yasu on the Air team, and Nintori on the Diva. Yes, I have to really hit on that one just to make sure anyone who might be like, washing some dishes and be like, oh, it's game number 5, I'll come and join that in a second. There's a Murky here. Stop washing dishes. Get into this game and watch this. And it is going to be a Bride Murky, that fishy deal at level 1. And you only need 8 stacks, and you get 7 per wave, Grubby. That's really, really quick. I love a Murky game. I'm so excited for this.
But the pufferfish getting killed means you don't get stacks, and that's going to be a big counterplay. Nasmas is here in the Murky lane. He's going to try to kill that puffer, and especially with Abathur, since spells now also affect puffer. Because it used to be different, right? Before you had to hit pufferfish 3 times, it had a binary life of 3 hits. I mean, I don't think binary is the right word, but now it has health, so spells also deal damage to it. And that means that Murky will only get those waves in absence of the enemy's attention.
I'm watching Minimap to see this right now, and I'm very glad we're watching this top lane, because this is kind of where I want to be overall. Yeah, there's a fight in mid, whatever. I mean, but there's going to be lurking arm out from Stukov, trying to zone some people, not zone some people back, lock them down, or at least stop them from power sliding away. But no one going down. This top lane, the Murky goes down, and they don't get the pufferfish value.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, a common trick for Murky is to stand on top of your own pufferfish to block an opponent from being able to click the puffer. But Nasmas, he got the Abathur symbiote, and he just killed both. There was no issue there at all. And that's what I think of. Like, Murky with Abathur makes him almost unkillable. But Murky against a hero with Abathur makes him die so fast. And he's already missing crucial experience in this top lane. He's not behaving like a full hero, let's say.
The other thing to note, too, is the level 4 from Abathur in this, because we're talking about this. The Adrenal Overload is a big, big pickup if they go into it. That way you're just going to increase your auto attack speed on a Samuro, who's then also reducing your armor. So it's... well, excuse me, hold on. Let me double check that, because I think it's actually... for Samuro and his mirror images. So it's both of them. I thought it was just the mirrors for a second, but it is going to be that Adrenal Overload. So 25% on the Samuro. The burst ability from them really becomes scary. And I know some people might be like, burst from Samuro? He's got a sword. He can burst some heroes down, absolutely, as the power slide comes through. Iron Skin used, and Red Robot backs away.
Yeah, Abathur Samuro combination has long been a counter, but we didn't see it that much this year. Didn't see it that much in CCL. I said counter, I meant powerful combination. As you can do a lot of strong solo action, even split pushes. Samuro going for the core together with Abba. So
it's around 16, and based on your build as well, that I have a Samuro friend of my own that Doe actually had the pleasure of watching this week. They got to see the Ghillie Sharks that I always talk about in their Samuro play, and that's one of those things, like, they'll hit 16 and Samuro does Samuro things and just kind of wins the game as long as the 4-man or the rest of the team is kind of harassing the enemy, and Samuro's able to kind of just have free reign. But speaking of free reign, there's a Diva pushing a camp right into Abathur's face in top, as Nasmus needs to go deal with that.
Okay, creates a little bit of space for Granite here on the seed. We have Diva coming in. Murky has a big quest build. He's got a fishy deal. He's got that slime time. for the melee, and he comes in for the flank, tries to go for Chromie. We'll get one slime and the slow, dodges the blast, the dragon breath.
And with that, Nick is able to get the channel. Yasu tries to get the double back dash over the enemy team, but they are like, no. We see what the game plan is here, and we'll stop you in your tracks as First Blood goes over to the side of Oxygen, and Samuro goes back into the top lane. I want to quickly check that. It looks like D.Va got a little bit of structural damage on that front gate, and Nasmus is going to be able to control this lane. Murky does have their egg in that top lane by the fort. You can see it on the right of our screen as they're going to be hanging out in mid, maybe. Wait, Abathur stepped out into lane for a second. I was watching mid as I was like, Murky doesn't have burst ability, but Abathur doesn't have a lot of health.
Yeah, he was in the middle of the gate. He could just step away quite easily.
With our seed spawning, second one of the game here, how does Skook... Okay, Skook, you're making me nervous with this rotation as there's also a slowing sand in the gate. Yasu needs just a target to dive over the wall, and it will be Nick. Skook... It's not. I'm not sure if they want to like defend or what, but this slowing sands is really a hinder to this team.
Yeah, he didn't want to walk through it until he had Power Slide available again. He was basically just dodging shots. Samuro Abathur kills another Murky, and yeah, he kills another Murky. So that's how many kills we got? One. Yeah, 1 kill on Karazim, 2 kills on Murky, 1.5.
And that will put them up a little bit in experience on the side of Oxygen. Nasmus going for the channel. This is, all right, I want to note this because this happens in some of my games regardless of Storm League. If someone's channeling...
Murky's going for a steal. He has 3 stacks of bribe, so he wanted to steal. Okay, he's not going.
Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. No, you're fine. Thank you. But no, I was just going to say, in my games, in these situations when you're on Garden of Terror, you can take this into your own game. If there's no threat, if you don't need to zone, pull the sappers away and allow someone to channel. Your objective phase will go so much faster. It's like Alterac Pass. It's the exact same thing. Let one person channel and have someone pull those jailers away on Alterac Pass so you can get a quicker objective phase. Obviously, that one works differently than here, but my point still stands.
True. Yeah,
we have our as we have our third spawn of the seed and Chromie going down, and it looks like the bottom lane.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened there, but Karazim and Tychus got her good, apparently. So that's an important kill for Granit. Equalizes the XP. The seeds are equal also, and now they may get this one.
Look at that.
Nasmas continues to take big kills, though. Goes for Illusion Master, of course. Goes on Murky. He's got Crushing Blows, which increases Samuro's attack damage when he critical strikes. Even Ass's level 1 also reduces their physical armor, so a lot of burst damage indeed coming in there, as you talked about, Bahamut.
Top lane right now is gonna have Murky versus the Monstrosity. Oh no, they got the Monstrosity down, but this is a Monstrosity Abathur again. Not gonna be going for the clone. No double Samuro shenanigans, no double Chromie, which is what I was kind of expecting. Just being able to just have so much burst ability. Blessed Shield was thrown into the face. There's gonna be a root as well, but they cannot find the damage they need. Flailing Swipe will come out from Stukov to disengage this entire fight. We're 11 up on both sides, 1-1 in kills overall. I'm just curious really quickly to update anyone. Murky has 0.75 deaths.
Okay.
So 3 deaths.
And he's got 3 stacks of bribe still, so he can nearly take a full bruiser count. But of course he'd prefer to steal one on the side of Oxygen than to take one of his own.
During this last engagement down in this bottom lane that we've been watching, Joanna finished the subdue. So they do have that 80% slow on the punish, and that's 7 minutes into a game. So you're got some really good setup here, because also Prismaticism has that slowing sand, so you can really play around those 2 factors. And I was gonna say, chronic conditions were picked up by the Chromie, time trouble, so it's gonna be armor reduction when you time stop someone, no speed reduction in that, so more burst ability in favor for Oxygen, especially with the Samuro. But Svampgrada pushing up top lane on the Murky.
Okay, it's getting some fishy deal value as well. Very few quest stacks on the blind talent. Samuro, Murky has not been winning a lot of skirmishes, let's say, or staying alive particularly long.
I wonder if that level 4 was picked up in the confidence that they're going to be able to just stack it insanely off of Nasmus and these clones.
I think so, and I think Nasmus is counterplaying that, Bahamut. Where do you practice Murky? Did they really run this in multiple scrims with other teams and have the other teams not be like, nah, you're just joking. You're not taking us seriously, see ya. Like Murky? No, but of course Murky is a hero like any other. Big Octograb here on Johanna.
Murky goes down first. There's going to be Samuro trying to find some damage. That's Nintori getting hit with the blessed shield, and they go down. Overall, technically, it's a 1.5 kill because the mech counts as half, or a 0.5, or either way.
Or quarter or whatever.
I can't remember exactly, but it's 13's up on both sides. Seeds up and available. Commandeer Odin is coming in, and we have Murky back up in top lane, pushing back again. The monstrosity is you have a massive pick onto the Joanna. Skoog is being chased away by this Samuro, and they need some help as they're sticking onto them so very well. Skoog is just getting chased. Murky goes down to the monstrosity in top lane, as we are going to have Samuro get the hat at the last second, but Skoog is able to get over to their tower, and Yasu will be interrupted by Chrome.
Imagine losing to a lane minion. Murky did. Of course, he's not a real hero too. Octograb! Hey, Samuro goes down first time. Meanwhile, Bruiser Camp by Oxygen took down an entire fort in the bottom lane. Fight for this seedling continues. Diva with the flank on Prismaticism.
Every single one of those micro missiles hit that Chromie, and the second round did as well, bursting her, finding the double kill. And I love this. I love this right now. You know, it's hard to kill a Samuro, but when you octo-grab the correct one, you ain't going anywhere. Like, that's going to be a kill as the mecha explosion comes out from Diva. This, I feel like, is a zoning explosion to allow them to get the mid lane fort, as Murky will still have their egg in top. Monstrosity still up there, but Murky wants to deal with the bottom lane camp, as you were previously noting. 3 to 4 in kills, 15 to 15 experience, with a wee bit in favor for the side of Granit Gaming.
So Murky has 2 stacks of bribe. He's going to take the siege camp instantly, quite useful, then do another wave. Then what if he just dies to the next wave so that he can spawn top? No, it's okay. Diva's already there. No inting required. Murky will push out the bottom lane with the siege camp. Small talent lead. It's 2 seedlings apiece. Oxygen will need to find a way to buy enough time to bridge that half-level gap.
Red Robot with the channel, interrupted by the grenade from Tychus, who's currently just dumping damage into a Samuro clone. Skoog is doing their best to anchor here as the Diva flank comes in just above. Samuro has to leave, or at least do their best to disengage right now. They got the Abathur hat for a second time stop onto Skoog, which will reduce their armor by 20 from that chronic conditions. Commandeer Odin comes out from the Tychus, Nick looking to put some damage into this enemy team, as Banana will flailing swipe away to disengage the enemy side. Nintori going for the channel in this mech. There are no skeletal, sappers to stop that. No poke out from Chromie, and that is first objective in favor for the side of Granit Gaming, as Abathur was physically pushing that top lane camp up, but they want to focus on this bottom lane and mid on the side of Granit Gaming.
Oh, nice cleansing touch on Skoog. He was getting hammered by Chromie and a Blessed Shield, but he gets away. Even has that level 16 Showstopper, 35 armor while using Power Slide. That's how serious he is about keeping himself alive against a considerable burst of Oxygen. Big dive from Prismaticism by Yasu. Bit off more than he can chew.
That was beautifully played from Oxygen, just to be able to succinctly pick up that kill with just the shield glare. And they'll push this Garden Terror, I was going to say Skeletal Defender, through the bottom lane, and they might have gone a little too far down this lane. Skoog will Power Slide, creating a little bit of a gap, but yeah, the sustain chase is a little too much for them, as the top lane fort will go down. So mid already got picked off, so this is a double fort phase for the side of Granit Gaming. How many stacks does Murky currently sit on? 21, 2. So that's 2. Okay.
So 2 deaths here, Karasim. What is it with supports diving a little deep on Garden? We had that against Madara in last week, also Garden of Terror, with the Lucio trying to take him down. Now the Karasim trying to get the Prismaticism Chromie, but you know, worth a try. Granite's still with a small lead, but that dampens their joy a bit at that objective, Bahamut.
Slowing Sands were out, and exactly that. They are dampening a lot of the expectations as Red Robot steps in with the Blessed Shield. There's going to be a cleansing dash onto Nick to get them out of there. I thought they still had their foot inside that mecha explosion, but no, they tap well and they're fine. I love that I was actually watching on the minimap, Murky doing Murky things through top lane and pushing that up, and then the Monstrosity was just doing Monstrosity things at bottom. That's going to be a Murky death over here in the bottom, as they do pick up one more Slime Time stack, as they're sitting at 3 out of the 20 on that one. They are going to be able to have that toxic buildup from level 16, which will help because it's every 3rd consecutive basic attack against an enemy hero will provide slime. So if you can really get in there, that'll be big for them. And did they go into... No, they went into Fish Tank. Oh, no. So that's exactly, sorry, I think it was like healing bubble was it used to be called, but now they changed it up and it's the healing talent at level 13. So you're able to then bubble up and heal for 25% of the damage.
He didn't go safety bubble.
Oh, no,
He's
you're right. Yeah.
He's healing from basic attacks and basic abilities.
I misread that one. You're right. So this is all about just getting more slime time value and just autoing and getting slime time value.
So basically, he doesn't have a talent build, is what you're trying to say, because he's level 4. He's level 4. He never completed it. He doesn't have the bonus damage. One of the bonus healing, but it's okay. He's just pushing, and that part is working out pretty okay for Granit Gaming. So Murky as an ABBA counter ? I suppose.
That is a big question that we're going to figure out in this game, at least, as 20s are nearing for both sides, but not arriving. It's actually fairly close. Bubble popped by the Murky just to get away from the Condemn. I don't know why that one got me, but yeah, that was perfect. Diva looking for the flank right now. Condemn coming out from the Joanna. There's a Bless Shield as well. Prismatis isn't getting very low. The blinds from Joanna might keep them alive for now as the Flailing Swipe will disengage them. 7-sided strike comes out, and an ETC will be the first one to get picked off as the Commandeer Odin's here, but I think they gotta leave.
Yeah, it was an Octograb on a Samuro image.
Ooh.
Then the Power Slide, I mean, the Mosh Pit did hit the right spot, but he got blown up by the damage of Oxygen. Nice shots by Prismaticism coming in as well. Now we have this ill-fated attempt at defense by Granit. This is not this is a very important seed for them. I see why they're trying to do this.
It's also going to be 20s first, and they disengage now. You do have that Hive Mind from Abathur now. Joanna holding, and it's either Radiating Faith or the Indestructible. I feel like it's just Radiating Faith for more bounces, and also, I believe, is there? No, it's no. No, I'm trying to remember.
Blinded by the light, I suppose. Give some shields to all 3 images, but most likely, I think you're right. I think it's going to be Radiating. We will see a little bit more stun. And the Hive Mind, the sickest part is it can actually proc on the main Samuro and on an image. So you don't even need 2 heroes. Oh.
They had it on the images right there. They didn't have it on the real one. And maybe that's actually a bit of a ploy from the side of Oxygen. Put the hat on the fake one so people think, oh, they're hatting the real Samuro.
Yeah, why not?
But we're 20s up. Nintori low has to torpedo dash away. Gonna auto into the seed that was put on the ground to lock down the tower. Red Robot being harassed by the Murky, who's trying just to build those stacks and only sits at 4. Got a stack at 4 out of 20, so working their way up on that one. Garden Terror through top lane is going to connect through the front gate, but do they step up for keep?
Oh, Egg died. Murky's gone.
Ooh, 48 seconds on the Murky is not where you want to be. Big red button out from Nick as the Radiating Faith was that level 20 pickup for the Joanna. 50-some seconds on that, so they've used it recently. As the keep is staying alive for now, and they're doing a good job of forcing back the members of Oxygen.
Odin should be a pretty good defense here for a while. Murky will be 10-second death timer by the time Odin is done, roughly. Still the push goes on. Oxygen using everything they can to do as much damage on the keep as possible. They don't want to go home empty-handed. It looks like they will indeed get it, Joe.
Top lane keep goes down. Consistent catapult pressure through that lane. But meanwhile, during all of this, Abathur was pushing mid with Monstrosity. And as much as we meme about some of these non-standard talents, like Madara's doing an amazing job with this Monstrosity from week to week. It's not like they just picked it up today. They did this last week too.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I've seen some bad monstrosities in ladder on Storm League. I've seen some good ones. Madara, obviously, is a pretty good one, and he's really just recognizing he's going to be hatting Samuro every skirmish there is. And that's, I feel like monstrosity in a large way is like Draken Laser Drill. It's a trade-off ult if you go for evolution. Odin and Ultimate Evolution are a trade-off. You lose your base kit. And when you like your base kit and you spec into it so much, you just get the laser drill or the monstrosity, and then you're gonna use Hive Mind on images to do real damage with fake things.
I love it. Look at Murky right now on the minimap, flanking into the enemy team, trying to maybe look for an Octo grab. I'm watching the minimap just to see how they're setting up onto this. Maybe they're looking for Banana. Maybe they're looking for Prismaticism, but they're sitting in that bush in the bottom left. They're going for Nasmus. I think it was actually Octograb is on a 10-second cooldown. Nasmus literally swapped to clones at the frame-perfect second.
Nice. Monstrosity pushing top lane, mounting keep pressure on this keepless lane.
Also, to note, you mentioned this last week, they actually burrowed the Monstrosity all the way back to the core, so that allowed the Abathur to hit other targets during this team fight, and then they just put the Monstrosity in top, and once it kind of got to core, they're now heading it again, and watch this on minimap. You can actually see it's moving towards that top. They're probably going to burrow it out of there, or at least do their best to get it out of here. They're going to dive onto this. Well, no, it's interrupted by the grenade. Yep, and that's going to be Monstrosity going down, but they pulled so many members into this top lane, and this is going to be another seed in favor for Oxygen.
That was a 4.7k HP Monstrosity. That's the same as Karazim has right now. So that was a tanky boy. Tried to burrow away, and the grenade did interrupt, so that puts it on a 60... Well, that puts it on a 90-second cooldown, now 65 left. An advantageous seed location for Oxygen. We take a quick sneak peek at Murky, has 1 stack of Bribe. There's only 1 siege camp on the map, so Oxygen once again in the lead with the macro.
Now, we didn't talk about this at all. Big kahuna tuna for our Murky. So maximum health and egg respawn time are doubled onto that. Maybe this will give them an opportunity to live a little bit longer and find some of these stacks for that level. Wow, dear lord, they just got 3 off of the Samuro, and they're going to continue to build those as they're harassing them just below as Commandeer Odin comes out. This isn't going to be Curse or Garden Terror spawn for the side of Oxygen, but it puts them in a very good spot as that's going to be a Murky bubble out. Commandeer Odin's doing their best. There's going to be some poke out from Prismaticism on this Chromie into Nintori, trying to channel this, as there's also going to be a big red button over on this fight. They get the channel and they just disengage. That's it. They're gone.
Are they? Oxygen is looking to engage through Odin, though. Murky with the disengage. Pufferfish actually didn't get taken out. Swamp Grota might die now if they want it, but they're not going to burn Blessed Shield on it.
Murky just trying to get more stacks is now at 12, so they're working their way through those level 4, working their way through that level 4 questing talent, only needing 8 more onto that. As for other questing talents, the only thing we have is going to be that Subdue that was finished roughly 7 minutes and 30 seconds. It was just Blessed Shield. I just saw that miss onto Nick, and now, do they continue to break down this ETC? Hello, wow.
What? Did Yasuo not do a cleansing on ETC? How come he was still slowed and silenced?
It must have been off a cooldown or something, because
I thought it was dash.
I don't know. I honestly have to go back and watch that and see what happened, because it honestly seemed like ETC just couldn't move. But either way, Mech Explosion, there's going to be a Flailing Swipe to push it back. Red Robot anchoring some of this damage, going to be reducing their armor as well. Top lane being pushed up by the Monstrosity right now onto the core, which is actually losing its shielding. Red Robot and friends are just pushing through this keep, and Monstrosity is getting shielding off the core. Oxygen are just choking out Granit Gaming.
Yep, and they're looking to get the 2nd consecutive seed. They'll still be 1 seed away from final curtains, to be sure. If Oxygen gets 2 seeds, it's over. Granite, they're deep pushing lanes as best they can. Monstrosity has been put on cooldown once again. They'll never have a better chance than when ETC is back. But can they buy enough time? No. Easily able to... Okay, so everything comes down to the next seed. If Oxygen gets it, it's over. Granite has no shields on their core, even though there weren't any players near it for a while. Granite needs to deep push top lane, bottom lane as much as they can to increase the buffer of time that they have to make something happen. And then they need to win a quick fight against the Johanna Chromie Stukov Samuro composition. And that's going to be very tough.
Oh, that's a rough go right there. But it's not out of the question. It's Here's the Storm. It still honestly is anyone's game. As much as we've seen a lot of kills in favor for Oxygen, a misplay from them with an Octo Grab setup could be massive. Mosh Pit potential could be there as well. They gotta set up for this on the side of Granite, and Oxygen, they're the ones who have to misplay this right now, as they're all just retreating back. ETC with a face melt, Commandeer Odin coming down right now, and this is the anti-siege tool, maybe even a siege tool. Slow from the Joanna with that Subdue. Murky coming in for the flank. There's the controlled chaos from that Stukov with those flailing swipes where you're seeing 1 or 2. Mosh Pit is going to be coming out, but it was interrupted. There's going to be the Octo Grab onto 1. They're trying to burn down somebody, and Murky ends up going down. Commandeer Odin looking to put some pressure in as Red Robot's just anchoring and stepping in. Healing Pathogen being spread by Banana, and It's a Murky kill, which isn't the biggest deal. But
Yeah,
it
that's
still
true.
Yeah, it still gives opportunities, though, for Monstrosity to push up the top lane, and that also takes Murky very far away. They don't know this, but the egg that we know is sitting at the Hall of Storms.
And now you have to move through Unraveling Slowing Sands that reduces your spell armor. You have no Mosh Pit, you have no Blink. This is a harrowing situation for Granite. They make their final stand. Octograph is 8 seconds out. We still have Flailing Swipes for Stukov. This is a very, very tough situation for Granite. ETC with the flank. Skok comes in from the top. Nintori from the south. The final chance. Oh, they kill Samuro! They kill
Seven-sided
Samuro!
strike! Joanna goes down as well! Yasu low, Flailing Swipe actually saves them. I think they're expecting that to get the kill. Banana is gonna go, no, wait, no, maybe
That's
not.
his third swipe. That's his third swipe. The final one. Okay,
Core.
3 members dead. Meanwhile, Core is getting attacked by a monstrosity with 6,200 health and 3 catapults. But here are the members of Granite. They got the triple kill. They cannot go Core because of it. Can they not? They're trying. Chromie is there with Abathur. Uh-oh. Oh! What?
That's a Duke Cannon clean play. I'm calling it right now. I'm putting that in. Oh my god. Nintori with the snipe mecha explosion that Madara saw nowhere. Mosh Pit. No, excuse me. It was just the blink. I was expecting the mosh with it, but no, it's a 15-second cooldown. Prismatis isn't being chased by Yasuo. 7-sided strike catches the two of Grubby. And Nintori and friends step to core. Grubby, after 4 games, this is the 5th map. And Granit Gaming, we're going to lose this. Almost 4 a.m. as Yasu says to us in all chat, and the members of Granit Gaming who almost got reverse sweep, reverse the reverse sweep, and they're gonna take this series showcasing that Oxygen can bleed. GG, well played.
What? What was that? How did that happen? And like
That was-
the mech kill on Abathur at the end was the best thing I've ever seen. That was probably my favorite moment of the day. But granted, they've done it. They actually prevented the reverse sweep from Oxygen. Like most of that game, it was all Oxygen, right? You come back, you win a team fight. Granit Gaming does what they've been trying to do all day, which is just fight and win in a group. And it worked. It happened.
Look at that crazy damage by Tychus. Hero deaths, 105,000 hero damage. Nick with so much damage. We also have our first Murky game and Murky win by Swamp Grotta and Skog from the north, and we had Nintori from the south. And it wasn't supposed to happen like that because they had no heroic abilities left, but they did it with basics.
I don't even know. If it wasn't my job to talk, I'd be speechless.
That was exactly what Granite Game needed, though. Grubby and I were talking about it in the game, and Oxygen, we were talking about how Oxygen had this momentum, and Granite Gaming couldn't find their footing, and it literally had to be Oxygen making the misplays and allowing Granite Gaming to have these moments, and boy, howdy, did they get every single thing they needed. That Abathur kill, the Chromie with the 7-sided strike, God, this game will live in my brain forever.
It is one of the top, like at least 3, if not top games we've had this season easily. And I can't believe it. Like Oxygen has got to be just besides themselves right now, because I feel like you had that in the bag, but that just goes to show like you can't underestimate really anybody in this league, because you take a pro team, you give them an inch and they will take the whole map, you know? Amazing. Well, where to even go? Let me look at my brain is just fried. I need to look at okay. So let's see if we can get the interview candidate in here. I don't know who it's going to be yet.
I believe it's Swamp Grotta, if I'm looking at the Discord. Yeah. So I think they're in here right now.
All right, can you hear me? Swamp Grotta, are you there?
Yes,
I can see the huge smile on your face right now in Discord. You guys did it. Like, did you, on a scale of 1 to 10, when you were about 75% of the way through that game, where would you rate your chances of winning?
I mean, pretty low, to be honest. Like, I felt like we were in at 20%, like versus 80. It was rough times, but we managed to put it through. I don't know.
What was the exact moment it turned around then?
I don't know. Like, we just waited for the fights, tried to get the flanks right in. I think Diva and ETC got a good stun on someone. I walked to Johanna and get the 7-sided in. That was it. I don't know. I just stand through me.
Wow. Well, Grubby, what questions do you have?
Well, so I've got a great reverse sweep of the reverse sweep, especially with that one keep versus 3. You pulled out Sonya, who was recently buffed with the seismic slam build. A lot of Sonya. Was sure you're gonna take it again in the final map, but you went for
Like
Merc.
I got the option to choose between Sonya or Merc, and I don't know.
What did you do? How did you choose?
Yeah, I just went for Murky. Like, I don't know. I felt like maybe he can do more against like the ABBA comp, but it doesn't really matter if it's overextending and dying because he will respawn again. And you know, I was running it a bit in the other games as well, but we. Yeah, I don't know.
I gotta ask you, and I kind of want to focus on this game as well because this is a momentum moment for your team. You took down the top team in CCL standing wise. So I'm just curious, what were comms like as you get these couple kills, you're running towards core, you get the Diva mecha explosion on Abathur, you know, Yasu gets the 7-sided strike. Is it just screaming in comms? What's it like?
I mean, you couldn't really scream because everyone is kind of dead. It's like almost 4 a.m. We were happy.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like I was gonna ask you what time it is over there, but it's 4 a.m., huh?
Yeah, almost like double best of 5, not ideal, but at least it's Saturday, right? So
that's true. Well, hopefully you can sleep in now and enjoy it. Before we let you go, any shout outs before we let you go to bed here?
Yeah, shout out to my team. Played amazing. Felt like I didn't play optimally, but we managed to put it through. And shout out to the org and everyone who's cheering for Granit. You know, and you never know if we're gonna run it down or win the games. It's the beauty of our playstyle, I guess, or our team.
Hey, you're just proving the old phrase, it's not over till it's over, right? So congratulations today. Thanks for showing us some amazing games. Congrats on the win, and looking forward to seeing more games from Granit next week.
Yeah, thank you guys for hosting. Good job.
All right. Thanks for stopping by. That's Svamkrota from Granit Gaming. Big smile, perma smile on his face. He's going to be having happy dreams of many more wins in CCL as he finally gets to take a rest after a long night, but a successful one. You don't want to go to 4 a.m. and then lose, right? So Granit kind of destined to win, you know. But let's take a look at how everything broke down today. It was 2 5-game sets. We got all 10 games of Heroes of the Storm today. WildHeart getting the win over 30K 3-2 in a close series. And then, man, you guys just saw it. What a best of 5 between Granit and Oxygen. Oxygen finally with an L this season, not by much, but it is significant. And Granit, like Bahamut mentioned, I think it was a momentum moment for the team as they get a big win over the formerly unbeaten team, and they will move to 2 and 3. So slowly climbing their way back up the standings.
Yeah, that just makes the whole thing a lot closer even. Granite Gaming will be facing Chili Mountain next week. We'll be curious to see if Chili Mountain can recover a bit and start climbing, maybe even overtake Sidestep Kings, who knows? And maybe Granite Gaming will go 3-3 and start joining the upper echelons. In the meantime, WildHeart and Oxygen have drawn even, so nothing is sure anymore in the CCL.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at tomorrow's matches so we can chat a little bit about that, see what we've got coming on day 2 of week 5 here. You can pretty much deduce that it's the 4 teams we didn't see today. But speaking of Chili Mountain and Sidestep Kings, a battle at the bottom of the standings for them. Sidestep Kings, you know, maybe a surprising team and not having the success a lot of people are expecting. So an opportunity there for Chili Mountain to put the first win on the board. They have basically a new team completely at this point. So we'll see how they do. Then we've got Simplicity versus Crowd Control. Simplicity seeming to come up as well. They just added Masquerade as their tank. So that should be a great series as well.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Today was already like, I said it beforehand, that Garden of Terror game will live rent-free in my brain for probably ever. Like that, oh my God, like I will never forget, especially that Diva Mech explosion. Like, I'm very sorry to Madara but to bring it up again, but it was just, oh my God, I've never seen that before. And it was just so very cool. Today was a beautiful day, and I'm so excited for tomorrow already. And just shout out to everyone who watched all these games and supported HeroesCCL.
Any final thoughts from you two, Grubby?
Yeah, same. I'm always excited to see the same heroes being played better and better, but also the new ones. And it was quite a treat to get to see Kira, get to see Mirka. Lovely games of HOTS, ready for more tomorrow.
Absolutely. What a fantastic day of games. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Heroes Hearth, presented by, of course, Roll20, a great partner. Thanks again for sponsoring us. I guess go play some games, watch some of the VODs. Man, if you're just tuning in now, I'm so sorry. Go back and watch the VODs. They're amazing games. Either way, we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, keep gaming, stay safe. I'll see you in a little bit.